Good morning, everybody. Blaine Austin here at Sewing Machines Plus, and welcome to day 3 of Sew Fest. Hey, we're here celebrating National Sewing Month, and we're so happy you are here today, and we've got another great show lined up for you. Hey, I am in my red shirt, just like y'all voted, and I don't know yet, but I think we'll see if Angela and Jane are in their red today, like y'all voted for us to match. And but guys, we got a great show lined up for you. And but before we get too deep in this, I want to thank all of our sponsors, guys. We could not do Sew Fest if it wasn't for our sponsors. And you know, Brother, Handy Quilter, Baby Lock, and the Grace Company were our platinum sponsors. Our gold sponsors are Janome, Floriani, King Quilter. Our silver sponsors are Dime, Husqvarna Viking, Bernina, Elena, Juki, Stay Perfect, and WonderFil Threads. And our bronze sponsors are So Steady, OESD, and Durkee. And then our associate sponsors were Synchrony Financing and Laura Star. So thank y'all for all you do for us, and that we couldn't do this, I promise you, without them. And you know, not only did they give us some pricing on you know, some of the products, we can pass those savings on to you. They also help us with the educators and things. So it's a tremendous effort goes into these shows. So I really do appreciate them, and I hope y'all do too, because they do a lot of work with us as well. So, but hey guys, got to tell y'all a little bit about the show. You know, this show basically is Sew Fest, and we're celebrating National Sewing Month. So we decided to have a contest during Sew Fest, and how you could enter is basically you just made a garment or a home decor item, and you know, so you had to sew it. And basically, you entered it into a contest, pictures that we had on our Sew Fest page, and we opened it up after so many, you know, so much dates we had for submissions. We opened it up for voting, and we had tens of thousands of votes came in on all these, and we did pick winners. We're having 3 places in each category. So we have a first, second, third in both categories, and everybody wins prizes. And the first place in each category are going to get a ribbon for their project, and they're going to win a golden scissors trophy. And second and third place in each category will also win ribbons for their projects. But not only that, they've got a great prize package put together. So first place in both categories is going to win that Brother SE 1900 sewing and embroidery machine. Second place in both categories wins the Baby Lock Jazz 2 plus the trolley. And third place in both categories wins that Brother SE 600 sewing and embroidery machine. So great, great prizes we're giving away for the first 3 places. And guess what? We're giving another $30,000 away of prizes during Sew Fest. Each single day we're giving away, you know, we have 2 giveaways a day. We're giving away tons of product throughout the whole week, equal $30,000. And then another $27,000 is slotted for the Dream Studio giveaway. And you can also win that. We're going to pick a lucky viewer is going to get to win that. And you can look at the screen right now and see all the things. You're getting the little pockets mascot from Arrow. You're getting the software bundle. You're getting the Jazz 2 plus the trolley. You're getting the Dixie table. You're getting the hydraulic chair. You're getting that Capri sit-down quilter from Handy Quilter. You're getting the CuniQ 15 Pro plus the Queen Frame long arm quilting machine. You're getting a quilt block. You're getting 100 spools of thread. So a great package put together there for you. And so we're excited to announce those winners. And right now, so what we're doing every single day, we're randomly picking a finalist. So the Monday, our finalists, Roger, do you have those? Yes. Roger's pulling those up for me. I can't see them, Roger. There we go. So for Monday, our first finalist was Wendy Shimbori. And then yesterday, our finalist was Miss Zena W. So we're not sure her last name, but Zena, she was our second finalist. So we're going to pick a third finalist today. And how it will work is Friday, we'll pick our 5th finalist. And then at the end of the day, you know, we're going to pick a drawing. We'll put all their names in a hat. And I'm going to draw it live right here on air for you. And we'll pull that name out. You'll get to see who wins the $27,000 grand prize. So it's going to be pretty exciting, and each of y'all have a chance to win. And so this is how you can win. So right now, if you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel, go subscribe to it right now. You can share the video, you can like it, make comments. That's all going to help you win. If you're watching from Facebook, go like our page. You can share the video, make comments, and ask questions. That gets your chances. So the more things you do, the better your chances and odds are winning. And I also got to say a big shout out to SMP Nation, guys. We just hit over 16,000 subscribers on our YouTube channel. And so we're super happy about that. And we just kind of started, the YouTube thing just not too many years ago, putting a lot of effort into it, just about 2 years ago, really. And so we've really, increased those numbers, and we really do appreciate y'all subscribing to the channel. And so if you haven't subscribed to either one, go subscribe to both Facebook and YouTube. I think we have over 31,000 on our YouTube or our Facebook page. So we would like to get those numbers kind of close to each other. So, but again, guys, we got a great lineup. But before we get too deep into it, I got to take a big shout out to some of our viewers out there watching today. Hey, we have Bev Jean Hyerman. We have Patricia Winters, and she's watching from Clarksville. Now, I don't know if that's Indiana, Mississippi, or Tennessee. So, but she's watching from Clarksville. We have Charlotte Sales. I think that's how you pronounce it. Shirley Berling from Lockport, Illinois. We have Madeline Diggs. We have Karen Carr, one of our buddies up in Ohio. We have Sandy Marino, Penny Carter. We have Julie Holt watching from Virginia. Sheila Irvin in Rockport, Massachusetts. And then we have Kim Johnson in Michigan. So welcome to the show, everybody. Good morning, and we're glad you are here. And but guys, I can't go too much farther into this before I introduce my co-host. And we have two incredible co-host guys. And if y'all been around for the 2 days so far, you've been getting to see them in action. First up is Jane Klaus. Jane is a 2-time Emmy award-winning TV personality. She currently is the host of a creative living show on Cox Media Network up in Chicago. She also is the host of a healthy living show, and living healthy and a creative living. So she does a ton of stuff. She's also a brother ambassador. She's a DIYer and just an awesome person. And then we have Angela Wolf, and guys, Angela again is incredible. She's a brother ambassador. She is the host of the PBS show, hit show called It's So Easy. She has hosted many podcasts and Facebook shows for Brother, and she's an entrepreneur. She has her own business. She does a number of things, and she also has a group called the Wolf Pack, guys. How many people could say you have a Wolf Pack?
Not many.
Y'all help me welcome to the show, Jane and Angela.
Hi.
And y'all are in your red. You got the memo.
You look good, Blaine. I love your red.
I
Well,
know.
thank you. Like y'all, we're all bright and cheery today.
It was. I don't know about you, Jane. I had a little bit of a hard time. It was like velvet for the holidays, or velvet for Valentine's, or I found this one itsy bitsy tank top that I had to finish sewing this morning. So that's where we're at.
I went through to see all the reds. I'm like, do I wear sleeves? Do I wear this? Do I wear that? Do I wear a lot? And then I'm like, what am I going to wear? So I picked this one because it has a zipper on it.
That's cute.
Yeah. And Blaine, how many red shirts did you have to pick through?
Well, I have one red shirt, and here's the thing. I was so happy red won because you know what got really second, really close?
Leopard.
Leopard skin.
I think that's tomorrow. Can we do that tomorrow? Oh yeah.
And
my coffee.
so I can confidently say there's no leopard print in my closet.
I will make you a leopard shirt. I do want to give a quick shout out to Cheryl in Lockport because she's about like 20 minutes away from me. So hey Cheryl, how you doing? I love to hear the local names. I'm like, oh yeah.
Well, guys, y'all know today we have a action-packed full day again. And, we're starting this morning off, the very first thing we have Anna Avery Vaughn. She's going to be talking about the Baby Lock Altair. Right after that, we have Grace back in house, and we have, they're going to be talking about the CuniQ Pro 15. We have Cindy Hogan coming in, going to be talking about that PRS100 from Brother. Then we have Becky Thompson, and she's the power. Is it threads with power tools?
Yeah.
Power tools with threads.
It is powertoolswiththreads.com.
Yeah, she's got a really cool name. So Becky's going to be on, and then we have Callista back, and Callista from WonderFil Threads. Everybody's just going nuts over her presentation, and so she's going to be on. Then we have Janome's coming in the house. We got Kelly McKenzie, and then we have Stacy Louie from Sew Steady. So that's our morning lineup, and even that's all before noontime Pacific time. So got a great lineup, and then the afternoon is going to be just as strong. So, and then I know y'all got some things going on too. So Angela, you're going to be making a special announcement on one of our shows coming up pretty soon, and so we're excited about that. Hear all about that new announcement.
I gave a little hint yesterday, but that's all I can give right now.
That's it? Like, can't you just every day give us a little smidge more?
Okay. It's a sewing reality show. Anyone can watch it. It's going to be family friendly, and there's going to be, that's all I can tell. I'll tell you more tomorrow. Right.
So you are hearing it here first. This is the world premiere. And as soon as Angela gets the release, she's going to come on one of our shows, and we're going to talk about it. And we can let you in on all the great secrets about it, and it'll be super fun. And then Jane, you're going to be on Takeover Tuesday on November 8th, right?
Yeah, I'm doing a special Takeover Tuesday right here for SMP Nation, and I'm talking all about holiday decor. Now, for me, I know that as sewists, we also very, very creative, and we like to decorate as well. So I'm going to be showing some sewing banners and things like that you could use as decorations, but I'm pairing up with some friends of mine from treetime.com, and they're going to show us how to do some tips and tricks how to decorate your tree. It's very fascinating. There's little things that this woman does. Her name is Cassie Nicholas, by the way. Jane Klaus, Cassie Nicholas, and Lori Kane. Go figure. Anyway, we're talking Christmas. It's really interesting. So say the date, November 8th.
So let me guess. You said it was Candy Cane, Mrs. Claus, and who else? Oh, St. Nick?
Cassie Nicholas. Nicholas, Claus, and King. I'm not kidding. You real last names.
Yeah, you can't make that up.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's why we work together. We're like, this is just a threesome made in heaven. We're doing it.
So, Angela, I know you're pulling double duty this week as well. You're hosting, and also you've got a class. Tell us a little bit about your class that you're going to be teaching here on Sew Fest.
Yeah, so it's tomorrow, and it's all about interfacing. And that seems to be something, especially in the garment side, like where do I put the interfacing? How do I get it to stick? It's, I don't want to burn my fabric. There's different weights of interfacing. It's hard to believe you could fill 30 minutes with interfacing, but I can. I'm sure I'll be throwing a few other tips in there too. And a few mistakes of what not to do. That's probably more important than anything.
Well,
I love it.
That's part of it. And I think that's why everybody is so drawn to Sew Fest, and they love the live demonstrations. And, it's so funny. I was talking to Melinda Stevenson, and she's going to be one of the educators on our show this week. And we were talking, she had done some videotapes for us in the past. And I told her, I said, Melinda, could you not just do a live event? And she goes, well, I'm so afraid I'll mess up. I said, well, that's what they like. They like to see you professionals and make mistakes just like they do, because they can relate to that. So, that's a great point. Making mistakes is part of sewing. You can't learn if you're not making mistakes.
I make mistakes every day, all day. That's what it is. Now, I always say, like in anything that we do, any profession, if you don't learn something from that day of work that you did, then you better look harder to find something to learn, because we can all learn every day.
Yeah. Right, well, you really know you're doing well when you name your seam rippers, which I have a few, and they're in different areas. And some have good names. Some, like further down the line of the construction part, don't have fun names. Not family friendly.
Is one of them named Jack?
Jack.
Anybody else get that?
Have fun. Oh, you're funny, Blaine.
I'm here all day. All right. Well, guys, I'm going to let y'all go and get prepared. I know that we're going to bring y'all back in here in just about 30 minutes to an hour. Both of y'all be coming right back in. But we're going to try to get this thing going this morning and get our program started. I know everybody's just can't wait to start. And we've got another full day of demonstrations, some educational classes. And again, guys, we've got so many great specials today. It's going to be pretty awesome. So again, thanks to Jane Klaus and Angela Wolf for co-hosting with us and sharing their expertise. And we sure do appreciate them being on here. And but guys, we got such a great show. And we have a camera working on y'all guys this morning. We got Rockin' Roger, Big Daddy Kyle, and Kicking It Kennedy is in the studio here with me.
I got my red too.
You got your red?
I got my red.
Oh, we got the.
All right. So Kyle's in his red this morning. They're all ready to go. And we have, Deb, Candace, Melinda, and Rhonda are all working the chat. So they're going to be on the Facebook and YouTube chat. So if you have questions in there, they're going to be trying to monitor that to help you. And they're going to be putting links in the chat too for some of the products we're talking about. So it makes it easy for you to find throughout the day too. A lot of times our phones get extremely busy at the call center. So what Kyle's going to do, Kyle's going to be, throughout the day, I'll probably mention this, but he's going to put a Google Sheets link in the chat. And what that is you click on that, that'll open up Google Sheets, and you can just put your name, the product that you're interested in, and your phone number. Most importantly, your phone number. And that gets updated real time in our call center on all the operator screens. They can see it. And as soon as they get off the phone, that's a priority for us to, this week is we're going to make an outbound call and call you. And then that way they can answer any questions you have, take your order and all that. And then another way that you can get help is if you're on our website at SewingMachinesPlus.com, we have live chat agents standing by as well. So if you're on the product page, that chat usually will pop up that window. You can just engage the chat agent right there. They're all sewing, embroidery, and quilting experts. These are not just people chatting. These are actually, every one of them are sewers and very good sewers, and every one of them were handpicked. So, you can be confident that you're getting somebody that really knows what they're talking about when you get on chat with them. So we're trying to cover all the angles today for you. And then Laura Cook and her team at the customer service, if you have any customer service related questions, they're going to be on the phones as well. So we got a whole team working this morning, ready to go. And hey, I can tell you right now, I went to the warehouse yesterday after the show, and the guys at the warehouse are saying they were super busy the last 2 days, Monday and Tuesday, and but they got every single product got shipped out that was ordered so far. So guys, they are working around the clock to try to get your orders shipped quickly so you can get them. So anyway, guys, we are ready to go. And first up, hey, we have Anna Avery Vaughn. Anna is a baby lock educator. She lives in Tallahassee, Florida. And we're super excited to have her on our show for the very first time. This is the first time I think she's ever been with SMP, Kyle, isn't it?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. But, I think I met her at Baby Lock Tech when we were in St. Louis. I can't remember if I did or not, but I know the name, and we're super excited to have her. So y'all make welcome Anna to the show.
Hi, everyone.
Hey, how are you this morning?
Good. You can hear me okay?
Oh, we got you loud and clear, and we're super excited. So what we're going to do, we're going to let you talk all about one of my favorite machines, this Altair. I love this machine. And then I'll come back in about 25 minutes, and we'll tell everybody how they can get one.
Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And again, thank you, Blaine, and everyone at Sewing Machines Plus for having me today. Again, I'm Anna Avery Vaughn. I am a National Baby Lock sewing and embroidery educator, and I love what I do. Look what I get to do. I get to have fun with all the beautiful and fun machines. And what I'm here to talk to you today about is the Baby Lock Altair. What an amazing machine. This machine is a combination machine, which means it is sewing and embroidery. So you have the ability to make all your sewing dreams come true. It's a blast. It has a little bit of everything for everyone. Now, if you're a quilter, it has a 11.25-inch throat, which is amazing. It has the digital dual feed foot, which is my favorite foot. You can free motion, you can do your regular sewing. If you are a garment maker, it has all the stitches you need to do your garments, home deck, anything that your heart desires in your sewing world. Now, if you're an embroiderer, and you love to add that special flair to your projects, you have a 9.5 by 14-inch embroidery field, which is so amazing, especially if you want to do those home deck items, or if you want to, let's say, put embroidery on clothing and you just need that larger space. So it is absolutely so much fun. Now, what I'm going to do today is just walk you through some of my favorite parts of the machine, and that will be sewing and just a little hit of embroidery, so you can see how much fun you can have. And pretty much everything behind me has been done on the Altair. Can you believe that? Look at all that fun stuff. So I love what I do, and I love to share what I do with you. Thank you, Mary. I just saw your little thing. Yeah, I'm addicted, like the most rest of us or everybody that's here. Another few things that are really nice about this machine, speaking of the embroidery side, it does have wireless capability. And when you take your owner's classes or you go on the Baby Lock websites for training and you do your trainings, you'll learn a lot more about that. So it's the ease of use that we love at Baby Lock, and our education. We absolutely love education. So how about this? We will go ahead and we will jump over to the machine. And again, I'm just going to show you some of the features that I love. And if you have questions, please pop them into the chat box and I'll be more than happy to answer them. Okay. Now I'm new to StreamYard, so give me a second and I think I've figured this out. Let's see here. Oh,
Hey, Anna, I think that you muted yourself and we can't hear you
Switch cameras. Yeah.
when you switched your camera view.
I did.
There you go. We got you now.
Hi. Okay, I'll start over what I was gabbing about here. Okay, so as you can see, as I flip it over, this is the screen of the Altair. And it is a 10.1 LCD screen. So it's like having a movie screen in your sewing machine. Now, one thing I love to say about our new sewing machines that are out there are they are sewing computers. So basically, you're going to get everything is going to be great on the screen. So you have the visibility of finding whatever you need on your machine. Now, when we come to the first screen here, of course, it's going to show us everything that we can do. We've got sewing, we've got embroidery, and we've got this special little menu right here that's called IQ Designer. I am in love with that, and I will touch on that when we get to that part. But first, I want to start out with the sewing, because the sewing is phenomenal on this machine. I absolutely love how beautiful the stitches are, how beautiful the decorative stitches are, and the buttonholes. You guys, the buttonholes are number one, they're so easy to do. And number two, they come out perfect every single time. Now we can free motion. We can do regular quilting, straight line quilting, just trying to get that a little bit. You can do regular. So, and again, the world is your oyster with this machine, because it does have some heirloom type stitches as well. So we could, go in there and do all of our heirloom work or clothing, or again, home deck, or just regular quilting. Who doesn't love that? That's like one of my favorite things to do. So what's really nice about this, if you are new to sewing or you just want to build your confidence, we have something that's called our little laser beam here. So basically, and I'll show you this up close and personal. So basically I can turn on this little laser beam and it's going to help me keep completely straight. I love to use this when I'm straight line quilting because I can stay 100% straight because I can move this little guy to the left and right. So that means once I stitch my very first line, I can move my laser light to that line as far away as I want, let's say 1.5 inches, and just follow that line when I'm stitching. And by the time I'm done, I will have beautiful either crosshatch or perfectly placed lines. It's so amazing. The other thing that I love about this is I have the choice of well, I shouldn't say over, but exactly 771 stitches to play with. Now, in our character decorative stitches, those are all your decorative stitches. And, I tell people use your decorative stitches in your sewing because they are so much fun to play with. You have tons of different ones. We can combine them. We can, change the size. We can do whatever we want with them. So this is a really fun way to jazz up your projects, especially if you are a quilter and maybe you're doing crazy quilting. Or if you're a garment maker and you just want to add a sweet little something around the cuff of your arm. So there is plenty of fun stitches to play with here. We also have our utility stitches, which are basically your normal regular sewing stitches, but you can see here we have our garment stitches. We have our buttonholes. We even have a button sew on, which to me has saved my life more than once because I don't want to hand stitch. What I want to do is just put my button underneath my foot. Yes, put my button underneath my foot and just have the machine stitch it on. It's amazing. I absolutely love that. Now, do I have built-in quilting stitches? Heck yeah, I do. I have a ton of quilting stitches in here. Now I can do twin needle, I can free motion, and the free motion is so easy because I don't have to go in and find a little button to release on the machine out to the side here. All I have to do is push a button right here, and now it's ready for free motion quilting. I think that's genius. I absolutely love that feature. Now, I'm going to tell you this. I'm not a great free motion sewer, but that makes me so much easier, makes my life so much easier when I decide to do it. So it's awesome. Now, on the sewing side, we have all of our normal stitches and all that, but we also have a few options as well. And one of my favorite options besides the laser is this button right here. And this is one I show everybody when I'm showing the machine because I think it's underused and it's the greatest button that is on the machine, the sewing side of the machine to me. This is our needle down pivot. And so I will show that in action here in just a moment. But what happens with this foot is while you're sewing, when you lift your foot off of the foot pedal, what's going to happen is the needle's going to stay down and the foot's going to raise. So it'll kind of act like your knee lift. If you've ever used your knee lift, it'll act like that. And what happens is I can pivot or I can chain piece quickly. So all I have to do if I'm chain piecing is have this button on. Once I stop sewing, the foot will raise, the needle will stay down. I can butt my fabric right up to that needle and keep sewing. It's a lot of fun and it's so easy to use. Again, we are about at Baby Lock the ease of use and education, so you're going to get all the training on these machines that you need. All right, so what I want to talk to you now, I'm going to quickly go over the embroidery side. So you can see that if you want to use that. Embroidery is so much fun. You can add a lot of spice to your embroidery, to your sewing projects, but you can also quilt in the hoop, which is a lot of fun. And let me show you something that I've done here. Just so you can see, this is quilting in the hoop. This is basically built into the machine. Yeah, you see that? Is that not cool? This is all built in the machine, even this part right here. So it's a lot of fun. And because you have that 9.5 by 14-inch hoop, you really can move along by doing that. So just as a quick review of our embroidery, here we go. We've got tons of built-in designs. And this is what I tell everybody, no matter what machine you have all these gorgeous built-in embroidery designs. Why not use them? The majority of everything that I do is on a built-in design because I absolutely think they're adorable. So we can go in here and just take a look at some of these beautiful designs. Now, the reason why I want to show you this is because if I tap on this beautiful, well, let me go back. I'm going to find a bigger one. There we go. This beautiful fan right here. This fan is 10 inches. 10 inches. So it's showing you that you can do these beautiful, gorgeous, large designs that are out there, especially if you're into in the hoop projects, because in the hoop now, the designs are getting bigger and bigger and bigger. So now we're able to do that in the hoop bag or zipper bag or plush animal that's out there now. You can do that with these bigger frames. So I can come in and I can also combine on screen, which is a lot of fun. So if I want to put my name in here, and the fonts are stunning too, then I can just combine on screen. Oops, I grabbed the wrong one. Let's get to the right the right one. Oh, I keep tapping on that guy. But you can see, let's see if I can get to it. Let's just take the move key. And there we go. Yeah, and that's another thing is you can use your fingers to move everything around, or you have tons of editing options on the machine as well. I also have some great options of making my own designs. So let's go home for a second. I've got something that's built in here that's called IQ Designer. And if you've never seen this in action, oh, wait, hold on just a minute. Because what this is this is basically like a digitizer designing program built all into your machine. So yeah, it looks kind of plain here, but what I can do is I can bring in like clip art or uh, yeah, let's just start with clip art. I can bring in clip art into the machine and I can turn it into embroidery. So I just brought in a heart shape. But the thing that I really want to show you as quilters or home deck makers, what you can do is you can build around this. But what's really fun is we call those fills. So basically, it's like building quilting around it. So let me show you how easy that is. So I'm going to come right here to this little area, and I have all these fabulous built-in fills to basically quilt my design or just fill in an area. So let's say I wanted this beautiful floral design right here. I would just tap on that. There we go. It's hot. Sorry, it's a little jumpy. It's highlighted. I can choose a color if I want. I'm a pink girl, so I'll choose pink. And then I'm going to fill the background, and I just want to show you what this is going to look like as stitches. So that's going to stitch out just like that. And that's basically kind of like a quilting design. And I do have some samples that I'll show you here in just a moment how that works. But I just wanted to quickly touch on that. That is just the edge of the iceberg when it comes to IQ Designer. So let's jump back over to our sewing. I just want to show you how beautiful the machine stitches out and how beautiful the decorative stitches are and how easy the quilting is. So I am going to be moving my camera just a little bit just so you can see better what is happening here. And then in just a moment, I will show you some samples. Okay, so what I have here, I just love when I'm teaching to take a piece of tearaway and place behind my fabric. This is a great way to test out decorative stitches or anything that you would like to test out when you're sewing. So I'm going to be bringing this down right here. And sorry it's wobbly. Now I want to elaborate on something that Blaine and Angela and Jane were talking about a moment ago, because I think they said one of the most fantastic things that I say to each one of my sewers all the time. Go ahead, take any class. It doesn't really matter if you're in love with the project or not. Number one, you're learning, and that includes virtual classes. And my favorite thing to do, and I tell people this all the time, is to seriously accidentally mess up, because what happens with that is you get to see how to fix that mess up. So they were talking about that, making mistakes or anything like that. So I'm with y'all on that. I actually like it when I do that. So Melinda, if you're listening, girl, take the chance and do that virtual class, because it's a lot of fun. All right, so I'm just starting off. And I hope you can see that. Can you see that nice little laser beam? Yeah, so what I could do is draw lines and just follow that with this beautiful laser beam that I can see. It helps keep me straight. Let's see here. I'm so sorry, I forgot to plug my foot back in. It's a necessity to have your foot plugged in, right? Okay, here we go. So absolutely smooth, absolutely beautiful. And my do or die button, I will not buy a machine without this, is the automatic cutter. Ooh, I love that. Okay, as we can see, look how gorgeous that is. Let me hold it up a little bit for you. I know it's not, might be. Let me see if I can zoom in a little bit. But the stitch is perfectly straight and perfect. Love it. Yeah, Jan, I love my cutter too. So let me show you. Okay, so that's our straight stitch. We have beautiful, straight, gorgeous straight stitch. And can we change the stitch length on it? Absolutely. But let me show you really quickly a beautiful decorative stitch. Oh, you know what? I'm going to change it. And what I love about these machines is everything is touch. I can just simply tap on it and go. Let me find the pretty one I was using last night. Yeah, so okay. So let's see how gorgeous this stitches out. Now, the majority of the decorative stitches, I can actually change the size of them a little bit within reason. Now, watch when I stop the machine. This is what I was talking about, that needle down pivot. So now the needle will stay down, the foot will raise, and I can turn the corner. I don't know why this is one of my favorite features, but it will always be one of my favorite features. So again, I can stop, but I also can turn a little button on that is right in that same area. Let me go ahead and tap it. And I'm turning scissors on at this point, so when I am done with the stitch, all I have to do is press a button and it will tie it off, and then it will lift. So you can see how pretty that is. I love how the foot lifts too. I get true. Yeah, Lori, I'm spoiled. I need my threader. But look how sweet and beautiful that is. It is so quiet, Kathy. Yes, you're exactly right. Now, don't look at this part. That was me turning. But look how cute. You can really kind of make a little curve coming around and have a lot of fun. Now, let me show you the digital dual feed foot. Now, this is in how do I say this? This is one of the best feet out there. I can't live without this foot once I've had it because it acts like a walking foot. However, the walking foot we know has the two little walking feet on top, right? So what it does is when we're using a walking foot, it's grabbing the bottom and the top and pulling all the layers of the fabric together. So basically a walking foot more goes like this motion. This is a belt driven type of walking foot. That's how I explain it. So everything's going to come together evenly. And look how easy, there are multiple feet for it. Look how easy the feet pop off and pop back on. And it's super easy to change the foot. I'm just going to come right in here, pop this off. And as a quilter, this foot has changed my life. It even has a 1/4 inch foot. Look how easy that is. I'm just taking it and placing it back in. And it does plug into the machine. There is a little spot in the back that I plug this in. There we go. So the machine knows that it's on there. I have my fabric right here, and I just want to show you. Now, since it is a belt, it does have a little bit of a noise, but that doesn't bother me because, oh, let me get my straight stitch on. The machine will let me know. All right, there we go. Look how easy it rides through. I use this to put my binding on. I use this to quilt. I use this for if I'm making a bag and I have multiple layers. And this comes with the machine. Now it does just come with the standard foot, but there is a cording foot. There is a 1/4 inch foot. So there are many options. Look how easy. Look how it slides right through. I can't live without this foot now. I have become completely and utterly spoiled by it. But you can see how beautiful that quilting is now. Yes, the laser is a game changer. Game changer. Look how beautiful that is. I love it. Okay, so the machine as a whole is absolutely beautiful. Again, it comes, it has a 11 1/4 workspace. So you've got all this room to roll up your quilt and quilt, but also all this room if you're going to use the embroidery side, which we highly suggest because it's so much fun, for that arm to move back and forth to get those nice large designs. It is like I said, it is it has a 10.1 LCD screen, 494 built-in embroidery designs, 771 built-in stitches, and wireless capabilities. And if you have not seen this, let me zoom in there real quick. One of my favorites is, I'm just pushing a button, never miss needle threader. Did you see that? Hey! How many total feet? Oh, well, I will show you the feet. I can't remember the number, but let's zoom back over to me and I can show you guys some awesome things here. I like this StreamYard. I've never used it before. It's easy. All right. Hey, I'm back. Okay, so the feet, here we go. So first you get this beautiful compartment that holds all your feet. And I'm going to hold on to it because look at all the feet you get in there. So you get those, and I have to hold on to this because if not, what will happen is everything will fall out. But the feet are actually secure in there. And then underneath there are a few other feet that are in there, but we also have all the little accessories that come along with it and bobbins and everything you need. It comes with your 9.5 by 14-inch hoop. It comes with a 5x7 hoop. So you've got plenty of hoops to play with. Now I'll put this up before I drop it. The foot for the embroidery, just like we have that laser light for our sewing side, it has the laser beam for your embroidery for perfect placement. Now there's some other things in there like the apps that go along with perfect placement. And you'll learn more about that in your owner's classes. So you will always have beautiful embroidery, no matter what, perfectly placed. See, it definitely comes along with that. Now, let me show you a couple of my, I think I'm doing kind of okay on time. Blaine, just stop me when you need me to. But I just want to show you a few things that I have made on the Altair that involve a little bit of everything, just to kind of give you some inspiration. So I did show you this little guy, a little trapunto. Now, this was made in IQ Designer. I can design my own designs, and I can add the quilting around it. Now, this is a class that I teach every now and then. Now, it is a bowl cozy, but what I want you to notice about it is it has that built-in fill stitches all around it with a monogram. And I don't know if you can see some of that stitching right there. So we quilted everything using IQ Designer, and then we stitched it together using our digital dual feed foot because it's multiple layers. So comes together super quickly and a lot of fun. I showed you this paper piecing that I did, just the quilting on it, and I think this is 1/2 inch or a little over 1/2 inch quilting. So I used that laser to keep me nice and straight. Look how tiny that is. This was so fun to make. It was so fun to quilt. I absolutely love straight line quilting, probably because I'm better at it than free motion. Hey, let's be honest. Here's another little pillow that I just got to make a little pillow with. So again, this was actually, we designed this in the hoop, which means we made our own in the hoop project using the embroidery side and IQ Designer. There is no sewing in this. This is all done on the embroidery side. Really fun. And this is incorporation of sewing and quilting and IQ Designer. So you can see that these beautiful designs. We designed the center part ourselves and stitched it out. And then, of course, some of the quilting was done with the digital dual feed. We attached the binding with the binding foot, and that is an optional purchase. Check out the binding foot. It's one of my favorite feet as well. And then, let me grab this guy. I do one of these for all seasons, and I'm going to jump off after this, but this is all built in. So.
Well, hey, Anna, awesome job. We love the demo. And again, that Altair is just such an awesome machine, and it packs. I always talk about this with some of these machines, but these, I call them mid-level machines. They have so much technology in them and so many features for the price point compared to the very top of the lines. So super excited about this machine, and thank you for coming on our show, and we surely do appreciate it. And what a great job you did.
Thank you. Absolutely. And I hope to meet all of y'all out there. We do have a bunch of Facebook groups out there. I have my own personal one. So if you see us out there, stop by and say hey. And thank you so much, Blaine, for having me on. This was a lot of fun. I loved it.
Great. Our pleasure. Hopefully we'll get you on here again real soon.
Anytime.
All right, guys, we got to tell you how you can get this Altair. Now, again, this is the Baby Lock Altair, and this is that kind of mid-level machine. Guys, the normal price on this is $8,999, and you are getting a ton of technology when you get this machine. But right now, we do have a call-in special on it. You have to give us a call to get that special pricing, but we have a really good price. And Kyle just informed me we were selling them while Anna was talking. We were selling some, and we're down to three units. 3 units, Kyle's saying. So it is going pretty fast. So really quick, I'm going to go through some of the features on this machine on the embroidery side. Guys, this thing, it has 494 embroidery designs built in. 200 of them are Baby Lock exclusives. It has 10 floral red work designs, 10 border designs. It has the fonts embellishment, 32 of those, 15 buttonhole embroidery designs in 3 sizes, totaling 45. Has 15 buttonhole frame designs, 160 large decorative stitch designs, 140 frame combinations, and the list just keeps going on and on, all on the embroidery side of it. It also comes with 4 hoops. So you're going to get that 9.5 by 14, which is huge. It's got a huge hoop that comes with it. And that is the largest embroidery field on the machine as well, as that 9.5 by 14. You're also going to get that square 9.5 by 9.5 hoop. You're getting that 5 by 7, and then you're going to get that 4 by 4 hoop that comes with it. On the sewing side of the house on this thing, again, it packs so many things. And I think Anna kind of talked a little bit about the number of built-in stitches. This thing has 771 built-in sewing stitches, 150 utility, including 15 one-step buttonhole styles and 1 4-step buttonhole, custom buttonhole. It has 442 decorative stitches, 79 decorative satin, 20 satin, 17 cross, and 63 combinable utility stitches. It has the 25-year warranty on it, plus the 10-year parts it's covered, 5-year computer circuits and 5-year electrical, and 1 year of labor. And guys, this thing, I can't say enough about this machine. We got to launch this back in the year, earlier in the year, the first time it was ever be able to sold online. And this has been a huge machine ever since. And it's been a great machine for Baby Lock. And these things, thousands of them have been sold, and people just absolutely love this machine. So anyway, give us a call right now if you're interested in this or have any questions on it, 800-401-8151. If you're on the website right now, you can go to SewingMachinesPlus.com. Up in the search bar at the top, just type in Altair. It'll take you right to that product page. And then also, if you're on the website, you just want to go to SMPLive.tv. You can find that product. Just click on it right there, and it'll take you to the product page. So a couple ways you can find that product. But we have a great special on it. You have to call in to get it, or you have to speak to a live chat agent. But guys, I'm telling you right now, if you've been interested in this machine, they're flying off the shelf. I mean, I don't know what the number was we started out with, but Kyle said, hey, these things are going fast. And I said, well, he told me we had 3 left. So it's already down to 3. And so if y'all want to get on this, jump on it today. We do have more coming in, but this is one of those machines that we can't take pre-orders. Once those 3 final ones are gone, the price is gone. You won't get that special again. So anyway, make sure you get on the phone right now and give us a call and get yours ordered. All right, guys, we're going to keep moving. We've got the show coming up. Right now, we have Grace in the house again. We have Mark Martin and we have Jana Matthews, and they are going to talk all about that CuniQ 15 Pro this morning. And guys, this is one of those another great quilting machines that if you've been dreaming about getting into quilting, this is a great way to get into it. So y'all welcome to the show, Jana and Mark. Good morning, guys.
Morning,
Good
Blaine.
morning. How are you doing, Blaine?
Hey, I am so good this morning. I'm excited. And even though it's day 3, it feels like it's day 1 because it's been flying by so fast. And I know everybody out there is excited to see this 15 Pro. So we're going to let y'all take it away, and I'll come back and talk to you in about 25 minutes.
That's fantastic, Blaine. Thank you. Yeah, Jen and I are both excited to be part of this Sew Fest. So many days with wonderful products. There's just so much overload, product after product after product. And we're very grateful to be able to have the opportunity to talk about our wonderful products. And today is no different, right, Janet, with our 15 Pro?
Exactly. I saw in the comments earlier, people were saying, oh, there's so many great stuff at Sew Fest. I want it all. And here we are with another product that you're going to say the same thing. You're going to say, I want that as well.
That's right. The 15 Pro, if you're thinking about quilting, I know there's a lot of machines out there, and you've been, like I said, overload, and you're looking, and you're deciding what machine to buy. We'll go over the features of the 15 Pro, what comes with it. We'll talk about everything that you need to know about the 15 Pro, because we want you to be able to be part of the Grace family. If you already are thinking about getting a mid-arm, now's the time to do it, during this Sew Fest with the wonderful prices. And in fact, let's just find out. I'm curious, those who are watching, How many of you have been thinking, no, I want to get a mid-arm, I want to be able to increase or move forward with my hobby and get something that's a little bigger, stitch regulated. If you've been thinking about that, put a 1 in the comments if you've been thinking about getting a mid-arm machine.
Yeah, exactly. I think we have a lot of people, right? Like they've got that domestic, or they're using their domestic for that first little pushing it through the fabric through the machine, and they're ready for that next level. They're tired of slugging it over their shoulder, lifting it up with their leg, moving it through the space. And they want to do bigger designs too, because that's the other best part about having a mid-arm is now your quilt blocks can be that much larger.
That's right. A lot of ones coming in, Jana.
Oh,
a lot of ones.
More than I expected,
Yeah, a lot of ones. So if you are putting a 1 in the comment, then you're the person for this machine. The 15 Pro, it's been our best-selling machine. The size, the price, the movement is lightweight, and it gives all the features that you need to do your quilting. And so the 15 Pro is, again, one of our best-selling machines. And a lot of wonderful features on the 15 Pro. Yeah, some of the comments, need this, Sew Fest. Yeah, hi to you both. Yeah, hi everybody. Good morning. Welcome everybody who's joining us. So thank you, and again for all those ones. So let's dive in to the reasons why, if you're looking at getting a Grace machine, that the 15 Pro is the one to get.
Yeah, exactly. One of my favorite things about this machine, number 1, is the stitch per minute, right? So you have your domestic machine, but with this machine, you can get 2,000 stitches per minute. And I don't know many people who can quilt faster than that, right? Maybe if you're playing around, it'll get faster, but to start off 2,000 stitches per minute, which is a lot for and that's with the encoders. Past that, you're past the encoders and your stitch regulation won't be the same, but 2,000 within that stitch regulation.
Yeah, that's pretty fast for sure. And so a lot of those who have been looking at getting the 15 Pro are the ones who want or move away from their 9S machine. And there's nothing wrong. We know as a quilter that you already own the 9S machine. You feel comfortable, you love it. You're just now outgrowing that throw space and you're looking to get something a little bigger, faster, at a price that fits your budget. What's nice about the 15 Pro is we wanted a lot of those professional features that you see on the more expensive machines built into our 15 Pro at a cost that allows you to transition from your smaller machine into the 15 Pro.
And when we talk about that bigger space, right, it's that throat space, which is this back of the needle here, all the way to the back of the throat. You can see that's 15 inches. That gives you such a large reach. And then also on the 15 Pro, you have this measurement here that's 8.5 inches. So not only do you have this throat space that's going to give you as much space as you need for quilting to do those bigger designs, but you also have this space here. So as it's rolling on the rail, if you're using a rolling rail, you have that space to roll it up at the top.
That's right. It helps with, as you're doing large quilts, it helps with a thicker rolling of the fabric to be able to build up in there because you have that nice bigger throat area. Again, so many wonderful features. Now, features are probably not the only thing that can set this machine apart. A lot of it is space. It could be the value. It could also be the company you're buying from. And Grace Company, for those who probably own their product or have listened, as we've been on Sew Fest for a long time, Grace Company's customer service, as we work with our dealer Sew Machines Plus, we take care and make sure all the customers are taken care of. So not only are you buying a machine at a wonderful price, but you're also getting that customer service. If something were to happen, we take care of you. We know that things possibly can, but with Grace customer service, the Grace family helps make sure that the customer is up and quilting, so that way you're not down and out for weeks. You can continue to quilt, and so you not only get a wonderful machine, but you also get that customer service that comes with the Grace product.
Yeah, that's a great thing, Mark. The Grace Company, as well as SMP, that's one of our favorite things about partnering with wonderful dealers like Sewing Machines Plus, and then to have the wonderful Sewing Machines Plus network, that they have the same customer service in mind as we do.
That's right. All right, so we talked about the throat size, stitches per minute, it's 2,000. Let's talk about the functionality of the machine as well, what you get with the machine as far as the screen feature. So the screen is a 2.5 touchscreen. It is color touchscreen. You get the 4 stitch modes from precise to cruise, based, and manual. So they're pretty standard in the industry. You could use that from the touch screen or from the buttons on the handlebars, which is really nice. So you can actually function both of them from the handlebars or from the screen at your choosing.
Right, it's great if you're quilting along and you need to get that, you can go up and touch it. The other thing I love about the screen is it has a little screw here on the side, a little knob, and you can adjust that handle forward or back so your screen is set for your height. So of course for Mark, he's a little bit taller than I am, so we're gonna set it up so it's facing up towards him. When I'm using the machine, I can twist it down and face it direct where I want it to be.
That's right, so adjustable screen. Within the screen too, as you choose your settings, as in we're in precise, so precise is regulated mode. And precise won't start until you start. So if you're quilting, I'm going to go ahead and just hit the start button on the handlebar, which would be the button on the right. If I go ahead and start that, right now the machine is actually on, but you see it's not stitching until I move it. So if I move it, then it turns on. So with precise, you're going to get that precise stitch every time. And when I go slow, it goes slow, and when I speed up, it speeds up. Look how simple and easy that is for me to move the machine too with just one hand. But precise gives you that nice, precise quilting. And if I stop, if I could hold it steady, the machine will stop right there. So if I keep going, the needle will keep going. So that's on precise.
I love the precise mode for just general stitching, quilting, everything like that. But the next mode I really love though is cruise. And cruise is great for going, the machine will go whether you're moving the machine or not. So if you're filling in a spot, sometimes if you're doing precise and you're going back and forth in these little things, it's starting and stopping, it doesn't give you that smooth mode. With cruise, it continues to go. So I'm going to switch over to cruise now. So now we're in cruise. And as I move, you can see whether I'm moving the screen or the machine or not, it's still sewing. So I can stop and it's still sewing. So that's great as I'm doing a small section. It's going to help me fill in that spot easily. And you can tell as we're going along, I'm not gripping the handles here.
Yeah.
It's a quick, easy glide. I don't have to grip. We have a lot of people tell me, oh, I can't make a fist. What do I do? How do I hold it? All you have to do is move it along. I can do it one-handed. I'm not gripping this along. It's an easy, smooth transition.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. That's what I love about not only the 15 Pro, but the frames that it comes on. It's smooth. You know, the 15 Pro is dual wheels that gives you that smooth movement. And so the carriage, the track, everything that comes with, or you can get with the machine is all dual, so you can move that around. And even if you get it with our other frames that have a single track, you can have that same smooth moving around of the machine. And that's a great transition, and that I think helps those who are looking at getting a machine. Think about this, you know, if you're sitting there and you know you've been quilting and you're moving the fabric around, which we all know, there's a lot of wonderful quilters who can do that. But over time, you know, your upper body, your hands, your shoulders, as you move that fabric around, get something that is easier. You know, this is a fun hobby, something you enjoy doing. Get the 15 Pro on a frame that you can move around, smooth, easy, a wonderful transition too from the smaller machines to the mid-arm. There's not a big learning curve, and I love that about the Grace machines. You're not needing to take hours and hours and hours of classes, study the manual to understand how to do it. The manual that comes with talks about how to get it started. So there's how-to videos, there is what do I need to do, maintenance videos, and so you can easily maintain and use a machine on your own doing just from the manuals that you have. And so as we go through the machine itself, it is just easy to do. Let's talk about the buttons on the handles. What do they do?
Well, one of my favorite things about these handles is that you can go from the right hand to the left hand. You can switch them out. So currently we have it set up as a right hand. So when I press this button, the machine starts and stops. And this button over on this side is my up and down of my needle. Mm-hmm. However, if I was left-handed and wanted them swapped, I can easily do that in the settings. I don't have to be only doing my right hand and left hand.
That's right. So there's some customizations you could have with the 15 Pro with the handles, moving it from one hand to another hand, which is fantastic. You also could increase and decrease your stitches per minute and your stitch length. And if you're wanting to do that, that is on the handlebars on the left side and right side. So these smaller ones will function in those settings. And again, this is all in the manual that helps you as you're doing your quilting process. Now, going back to the screen, a couple of nice features I love about the 15 Pro is it has a needle jog function. The needle jog allows me to move the needle down to the spot. So we can get a close-up here on the needle, and we're going to look at, if I'm quilting and I want to go ahead and pick up back where I left off at, the needle is above the fabric, and so we can get a close-up on the needle shot here. Now, you can see where the needle is up top here, and what I want to do is I want to pick back up where I left off or get as close to that last stitch. And in order to do so, I can go needle down, right? And I can see if I'm on point. I can do that. If you have a laser, you can point that down as well. Or if you stretch back to the back of the machine, there's a hand wheel that you can twist, all right? But if you're vertically challenged and you can't reach that back there, we have on the screen now the needle jog. I'm gonna go ahead and hit the needle jog, and what you'll see on the needle is we'll go down. So let's go ahead and get that needle close up again as I move the needle point so we all can see that. Close up on the needle there. All right, so if I hit needle jog, look at the needle. Oh, I hit needle down, sorry. Let me go ahead and do this again. You can see that it's going up in increments. Okay, so you can actually move the needle down in increments, so you can go right above that, and you can see that my needle now is right above where I wanted to start stitching again. And that's just a nice small feature that's built into the screen. You have that needle jog on there. And plus overspeed. Overspeed is a way to allow, or for the machine to tell you as a quilter, hey, you're going a little faster than you should.
That often happens as we have people come up for the first time. They've never touched a machine before and they don't know quite what the speed is. So they're just gonna floor it, put the pedal to the metal, and just start quilting, right, and doing a design. And so often we don't have that for just anybody using the machine. But yeah, that overspeed really helps us to be aware, hey, you're going just a little bit faster. I saw one of the questions was, how do the encoders work? And that's part of the overspeed. So what the encoders are wheels attached to your wheels of your machine and your carriage, and they gauge as they're rolling how fast your machine is going or how slow. So then it keeps the stitches steady. So you have the same stitch length, whether you're going fast or slow.
That's right. And they are precise stitch regulation modes, so those encoders are phenomenal. The other thing about the 15 Pro that I love is it has a dual cone stand. One is for threading the machine, which we'll talk about here in a minute, and the other one is perfect for the bobbin winder. So yes, it has a built-in bobbin winder to wind all your bobbins, and you can wind your bobbins before or after your projects, or you can even do it while the machine is running, or the machine doesn't have to be running. Right now, I can go ahead and flip that bobbin winder on, and I can wind the bobbins without the machine actually running. And so that's a wonderful feature with the 15 Pro.
The other feature that I really love about the 15 Pro is the fact that you have, you can go from your stitch lengths, right? From 4 inches in an inch, which is really big, down to 16 inches in an inch. So, or 16 stitches in an inch. So you can have whatever design you're trying to do, you can keep them the same throughout. You can do different sizes for your quilt, but it has that capability. So you're not limited with just 1 stitch per inch or just a couple, that you can go from 4 stitches per inch to 16.
That's right. So there's a lot of features. We just touched upon a few of them with the machine. And again, going back to the whole comment with Grace Company's customer service and who you're buying from, that could really trump a lot of the features. If you're looking at a machine that you're like, oh, I wish I had this feature, think about some of the features, like, do I really need that? Is it going to get me where I want to go? The machine itself with the features, with stitch regulation, the needle jog, a few features on the screen, easy to use, easy to maintain, or some of the things I ask myself when I'm looking at getting a machine is how easy is it to maintain or to use, especially because I'm going from my own domestic machine into a long arm. I want to know how easy it is to maintain something like this, because I've seen some of the comments like, I've never used a long arm before is what we always hear. I'm scared to use a long arm or a mid arm. Don't be scared. Again, if you're thinking about getting this, and there's a lot of ones, or if you're just now joining us, now's the time to buy the 15 Pro with all the glorious features that you get with it. Is easy to use and maintain.
Well, and one of the things you talked about, it's easy to maintain. A lot of times you have to take your machine in once a year, take it to the service place, get it all oiled and everything. And that's the beauty about CuniQ machines, is that you don't have to do that every year, right? As long as you're doing the oiling as it says in the instruction manual, taking care of it, cleaning, all those kinds of things, you don't have to take it every year all the time.
That's right. With our machines, we have it sealed on the bottom here. So all the lint that you can get from all the thread used, either cotton or sometimes those polyester threads, all the lint that builds up, you can easily blow those out. That's right, you can just blow those out with the canister, because if it's sealed, nothing will go in the back and travel into the machine to do that. And oiling the machine, like Janice says, is really, really simple. Up top here, we have a spot for the needle bar, and then we oil the bobbin hook. So very simple to maintain. Outside of that, the machine comes with tools needed for you to help maintain your own machine. You in your own home, it comes with a timing tool as an example, and that's one that is really like, wow, a timing tool, right? We would love to say that machines don't come out of timing. They do happen, and when it does happen, we give you the tools needed to time your own machine, or that's when you can take it into your wonderful dealer to help them or have them help you time the machine. Okay. So I love when it stitches. I want to go ahead and let's fire this on, because I know you want to see how it stitches, how beautiful the stitches is, how it sounds, how simple it is. So I'm going to go ahead and just hit start right now. And it's against on cruise. We'll go ahead and keep it on cruise. Like Janice says, we're going to go up and down. And you can actually set that. That's one thing before I start. Let's go back. You can actually set that at a percentage. Right now it's at 15%. So I can move that down and have it go to 5%. So when I start it, you can see it's much slower on the 5%. Okay, so it's keeping right there, okay? So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna keep quilting along here. Just simple, easy designs. I'm just gonna do some stippling, but you can see how beautiful that is, how simple the transaction is. And I could just do this for a long time. It is so relaxing, so, fun and easy.
Yeah, I think one of the questions we get a lot from people who are kind of unsure, is this machine for me, right? Piecing is something they love. They love piecing, which is why I have so many quilt tops that need to be completed, right? Piecing is fun. You get to design and do all those things. And then it comes to the quilting and it feels less fun because you're trying to force it through. Well, now with the mid-arm, that gives you that extra space, so you can do quilt blocks that are 13 inches or smaller, so because you have that wonderful throat space. And now it becomes fun, right? One of my favorite things about one of our educators, Carla Jerome, she is always doodling, right? She's always got a little notepad, she's doing designs, and that's what this is. It's doodling with the machine rather than with a pen and paper. And it's the same thing. When you sign your name, you're signing with a pen and the paper stays still. But when you're signing, you never take the paper and move it, right? You're always using the tool. So this is the same way. You're designing and doodling with fabric and your machine rather than with the needle.
That's right, which makes it so fun and easy. A lot of comments come in. I love to see the comments. It is easy to sew. It is so fun to sew, easy for sure. And there's no tricks. There's no gimmicks. We're doing this live. You're going to see firsthand how simple this machine is to move around and to have fun with it. And as a quilter, that's what we want. This is such a fun hobby. We want to produce all these wonderful products to help you in this hobby. Again, transition from what you have to something bigger, because we all know sooner or later, we all want to go bigger. You're looking at that next big machine. What do I get with the machine? The features of the machine. So now again, like I said, it's the time. If you are watching this, and again, you put a 1 in the comment, if you've been thinking about getting on our mid-arm, it is so fun with the 15 Pro. So easy, and it's just phenomenal. So using the 15 Pro, we talked about a lot of the features. Now let's talk about threading the machine. Threading the machine, again, it's not a head scratcher. Threading the machine is really simple.
Yeah, the nice thing is you do have the cones over here. Now we use our finesse thread. It's a nice mid-arm size cone to go with our mid-arm project. It's enough to do a king size quilt. But you just come up here to the thread tower, it comes down, and it's easily, everything is along here on the side and comes down. That's right. You got a few guides on this side. I know you can't see it from this angle, but just over here you have a few just thread guides that you thread it through, and then you're good to go on threading your machine. All right, so those are some of the features of the machine that we talked about. Now let's talk about what you get within the box of the machine. You can see as we are moving the camera that there's stuff attached to it. A lot of those cords you see in the back
are for the automation that we had set up. And so yes, you can add automation to this machine at any time. So Quilt Motion is our automation, and that could be added on. But that doesn't come with as an accessory. What you get within the machine box, you get the warranty card, you get extra bobbins, extra needles, you get a sample thread pack, setup tools.
You also get a wonderful hopping foot adjustment tool. So when you're removing that needle and it's finally gotten dull or got bent or something and you're switching it out, you need to take that hopping foot tool so that you can adjust that. And also, we did a quilt the other day and we had a lot of layers because we were doing some applique, and we needed to adjust that hopping foot tool just a little bit higher so we'd have room for all the layers. So that comes with it as well.
That's right, and that's what I love about the tools, the hopping foot tool, is at any time that you're doing a thicker quilt, if you're in a cold area and you have a thicker quilt, you want to do a couple battings in there so it's nice and thick, or even a heavier blanket, the hopping foot tool allows you to adjust the hopping foot height to get it perfect every time, to make sure that it is where it needs to be. It comes with a needle magnet, and the needle magnet is cool because that helps you stay straight and aligned. So when you put your new needle in, you can put that needle magnet on there to make sure that eye of the needle is straight so that all the stitching you're doing is perfect. If we know if that needle is just crooked a little bit, that can affect your stitches, and so that needle magnet helps you stay on point to where your stitches will stay that way. You can see as we keep this picture that we have our open toe foot. This is an accessory that you can get with the machine. So normally with the machine, you get a closed hopping foot, a standard hopping foot, but we went ahead and put on our open toe that you can see. I love the hopping toe because you can actually see what you're doing if you're tracing patterns. Just having that visual of the needle, I know a lot of quilters love. So this is an addition or an accessory that you can purchase to go on the 15 Pro.
Yeah, now we've had a lot of questions. People have been asking, what's the setup? How can we put the 15 Pro on something? And this setup is on our continuum frame, and we've set it up half size just so it fits in our studio here easier. But you can put the 15 Pro, get ready, on any of our current frames,
Boom.
right?
Oh,
Boom.
that's amazing.
And most of our past frames. So if you have a Grace quilting frame that you've had for years, you've been using your domestic machine on it, and you're thinking, is it possible to put a mid-arm on it? Yes, yes. You can get, the 15 Pro can work on most of our quilting frames, and like I said, all our current frames. So that's the Continuum, the Q-Zone Queen, the Hoop frame, and the Cutie. And all our current frames with the 15 Pro can have automation added.
That's right. Now, I know Blaine has a wonderful price that he is offering for all those quilters. Before we get to Blaine though, again, let's just recap on how beautiful this machine is. Beautiful stitch. I'm just going to quickly turn it back on again as we move it around. It's just so nice, so quiet, so easy, fun to move around. Again, just a couple fingers, I can get the pattern. Again, I'm just doing stippling, but if you want to do your flowers, your swirls, the smooth movement of the carriage plus the dual wheels allows you to be very creative. If you're new to mid-arm or new to free motion quilting, get started. Don't be scared. Don't I can't do that. You can absolutely do that, and the 15 Pro will allow you to do it much easier and quicker. So again, Jana, beautiful stitches, easy to thread, built-in bobbin winder, the 2.5-inch touchscreen, all the features that you get with the touchscreen, the stuff you get in the box. There's a lot of things that comes with the 15 Pro. And right out of the box, there's only a couple things you need to do to set it up. The handlebars already come attached. You got to put the screen on and add the encoders.
And
right?
then you're ready to start stitching.
And you're ready to start stitching. So out of the box experience is really nice. So get yours through Blaine and his team. I know they have a wonderful team that takes care of all their quilters. Grace Company, we're very happy to have presented this machine, Blaine, and I know that there's a lot of people looking to buy the 15 Pro. So let's go ahead and share them with the price that you have going on at Sew Fest.
Well, thanks, Mark. Thanks, Jana, for a great demonstration. And you're right. We've got two packages today, guys, for the 15 Pro. Now, if you've already got a frame, let's say you bought a Cutie frame or you bought a Q-Zone frame a while back, and you've got your domestic machine on there, that hoop frame. Now you can upgrade it to the 15 Pro. We've got two packages for you. So the first package is going to be that machine head only, and we're going to give you a free accessory bundle. Now, that accessory bundle, we have a ton of stuff in that accessory bundle, but you can buy this head only for $3,989 with the accessory bundle. And that accessory kit It's going to include the ruler base. It's going to cut that hopping foot kit, the mini, the 1 and 5 inch mini quilt clips. You're getting the bobbins. You're getting the MR needles, size 18. You're getting the Leah Day rulers. You're getting that super slide. You're getting the mini slide, the slice, and it's all valued about $205. Okay, so we're going to give you your choice. You can get that 15 Pro with the accessory kit. Again, $3,989. We have financing available for 36 months. Just makes it just a hair over $110 a month. Guys, we have got, this is a great kit. You can go right to the website, SewingMachinesPlus.com. You can type in the CuniQ 15 Pro to see it. Now, the other package we have, let's say that you need a frame. We're going to give you your choice now, either one of those packages. Now, this price is $41.89, and we're going to throw in you don't get the accessory pack with this bundle, but you get the cutie frame. So now if you wanted to get a tabletop frame to go with this, a great package. Now, if you want to get a different frame, there would be a little bit of an upcharge to go to a bigger frame, and give us a call and we can work out some specials for you on that as well. But on this one, $41.89 with that cutie frame, and you can be quilting. As soon as you get this in, you can put that on that frame. It'll put on a fold-out table. You can put it on your kitchen bar, dining room table, wherever you want. You could set this up, and it makes it very easy to store. That cutie frame, again, folds flat. You can put it under the bed. You can hold it vertically and put it in a closet. But guys, we have 2 different packages here today. Again, great pricing on it. The first one is that CuniQ 15 Pro. It's $39.89. You're getting that free accessory bundle. And then package number 2 is that CuniQ 15 Pro. You're getting the machine plus the cutie frame for $41.89. 2 great packages today, guys. So again, give us a call, 800-401-8151, or go to smplive.tv, click on the product page. It'll take you, or that cutie or Pro 15, it'll take you to the product page, and you can check it out there. And you can also speak to live chat agents. And I'm telling you right now, our team, we are experts when it comes to quilting machines. So anybody you talk to at our call center, they're going to be experts on any of that. They can help you with robotics. They can help you with the frame combinations. Anything you want to know, they're going to be able to tell you about the cuties and the CuniQs and any of those frames. So give us a call right now, 800-401-8151. So, hey, let's bring Angela Wolf back in. So,
hi,
Angela,
Blaine.
How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm loving the show so far.
We have got a great start already, and products are flying off the shelves, and already it's like, people kind of they know we put the schedule out, Angela. So what they do, they go to our homepage, SewingMachinesPlus.com. They click on that Sew Fest banner, and then what they do, they go down to the schedule, click on the day, and they start looking at all the products, and they start calling and getting the deals before they even come up on air, because they afraid they're going to run it. We're going to run out or something like that. I don't know, but it's like we had this morning on one of the Baby Lock machines. We had plenty in stock, and Kyle says, "Dude, we're already down to 3." So,
oh my! Hey, I always go through the list and see who I really want to watch. Maybe it's something new or something that I never thought of calling in early. That's brilliant.
It is brilliant, and so they're getting ahead of the game. And that happened yesterday with Sarah Vetzer. She had those brother machines that she was showing, and one of them we had plenty in stock. And Kyle, as soon as she went on air, Kyle goes, "Man, we are already sold out." I couldn't believe it. And so we got on the phone with brother, was like, "Hey, we've got another order. Where is it?" They said, "Hey, we got 8 more of these. They're shipping today to you." So we said, "Hey guys, we'll honor the price on these 8, but after those 8 are gone, it's gone." And so I'm trying to communicate to people the ones that we can honor the price and let them pre-order. And some, when those quantities are gone, that they're gone on that price. Because I really got some really good pricing on some of these, and I'm passing those savings on the customers, but a lot of times the manufacturers don't let me double dip. They don't let me order another bunch at that same price. So I don't get that good deal. I can't pass it on to you, but I try my best, Angela.
You try your best. Actually, Sarah's going to be on again today, which is very exciting. She's showing some fabulous machines. I love this. Oh, by the way, thank you. I see the Wolfpack. I think one of the Wolfpack members won your drawing yesterday. Did you say Zena won yesterday for your
Yeah.
1 of 5. High five to her.
She's in the finalists. Yep, she's one of the finalists.
That's awesome. And I see everybody. Hey, everyone. This is so much fun, Blaine. So much fun. And you know what? You know who's coming next? One of both of our favorite people. Great
Yes.
friend of mine. Very talented. I think, how did her machines do yesterday? I don't know. If you ran out, we might be in trouble today.
Well, luckily we really loaded up on the PRS100s because, you know, honestly, that's been one of the most popular machines of the year. It is just crazy how many people are buying this thing because of the versatility that you can do hats, you can do all kinds of, you know, shirts and pant legs and all those different things. Plus, you can quilt with it. So people are being very creative with this machine. And I tell you, it's been a huge seller for us. And, you know, you get somebody with the level of Cindy Hogan coming on talking about it, that even makes it better. So I'm going to let you take it away and get Cindy on here, and let's start showing everybody this PRS100.
That sounds great. See you shortly, Blaine. All right, so the next guest needs no introduction, but she is amazing. Actually, she needs introduction because in case you don't know who Cindy Hogan is, she is a fabulous brother, educator, brand ambassador. She has a show that she has every Tuesday, Software Shut-In. If you need to know anything about software, she is the guru of software. And she's also magnificent on the multi-needle machines. So today, we're not on a multi-needle machine, but it's kind of like a change from just a regular sewing machine to embroidery, the Persona, and Cindy Hogan. Cindy Hogan, welcome to the show. I'm so excited to see you again. How are you?
I'm great. How about yourself, Angela?
So now you didn't fly in at midnight last night, so you're refreshed,
No.
coffee.
Coffee, no, but I've had my Mio, so I'm good to go.
You're good to go. Well, Cindy, yesterday...
I think this one's the crossover machine.
Yeah, the crossover machine. That's a good word for it. And yesterday you gave such a great demo. The hat thing blew people away. I'll watch the comments, but why don't you take it away, and then we'll take little breaks for the Q&A.
That's perfect. Because I'm going to kind of go back over the basics today, but then I'm going to add a little bit to it. So the Persona is a single needle machine. It has 4 spools of thread at the top to where you can stage your threads. What you do is you simply tie off and go ahead and thread. So I'll get to that in a minute because I have something we're going to stitch today, and we'll need to switch our thread in order to do that. But let's take a closer look. This machine is an 8x8, is its largest single hooping hoop. Okay, so let me show you what that one looks like. And here we go. Here's our 8x8, really nice large size. And here is the 4x4. It comes with an 8x8, a 4x4, and then it has some little tiny hoops that allow you to get into small spaces. There are 4 compact frames. Oops. And they have their own driver. So there's our little 4 compact frames, and I lost the inner ring. It just went to my feet on one of these. So these are our little compact frames. I want y'all to try to hold all of these in one hand. It accepts a USB drive, and it has it is iBroidery compatible. Boy, I'm having a hard time talking today, and I didn't even get off a plane. So let's get started and take a closer look at the machine. Let me wake my guy back up and bring you to the screen. So there are 405 built-in designs on this machine, and each of them are in a category. So if we touch a category, you can actually scroll through to see what designs are there and available for you. If you want to go check out another category, simply touch return and then go into the next category. Here we have some different frame shapes to be able to embellish with. Those are great for monogramming. If we come into this category, you have your quilting stitches. So if you want to quilt in your hoop, you can certainly do that with these little quilting stitches. And if we go in here, these are our alphabet designs. So these are quite fun as well. And there are some beautiful designs in here. Let's come touch this category right here and touch this one. So these are really pretty embroidery designs. Let's zoom in on them. They are actually font designs, so you don't type them in like a keyboard. We do have 20 built-in fonts, but these are the ones that are not, they are font designs instead of fonts, I would say. So let's zoom out and close this little window here. So that's those. You also have a basically an alpha. What am I trying to say? An applique alphabet. You have a Greek alphabet built in, so there's quite a few fun alphabet designs that you have available to you, as well as the 20 built-in fonts, including on the second page, small fonts, great for quilt labels, great for the back of caps, great for collars and cuffs. So these are about 1/4 of an inch. And if you're typing something in, you touch, we're on the capital letters, we go down to the lowercase, type in the extra that you want, and then touch set, and there you go. So I told you they were tiny, teeny tiny letters, and that's how tiny they are. And they are specially digitized for small spaces. So keep those in mind as well. So I'm going to go ahead and delete that one. And let's come in and look at our frame shapes. These are great as well to build your own monogram frames. You have tons of different shapes in here, and each of them have an array of different stitch options. So if you chose the heart, you have different stitch options that you can select from. And if you're not sure if you want it, you can go ahead and touch that hoop first to be able to see what you actually are looking at before you choose it. If you said, you know, that's not it, you can go ahead and touch another one, go back in and zoom in on it to see, do I like that one better? You know, I liked our first one better. So that would have been the one that I would select. You also have, I mean, you've just got multiple options here. I love that this is all built onto my machine without having to go someplace else and work with it in software. So let's go and see what else we have. I'm going to return and let's go into our first category and pick some designs. So let's go with grapes today. I'm feeling in a whiny mood today. You have a repeating feature. I covered this the other day, but I'm going to briefly show it again. You can add to the top and to the bottom. You can move it and change to the side and add to the rows to the side after you've added to the top and the bottom. You can spread the designs out. And usually you have to kind of hit recenter again, or there is a trick. If you take it all the way over to the left side, you can then stretch it out. And if we go to the opposite direction and stretch them out, if you go all the way to the top, because you'll notice that they're stretching out to the bottom, go all the way to the top, you can stretch those out and you can make your own designs right here. The fun thing about these are when you're done, they will have automatically color sorted for you. Oops, no, I lied. You touch the color sort key and they will color sort for you. Okay, so you don't have to go back and forth and change your threads. That is the beauty of it. So let's go ahead and touch home and pick another design. I'm going to come in here and let's grab our little pig. I did him the other day. He's kind of cute. We can copy directly on the machine. And if you want to make sure they are centered, if you touch the center button, you can then move one to the side and you can select the other one and move it over to the other side. You have a mirror tool directly on the screen. So if you touch the mirror tool, there you go. To add text to that, you simply touch the add button, come in and grab it, and let's name Mr. Blaine a pig today. We'll say IE. So you could have selected large, medium, or small directly here on the screen after starting to type. I generally go ahead and touch the array to see what I've got, but I can tell that my text is too large. And if I changed it in this screen, it only changes the last letter. So I'm not going to do that. We're going to go ahead and cycle back up to large so that they're all the same size. To start, go ahead and touch set. And then when you touch the size key here, you can shrink those letters in or make them larger. And then take your arrow tool and move the text above the design. And you've got your design ready to go. When you say embroidery, it has a built-in basting stitch around the design. So all you do is touch basting stitch and it automatically puts the basting stitch on. Let's look and show you one other trick with this guy. Actually, I'm going to show that in a little bit. When aligning, I'll show you that when we go to my larger frame. So if you touch the color sort key, it automatically color sorts your embroidery design to where all of the same colors sew at the same time. Makes it super simple. If you need to change your alignment, you have your rotate keys directly here on the screen. So those are our basics. And oh, wait a minute. Let me show you one last thing. Up here at the top, it tells you which frames your design will fit in. So you don't make the mistake of hooping in a hoop that's too small for your design. It's automatically going to show you which ones can be used, and it grays out anything that's not there. When I come back tomorrow, we'll talk about hats and what happens when you have the hat cap frame on. When you have the cap frame on, this automatically rotates itself into the correct orientation so that you don't make the mistake of not rotating your design to go to the correct direction. All right, Angela, do we have questions right now before I move on? Nope. Okay. So we're going to talk about the split design feature. There is, with our software, P Design 11, and there are other software programs out there that do this, but I'm going to tell you, I'm a Brother software person, so our P Design 11, actually down to, I believe, version 8 allows you to split embroidery designs, but I do believe it's down to 9 that gives you the 8x8 frame. So I've done half of my design to be able to show you how this is going to work, and I'll take us to the last stitch in the first half of this design so you can understand how to align things. So the first thing we need to do is give it support. So you either need to put on the extension table that comes with the optional free motion quilting kit, or use the tubular frame support, which is what I'm going to use. And then I'm going to insert my hoop back onto the machine. So let's slide this guy back in, and it'll click right into place. And then you slide your tubular frame support out to where it actually supports your machine, your hoop, okay? If you're using the table, you just put the table on. So it's all up to you. I've got my design on a USB stick. There's a USB port and a direct connect USB port on the right-hand side. So let's go ahead and touch the USB tool. And here is my embroidery design. If I touch side A, this is the first side that we need to do. And we want to say set. I've already done this. Like I said, I'm just going to take you to the last stitch in the design, which allows me to show you how to fast forward through things if you make a mistake or back up. The key thing to making this frame work with PE design is to move the design all the way up to the top center for the first half of the design. Okay. Once you've done that, go ahead and touch embroidery, and it's going to do its thing. All you've got to do is tie your thread off and get ready to go. So my first color would be Harvest Gold. So here we go. We're going to come in here. Did I not zoom in and let you all see that? Hold on. Let's zoom in and let you see what I just did. So I'm going to cancel this out and come into my USB so you can see it. Here's my total design. Once I touch that, I have an A part and a B part. We're going to do the A part first, okay? And we're going to touch set. And we'll take this all the way up to the top. That is the key in making this one align. And you'll notice it tells me only an 8x8 frame can be used for this. So now we'll touch embroidery. All right. Yellow is my first color, and that's what I'm going to need on the second side. So I'm going to go ahead and show you how to change the thread. There is a thread cutter built into the machine. I wish I had this on my 10 needle machine because it makes it so handy to switch out your colors. I've done that. Now I'm going to take my yellow, because my yellow is going to be the first on the last side, on the second side, and just kind of tie a knot in it. That's all you have to do. And then you're going to pull the thread out of the needle and then just pull it through the machine till you see the knot tied. Okay. Once you're there, let me show you the screen first. You're going to touch the needle threader key. This is your needle threader key. Touch that button. And then you go down and you simply put the thread underneath the threading mechanism around the little cutting mechanism and pull, and it cuts your thread. Then go back and touch your needle threader key. My needle is now threaded. Not hard at all. So that's really super simple and easy to do. So let me show you how we're going to fast forward to the stitch that we need to get to. If you get in an area and you need to change your bobbin ran out, your thread broke, whatever, you have the plus minus key here. Once you touch the plus minus key, that allows you to fast forward through colors and stitches in a design. So, and this is on many, actually the majority, all of our Brother machines, okay? So this key, if you have a Brother machine, this is how you navigate through a design. If you want to fast forward through colors, you simply just touch the plus spool, and you'll notice here, it's going to each of my colors that I want to go to. If you want to go all the way to the last one, just keep going till you get to the last color, which is not defined. And that's my basting stitch that's going to go across my design to allow me to sew the first one and the last one, the first side and the second side together. So we are going to, there are 160,045 stitches on here. So we're going to fast forward to 45. So once I got to that last color, I knew I needed to go 30, 40, and now let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Say okay, lock, and take the last stitch. Oops, I hit the wrong button. Whoop. So now, basically, I hit the wrong button there, guys. Let me do that one more time. Sorry. I got excited with my finger touching. Oop. All the way up, embroidery, go to the last stitch. One, two, three, four. Now say okay, lock, and take the last stitch. All right. So it has actually trimmed and ready to go. Now it's telling me, is it okay to embroider the next segment? Yes, that's exactly what I want it to do. So I'm going to say okay. And it allows me to select the second half. And that's what I want to choose. So now let's look at this and say set. And we're going to rotate our frame. So you take your frame out, switch it around, slide it in, snap it into place, and make sure your fabric's down in place as well. I'm using an adhesive-backed water-soluble stabilizer today. Now, touch embroidery. Once you get to embroidery, you're going to rotate this design twice 90 degrees. So let me come back up close and let you see. We're going to rotate, touch rotate, and we're going to want to go right 90 degrees twice, because you want the orientation facing the orientation of where it will actually touch up. So where the basting stitch line is needs to be facing your first half, okay? Once you've done that, say okay. Now I want you to see what happens in my hoop when I touch a key. So we're going to touch this key right here, and I'm going to tell it bottom right. And now let me show you on my machine bed what you'll see. Let me turn off the light so you can see it real good. I can see it, but you may not be able to. Y'all see that little dot right there? We want that little dot to match up with our basting stitch line. So once you've got that little dot there, we're going to look at the screen, say okay, and move our arrow keys towards the basting stitch line. And when it's lined up, we know we're ready to go. Okay. You can go ahead and stitch the basting stitch line or pass it or go through it. I'll go ahead and stitch it today. So we'll just say lock and go, and it's going to stitch my basting stitch line. I'm going to let you all hear it stitch, but I am going to slow it down just a little bit. It's doing my basting stitch. You actually can see it stitching. And I'll turn my light back on so y'all can see that. So you can see what it looks like stitching, because it does have a nice bright light. So let's go ahead and let it stitch the yellows. And while that's happening, Angela, can you come back to me?
Hi, Cindy. So
Hey,
as
Angela.
you're going through, and what you couldn't see is that everyone is like, this is the coolest thing ever. They're asking what frames come with it, and SMP staff was in there typing away.
Okay. All right, so they were actually out there typing away.
Typing away. So they answered a lot of the questions, but there was a question: does the hat frame come with the machine?
It doesn't generally come in the box. Blaine probably has a special that has the cap frame somewhere in there included. He did not tell me what his specials were today, so I don't know. But it is definitely can be added on, but it's not normally packaged within the box.
Okay, and then there was a few people that they said they're gonna have to go back and watch how you split that design. So they will go back, and you can go back and watch the replay. But did you have to use software for that? That was the common question here.
Yes, you have to use P. Well, there are multiple softwares out there that will split a design. I used P Design 11, and I've shown you the process for that. And on Brother's website, on Brother's YouTube channel, there is a video on how to set it up in the software, how to do the whole 9 yards. Actually, setting it up in the software, and doing what I just did, because I made that video for him, so I know it's out there. Some of the projects that I've done, just to kind of give you an idea. So this is the My Garden pillow that I did. These are all from these lives, guys, just so you know.
So
I'm doing these lives and finish them later. What else do I have? I have a Think Spring one.
Oh, that's cute.
I have a Deck the Halls that I did last Christmas.
Hey, you're in time for this year. You're early.
I am. I did Summer Fun, and then I've got some that I gave away the year before. So, you know, it's fun. It expands that field, and it's a nice little add-on. At one time, they had it with a package with the software and the hoop itself, and that was actually cheaper than buying the software by itself. So I don't know if they still have that or not. Depends on if Blaine still has any of those left.
I'm sure he has a deal on the software. I do know he has a really good deal on this machine, by the way, Cindy. He let me know, by the way, that it is retails for $4,999, but it's a call-in special. He cannot give the price on here. You saw a lot of the things that Cindy showed today. You can go back and watch yesterday's video if you want, but it retails for $4,999 for this sale that he has here, but it's actually cheaper. And you can only get that by calling in 1-800 better put my glasses on so I give you the right number, 401-8151. And they will help you and tell you what the real price is. There are quite a few frames that come with this. I don't know if you saw in the chat, they were posting what frames come with this machine. So just to be clear, when you call in, they can give you the rest of the information of what's included and then what maybe you could add on, because I'm sure that they have deals on those things as well. So again, this is the Brother Persona. It's a single needle, multi-needle machine. As Cindy said, it's kind of the crossover machine. It's not a multi-needle, but it does fabulous, fast embroidery, different than our usual sewing and embroidery machines. So Blaine, you want to come back here because this is an incredible deal. And I know these are going to fly out the door if they haven't already. I know yesterday was a big day, but again, they have to call in for the pricing.
Well, you're right, Angela. This machine has been just a hot seller for about 1.5 years, ever since we put them online, and we have been selling the heck out of these things. And you're right. I haven't used that term crossover yet. That was a great terminology, because it kind of is. Not only can you do hats and all the onesies and shirts and any kind of bags and things because of that cylinder arm, but also you can do quilting on it, because you can get a free motion quilting kit to go with it, and a table and everything, and the proper foot, and it just turns it into so much more. And there's so many different things. And another great feature that a lot of people don't even know about this, Durkee makes a hoop called a border frame, and you can do a split design with this. If you have some kind of software, whether it's you can get the PE design that Brother has. You can do any kind of software that you can do editing. You can actually do the design, split it, and you can do it up to an 8x14 on that Persona. So it comes with an 8x8 is the maximum embroidery area, but you can go up to 8x14 by splitting that design. And you know, Cindy does that a lot in her demonstrations, and it is such a, so that means that's why I guess it's such a versatile machine. And this thing has been so popular. But you're right, these things flying off the shelf, and I've got an unbelievable price on this. And guys, if you don't believe me, give us a call right now to get that price, because I tell you, you're not going to get the price anywhere else, and it is a smoking hot deal today.
Well, and Blaine, I'm glad you mentioned that about the jerky hoops, because a few people were asking if they have other brands of hoops, what will fit on this. So can they just call in and ask your staff, and they can find out what else they could get to add on to this machine?
Yeah, Durkee makes quite a few different hoops that'll fit. We really love the Durkee frames on this. And so they make quite a few different ones that you can use and to go with it. So you could basically, you know, get a package where you could have a complete second set of hoops. And while you're, you know, stitching out something, you could be, you know, hooping up the other one. And if you wanted to do stuff like for production and things. So we have a lot of different variations. So again, I just give us a call at 800-401-8151 and speak to one of our experts, because they can kind of coach you which way to go based on your needs, because there's a lot of different things with that. So, but great point, Angela. And I think we're going to move on, Angela. And I know Angela's coming back in here in just a few minutes, but right now it is time to bring Jane in.
Hey, Blaine.
Jane, welcome back to the show.
Thank you so much.
I know you've got an educational class coming up, so we're going to let you take it away, and y'all get this first education class started.
That's right, the first education session of the day. By the way, hey Cindy, how you doing? I love your demonstration on the PRS100. Okay, everybody, our presenter today has had her passion for sewing. She learned it from her mother, and because her mother was an amazing seamstress. And so she was around sewing machines her entire life. And by the way, I feel like that's a lot of us, because my mother was an amazing seamstress. So I was around sewing machines my whole life. Becky Thompson had a 20-year career in the United States Air Force. Go Air Force, and thank you for your service. And 17 years now as a federal civilian, she's become very comfortable with technology and combining that knowledge with quilting and machine embroidery. You can learn more about her at powertoolswiththread.com. And also, it's a family affair because her husband, also an Air Force vet, thank you for your service, is on there as well. And he makes, I got to ask about this, custom seam rippers that are stilettos. I'm confused, but we're going to ask. Please welcome to the show. Say hi to Becky Thompson. Hey, Becky, how you doing?
Hi, how are you?
Oh my gosh, I'm so happy to meet you. Both of my parents retired Air Force, so thank you for your service. That's
awesome.
Right.
That's wonderful.
Oh, when I was reading about your bio, I was like, these people are people after my own heart. I love them, and I don't even know them yet.
Well, I'm actually third generation. My grandfather retired as a navigator in the 60s. He originally was in the Army Air Corps. And then my father retired in the 80s. He was an aircraft maintenance guy and taught me all I know about how to use power tools. So the channel name just kind of flows for me. It's all about letting the machines do the work and playing with all of our power tools with thread.
I love it. Power tools with thread. I mean, that is so beautifully stated and so much fun to say. By the way, my dad was a colonel. My mom retired as a major. So our family vacations were centered around, Air Force bases. And my mom was a fantastic seamstress as well. And your husband, let's talk about this really quick before we go into this education. Talk about the seam ripper that's a stiletto, because he turns it on his lathe.
He does. Matter of fact, I didn't know. I don't have one like it's on usually right here on my cutting table, but I cleaned everything off for the show.
You can show us later.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, he turns the body of it on his lathe. I'll grab it right here. Hold on.
Okay. All right. Sorry, everybody. Just a little interlude before the education starts, but I know we want to get to we want to get to the education. She's going to be talking about cutting paper appliques with the scan and cut. All right, Beck, what you got?
Right. So this is one right here that he makes, and I have a whole video of him making these. And so it starts as a block of acrylic, and we have tons of different colors. And one end of it, it pulls out is a super sharp stainless steel seam ripper. If you can see
Love
that.
That's so
And
cool. I
these
see
are
it.
nice. If you've got arthritic fingers, these are wonderful.
Yeah.
They feel good in your hand. They've got some heft to them. And then the other end, you can close this back up. And the other end is a stiletto. So if you're a bag maker, this is really nice to help you get that under that foot and just push it through real nicely. Like I said, we have these at powertoolswiththreadstore.com. That's where we have our little shop. I've got t-shirts coming for, you have to wear a sewing shirt in your sewing room. It makes everything just feel better.
Yeah,
So,
it absolutely does. That tool is so cool. And I love the idea of how it feels good in your hand. That's awesome.
It is really nice. And we've also got them, we don't have any now. I think we're out of the necklaces, and those are wonderful for long armors. They'll wear it on their neck. And then if you've got to unpick anything, I know that never happens to anyone but me, but I can just pop it right off and get done what I need to get done and put it right back on. It's got a really strong magnet that holds it. So really, really beautiful gifts too. And we're in the process of restocking the store, but we're having trouble getting product, from overseas.
That's a good problem, Becky. That's a good problem. By the way, Angela Wolf names her seam rippers, so we'll see what she would name this one.
Okay.
I want to get right to the education, because I know people are anxious to hear everything you have to say. You're working with the ScanNCut, and you're showing us how to do paper applique.
Right. So, one of the things I love, as I said, I love to use machines to do the work. To me, it just comes out a better product. And I started doing this because when I cut out fabric for applique pieces, it looks like a 4-year-old did it sometimes, and I'm not that good. By the way, for those of you who are unaware, I am Becky Thompson from the YouTube channel Power Tools with Thread. We have over 52,000 subscribers on the channel, and today we just went over 20,000 members in our Facebook group. So I would encourage you. I'm not an employee of Brother. I am a Brother baby. I do love my Brother machines, but I'm just a home sewer like you. But I just bring you along in my journey in my sewing room, and I do a lot of tutorials. As Jane mentioned, I was in the Air Force, and one of the things the Air Force taught me how to do was to be an instructor. And so I'm able to break down a lot of the technology that's available to us, and I do all kinds of tutorials. My channel is really geared toward like the beginner embroiderer. You may have bought a combo machine, and my channel started right at the beginning of COVID. And so classes were canceled. People had these machines and they said, oh, I don't know how to use them. And on my channel, I will take you baby step by baby step we do sew alongs, we do embroider alongs. I talk about new fabric that's out on the market. I'm just like you. I'm just hanging out in my sewing room. So when I want to do a great big project, like my chickens back here, I made Lori Holt's chicken salad last year. That was a sew along I did. But every bit of the chickens, all of their bodies, her little eggs, all their combs, their wattles, all of that was cut in the ScanNCut. So I love to do that. I love making Lori Holt quilts like a lot of you do. And today I'm going to show you how I went through the process to make this. And first of all, I know a lot of you will say, well, I'm not a computer person, and I'm very intimidated by technology, and I get that. But I want to kind of get you to think about technology in a little bit different way. So we all know what this is, right? We all have these. They're cell phones. Do you know how this works? I don't, but I know how to work it, okay? We all know what this is. Well, my husband knows better than I do because he's always on the TV. But this is a TV remote. Do we know how this works? I don't know how it works, but I know how to work it pretty much. So that's kind of the mentality I want to take you on the journey with me, is you don't have to know how all of this works. You just have to know how to work it. So I take you on my channel how to download embroidery files from your favorite online designer, digitizer, and it comes in a zip file. And how do you unzip that and make all that work? I've got tutorials on how to do that. How do you do your software upgrades on your Brother machines? Like the Brother Luminaire just came out with an upgrade, and I went baby step by baby step how to do that. That's all on my channel, Power Tools with Thread. So let's get back to cutting fabric, okay? I have this Lori Holt's Be Happy. This is a gorgeous quilt, and it is an enormous amount of work, and it is well worth it. But Lori has a different method. If any of you follow her, you know that she will take a piece of fabric and a piece of like Pellon, some sort of interfacing, and stitch around it 100% around the entire shape. She'll kind of pull it apart, make a snip in the back, and then turn it, and then stitch that down. Well, y'all, that's just too much work. Life is short. I want to get it done. And so what I did was on this Be Happy, we're going to do some chickens. Y'all, I love chickens. I've got chickens myself. I got 6 of them out back. But there's a hens block. Can you see the hens block? And it's got 2 chickens, a brown one and a yellow one. You can make them any color that you want. And there's 2 wings, and there are 2 combs. And then there are 2 legs on each chicken. So that's a total of 4 legs. That's a lot of cutting. And I just don't want to do that. So when you make one of these quilts, you normally will need to get like Lori Holt's Simple Shapes. Okay. But you can do this with any applique quilt pattern. I am working on my channel right now, I am working on this adorable Gnome for the Holidays. And I've got it hanging up right here behind me. And this is a sample. I have to thank my friend Betty, who let me borrow her sample for this, because I did not get mine done in time. She works at my local quilt store. And this is just such a cute wall hanging, but it's got 5 trees, and the trees all have 4 pieces in them. You can see it here on the back of the pattern. There are 4 tree pieces, okay? And there's 3 hats and 3 shirts and 6 shoes and all of that. That's a lot of cutting. So you can do this. And the reason I prefer, a lot of people ask me, well, can I do this with a Cricut or a Silhouette? Well, you can, but it's hard because you've got to print out a calibration page, and you got to take a picture with your phone, and then you got to take a picture of the shape and upload it to their software. And again, I am all about simplicity in the sewing room, and that's why I prefer the Scan and Cut to be able to do all of this, because the Scan and Cut will take a picture of the applique pattern, and it will also take a picture of the fabric. So for those 2 simple shapes, I've got the chicken right here. Let me turn it your way. I've got the hen, okay, and here's the little wing. And these come, if you've never made a Lori Holt quilt, you get packages of these simple shapes. Well, how do you run a simple shape through the Scan and Cut? What I do with these is I will go ahead and trace around the shape with a plain old number 2 pencil. This is my Papermate number 2 pencil. Okay, just trace around it. And the Scan and Cut comes with a mat that you can get for it. It's an additional accessory, and it's called a scanning mat. And I really like the scanning mat because this is not sticky. It has a clear flap that you can use, and to keep dust and dog fur and cat fur and all of our friends that visit us in the sewing room, right? All of that out of the way. As a matter of fact, I've got some thread under there. Look at that. Oh, it's on top. Okay. And when I put the paper inside of the scanning mat, now I'm ready to scan this image. Now notice I'm making a block with 2 hens, but I only traced it once. And that's because we can make multiples in the Scan and Cut. And it just saves an enormous amount of time. All right. So, Jane, I am going to put this in the machine, and I need to turn my camera. You might want to come back on. Are you there?
Yeah,
Yeah.
right here. That sounds great. You turn your camera. I'm going to read some of the comments while you're working on that stuff. Everyone's saying, I love watching you on YouTube. Power Tools with Thread is the YouTube channel. Great instructor. She's a brother baby. We love that. The tutorials are precise and easy to follow, Becky. That's what they're saying. Pamela Nessler is saying, good explanation. Technology isn't going away. It's just getting better. I love that. And let's see. This is what I love that Becky said, and I think we all remember it. Know how to work it. Don't worry about how it works. And I think a lot of times we get caught up in that, like, we look at the phone, how does this work? And what's happening here? I leave that to my nephew who does something with technology and IT stuff, but we need to know how to work it, not how it works. I love that. And Becky is flipping her camera around so we can see her do some of the cutting. My other favorite thing that I saw Becky do was use that good old number 2 pencil to trace around it. Don't we all do little tricks like that?
Okay. Are we ready?
Yeah, we're here, Becky. You're right on.
Okay, so I have loaded the mat into the scan and cut, and on the scan and cut, there are 2 big buttons right in the front, and we've got pattern and scan. And this button right here for pattern, these are patterns that were in the machine when you bought it. So we don't want to deal with that right now. I want to do a scan. So I'm going to touch scan, and I get 3 buttons. I can do a direct cut. Well, I don't want to do that because I don't want to cut on my scanning mat. I can scan to cut data, or I can scan to USB. So I'm going to scan to cut data, and I'm just going to hit, oh, you know what? I've got the 12 by 20 format on because I was cutting out that truck on that gnome tree farm. Okay, and I'm just going to hit start right there, and it's going to pull it in. And as I said earlier, it's taking a picture of the mat. So it's taking a picture of everything that's underneath that clear flap on the scanning mat. You don't have to have a scanning mat. You can certainly do it on the low tack mat. You do not want to put paper on your purple mat, which is a standard tack, or heaven forbid the gold mat. You'll never get it off. And there is my hen and my wing. So on here right now, I've got letters and numbers, the D19 piece and the D20 piece, and I don't want that in my scan. So up here, you've got 3 buttons, and we have outside only, inside, outside, and we have regions, which is very handy for color. I just want the outline of these shapes. So I'm going to touch it, and it's processing, and it sees the hen, the wing, and the edge of the paper. Well, I don't want the edge of the paper, so I've got some arrows here. Let me use my little pointer that comes with the scan and cut. I'm just going to drag it up and isolate those, and I'm going to tell it preview, and it's processing, and that's exactly what I want. I'm going to tell it okay. And I'm going to save it in the machine. I can save it to the machine. I can save it to the cloud, which is canvasworkspace.brother.com, or I can save it to USB. I'm going to save it to the machine. It's saving in live time here.
Camera up,
and it's in the memory. I'm going to tell it okay.
Hey, Becky.
So I'm going to tell it okay. These machines are very, oops, I'm sorry. Let me go back. I'm going to go to home now because I'm all finished with scanning. So is it okay to delete the pattern? I'm going to tell it okay.
Hey, Becky, can you hear me?
Now I want to retrieve data. Remember, I told you these patterns are patterns that are in the machine when you bought it. Now I want to retrieve data, and I want to retrieve it. You can get it from the machine, from the cloud, from a USB, or you might be cabled to your computer. I'm going to hit the machine, and I'm going to jump down to the last one, and there is my hen and my wing, and I'm going to tell it okay. Now I want to do some editing on this. I'm going to take my hen and move it down here because I've got something. Well, I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to do an add, and I'm going to retrieve data from inside the machine. And to get ready for this class, I also made their little feet and their little combs, and I'm going to tell it okay. So there we go. Now I have added the feet and the combs, and I need one more hen, and I'm going to click edit. I've highlighted the hen and object edit. And now I've got some buttons across the top. I've got a stretchy arrow to change the shape and size. I don't want to mess with that. I have multiples and I have rotate. So now I'm going to hit multiples because I need another one of these. And I'm just going to tell it another one. And okay, so there it is. I'm going to move this right down here. And I'm going to move this guy over here a little bit. And now I need to, on that hand, I need to flip it. So this is a mirror button right here. So if I'm going according to the pattern, one is mirrored from the other. I'm going to tell it okay. And now I'm going to go over to my wing and object edit. I need another one. I'm going to tell it to and okay and okay. And I'm just going to move it right over here. So I'll put this guy right there and I'll put this one. Yeah, we've got room right there and that's fine. So I'm going to hit okay. So you can see now on one mat, I've got everything ready to go to make those two hens. So let's get to cutting some fabric. I'm going to eject my mat. All right. Now I like to use the low tack mat. That it says low tack at the bottom, and it's kind of a turquoise or aqua color. And it has an arrow to tell you which way to put the mat in. It comes with a clear protective coating. I'm going to peel that off. All right. And I've got my fabric right here that is already backed with Heat and Bond Light. So I'm just going to, and I do things a little unorthodox. I just put these on one sheet and then they peel off individually. So I'm going to put my brown hen right here and my yellow hen right. Let's see, I'll put this right here. Okay. And my feet are going to be on this yellow fabric. I'm going to put it right here. And I'm going to do the combs right below that. And then this is going to be the wing for the brown hen. And here is the wing. I'm going to turn this for the yellow hen. All right, we are ready to go. So I just put fabric on the mat. I put it Heat and Bond side down, pretty side up, paper off. I'm going to load the mat. And remember, I told you that the Scan and Cut can take a picture of the fabric. And right here, these three buttons, we've got a blue button with a bar across it. That's the Scan the Mat button. And I'm going to touch that and click Start. And it is taking a picture now of the fabric on the mat, so I can place it exactly where it needs to go. Another beautiful feature about this machine, this is the Brother SDX 325. It will talk to the Brother Luminaire through the My Connection feature, and it will go ahead and through the My Connection feature, and it will allow you to create applique shapes just from that applique. I'm not sure where my little pointer rolled away on me. I'm going to use this pencil. I'm going to pull this down. Number 2 pencil, handy, handy. And I'm going to edit this. I need to rotate it. Object edit. Here's my rotate button up here with that side arrow, 90 degrees. Tell it okay. All right. I'm going to, now I can't see where the chickens are on the background on there. So I'm going to tell it okay. And I'm going to go to my wrench. And I've got background, dark background or light. I want light and tell it okay. And now I can see my chickens and I can tell that they are exactly going to cut out where I want them to. I need to move my combs down here and I'm going to make sure that my little feet are on the yellow fabric and they will cut out perfectly. So that's it. I'm done. I'm ready to cut. I'm going to tell it okay and select, and cut and start. You want to make sure half cut is off. And look, in 2 minutes, probably less, I'm going to cut out 2 hen bodies, 2 hen wings, 4 legs, and 2 combs. And it's going to be absolutely perfect. So Jane, do you have any questions? Is anybody asking any questions while we do this?
Oh, Becky, we've got tons of questions, my friend. Okay, so first of all, everyone, I popped in a little bit, but you were totally laser focused teaching us how to do it. Well, next time they were having a little trouble seeing the screen, but the good news is, Becky, so many demos and videos on your YouTube channel. We can see it all again there. The model scan and cut you're using again is the SDX 225.
325.
Oh, 325. Okay. SDX 325 is what you're using today. Is it okay to overlap the fabric?
Yes, absolutely. You can, because as a matter of fact, if you noticed, my yellow hen kind of overlapped my brown hen a little bit, but I was able to make sure that the yellow hen, oh, we're finished. It's all done already. You want to see it? Want to see the magic?
Yeah, but let's finish that. You want to just give us the
So I overlapped them, but because I was able to scan the mat and take a picture of the fabric, I could get that hen exactly where it needed to be, so that the little bit of overlap, I was able to not put it there. Does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely. That totally makes sense. Okay, so now you're going to flip the camera around so we can see it cut.
We've already cut. Yes.
Oh, right.
So we're done. Okay, I'm going to turn the camera.
Okay.
All right. Can you see?
Lift it up just a little bit, the camera. Is everybody good? Give me a number one if you guys all can see. Yeah, and Becky, just pull your mat just back up towards the machine a little bit. Perfect, right there. Yay.
Okay. So let's see how we did. I'm going to pull up the. Oh, look at my yellow hen. She's perfect.
She's
okay. Perfect. Brown hen, perfect.
And Becky, remind everybody that what you put behind it, heat and bond.
Heat and bond light. You want to iron it on real good so that it looks like almost glassy on the back, so you've got kind of a shiny look. I prefer that. That seems to work really well for me. And it doesn't seem to change the hand at all when it's in. Look at those little tiny cuts for the combs. Now the combs I made, they look like teeth, but the combs I made with an existing shape in the Brother canvas. Now here's the part with the feet. Who wants to cut out all of these little feet by hand? Anybody?
Fussy cutting. No, everyone's saying no.
No, nobody wants to cut these out by hand. Y'all look, they are perfect. Yeah. This is why we learn the technology, we learn the magic. Now when I take these up, you kind of want to scrape them a little bit so you don't change the shape, but you've got these perfect little feet here. And this is a pretty sticky mat because it's brand new. I saved it just for you guys, but I'm going to show it again when I do Takeover Tuesday next week. We're going to do this again. So there's my little hen, and these are perfect. So that's how you cut with the scan and cut.
Did you use any, they want to know if you used any seam allowance on there. Did you add a seam allowance when you were cutting?
I did not, because I will do a blanket stitch all the way around on these, and it is the exact same shape as what Lori uses when she does her flip. You will get the exact same shape, because on hers, she includes extra on the outside for a seam allowance, and she tells you to sew 1/4 of an inch all the way around. I don't need, I'm sorry.
No, please go ahead.
So I'm going to turn the camera.
Okay. And what, which blade were you using? Were you using the fabric?
I was not. I was using the black blade for that one. That's the all-purpose blade, and it works really well. You can use a fabric blade, and I have it. You can also use the rotary blade, but I tend to save that for cork or felt or, you know, anything else that kind of weird to cut type stuff. But I just, I like to keep the black blade, which comes with the Scan and Cut. It comes with it. So you don't have to buy anything extra. You know, you may want a scanning mat, and that's always an accessory you can get at Sewing Machines Plus. But yeah, if you've got the SDX 325 or the 330D, those talk to the Brother Luminaire. And I'm about to release a tutorial on my channel, or I just did release a tutorial on my channel. I've got over 500 videos, you guys. There's so many, I forget, of how to be able to create that shape as an applique and send it wirelessly directly from the Luminaire to the Scan and Cut.
It's so fun. We love our brother machines. They're so intuitive. They make the process so easy, and nobody wants a fussy cut. We all want things to be connected. Becky Thompson, your demo was fantastic. And for everybody else, that if you want more of Becky and you want to re-see this type of project, just go to her YouTube channel, Becky, and that is
Power Tools with Thread. Y'all, thank you so much for being here and joining me. I really appreciate everybody, and y'all go sew something.
Yes, go sew something, Becky. We like it so much. Becky Thompson, thank you so much. What a treat to have on the show today. Day 3 of Sew Fest. I like to say it's so much fun fest. Now, just remember, everybody, if you want to learn more about the Scan and Cut, don't forget to sign up for Scan and Cut University. Brother and Sewing Machines Plus are teaming up for Scan and Cut University. It's happening October 13th through the 15th. It's a virtual event, and you are going to learn so much. It is going to Scan and Cut School. So go ahead to go to smplive.tv to sign up if you want to learn more about Scan and Cut. They're doing this amazing university. One of the great things that Sewing Machines Plus and Blaine puts together for all of us. So thank you so much to Becky Thompson. Again, thank you for watching today. We're going to keep things moving along. Blaine is going to take a little break, and I'm going to take us in to our next segment. If you're liking everything, friends, don't forget to comment, like, share, and if you want to buy something, because I know you do, because more is more and less is a bore, just call 800-401-8151 or go on to smplive.tv to see all of the specials. I know you can see the schedule, so you know what's coming up and you know what you want, so you can get those specials ahead of time, or you can wait and watch the demos. Live chat, they're all waiting to talk to you, but smplive.tv. All right, everybody, thank you so much for hanging in there. Let's keep it moving. We're 1 minute beyond our next start session. Our guest, you loved her on Monday. She's here today. Callista Nyes, the Director of Marketing and Development at WonderFil Threads. She is on a mission to threaducate all of us about threads and threading. I mean, an amazing job on day 1. Everybody was commenting. We all want to be her best friend. I want her to come over and set up all of my threads. I'm guessing that this thread that my Yaya gave me probably doesn't cut it for Callista. So she's here today to threaducate us. Please welcome Callista Nye. Hi, Callista. How you doing?
Hi, Jane. How are you doing?
Oh my gosh, it's great to have you on and to talk to you. This is not impressive, is it?
No, you know, honestly, like we're not thread snobs here. I want to just show people like what they can do with what they have, or maybe like try something new as well. So it's absolutely okay to have like different types of threads at home and like use older thread even, but I'm just here to kind of give people some new ideas and just like understand a little bit more about what thread can do, really.
Yeah, and what you did on Monday was really a threaducation, because it was so interesting, because we never really think about the threads. Well, we do think about it, but you know, I don't go that deep into it, but I loved where you went, you were explaining it all. And then you got into the metallics and things like that. I will say that this was probably, I don't know, the 50s or 60s. It was like in my grandma's sewing room, and I think somebody gave it to me for Christmas. So I'm probably not going to use that. It's just decor right now. But Callista, the number one thing we should remember about thread before I let you go and start.
The number one thing we should remember about thread is thread weight. I think that's like honestly one of the most important things that people need to kind of like understand and kind of grasp that concept, because it really helps you choose the right thread for your project. And I really get into that a little bit more today. I kind of showed everyone like a really short sneak peek on Monday when I just showed the difference, like just changing the thread would make. And so today I have like a lot more examples of that. So that's going to be like what I'm going to focus on today.
Let's do it, Callista. I'm going to let you take it away. Threaducate us. Let's do it.
All right. Thank you so much. So the file I have is way too big to upload today, so I have to screen share myself. So excuse me if I'm like a little bit not as organized as usual, but I want to say hi to everyone again. Thanks SMP for having me back, and hello SMP Nation. It's great to be with you guys again. So for those of you guys that don't know, my name is Callista and I'm with WonderFil. So we specialize in all different types of threads. You can see behind me, we have everything from 100 weight all the way to a number 3 pearl cotton. But what does that really mean? And what do all these threads really do? And do you need these different types of thread? So I'm here to kind of give you guys, like Jane mentioned, a little bit of threaducation. So like Jane mentioned, one of the most important things to remember is thread weight. So I'm just going to quickly show that chart I've been showing every single time. Let me get this pulled up here. Let me know if you guys can see this all right, because I'm not able to see the screen that I'm on when I'm screen sharing. So hopefully you guys can see that screen on the window. Are you able to see kind of what I'm doing? Okay, so this is the chart of heaviest threads to lightweight threads. And you can see here, the lower the number, the thicker the thread, and the higher number, the finer the thread. So I'm not going to get into it all over again because you can watch the videos where I've talked about it a little bit more, but I just wanted to refresh you guys because today I'm really going to talk a lot about thread weights and how they change like the appearance of your project. So getting into things, you typically choose thread, you have 40 and 50 weight thread usually, which is what everyone is pretty comfortable with using. But if you're ever thinking about how you don't want to see your thread, then you definitely want to go into a lighter weight thread because logically that makes sense, right? If the thread is finer, you're not going to see it as much. And if the thread is heavier, you're obviously going to see it more. So that's why understanding the thread weight is really important because then oh, I don't want to see my thread. Maybe I'll choose like an 80 weight thread or 100 weight thread or something like that. And so let's first talk a little bit about the 100 weight thread here. So if you use 100 weight thread or 80 weight thread or 60 weight thread, these lightweight threads can really reduce the bulk in your sewing and in your stitches. And actually, thread takes up space and it can make a really big difference when you use a lighter weight thread for your sewing. So first of all, let's talk about using lighter weight thread in your bobbin, because that's one of the easiest things to do right away is just change to a lighter weight thread in your bobbin. And so with doing that, first you get more thread on your bobbin, so it's going to last longer, but it's like I mentioned, it's going to reduce the bulk in your stitching. And you'll notice this a lot, especially if you do like embroidery and things like that, where you have a lot of thread kind of in the same area. And so let's flip to the next screen. Here is the Deco Bob. This is are you able to see the pre-wound bobbin page? I'm not sure if it's showing correctly here. Sorry, 1 second. Usually I have Kennedy, who's awesome and like helping me do my slides, but today it's a little bit messier because it's just me. All right, are you guys able to see that? Okay, so this is a pre-wound bobbin side to side. So you can see here on the left-hand side, we have a self-wound bobbin. So this is just what you would do on your sewing machine by yourself. And on the right side, we have a pre-wound bobbin. So what I'm trying to show you here is using pre-wound bobbins. Not only is it more convenient, but you can see how flat the top of that bobbin is when it's, when it's brand new. And even when you're sewing with it, it's going to remain really even all the way through. So you're going to get really even tension when you're sewing. And this just makes things a lot easier. And especially if you're going to do things like You'll notice it in embroidery. You'll notice it if you're doing free motion quilting, because you don't want different tension coming from your bottom, especially if you're like moving your piece around and moving all the stuff, you know, and it's going through all these different layers. Like a lot of factors can affect the tension. And one easy way to at least deal with that from your bobbin is by using a pre-wound, because you'll notice even on like a really, really nice sewing machine, you'll never get as evenly wound bobbins as you do with a pre-wound bobbin. So let me just show you the next slide here. Let me see if that changed. Perfect. So here you can see a bobbin that you wound on the sewing machine yourself versus a pre-wound. And the one you wound is on the left, the pre-wound's on the right. And you can really see the stitches are more even, it lays flatter, and it almost like fills better as well. So I'm not telling people to use pre-wounds because they're just more convenient and you don't have to wind your own bobbin. Of course, that's a plus, but you can really see the difference it makes in what you're actually doing. So it's not just, you know, the convenience. Like I said, you're going to get better results by using a pre-wound bobbin as well. And you can also, we also sell the pre-wounds in class 15, L, M size. And if you're never sure of like what size bobbin you are, because, you know, all these machines have different size bobbins, which makes our job oh so easy, right? So you guys can go onto our website, WonderFil.ca, and under our resources, we actually have a bobbin guide. And so you guys can figure out which size bobbin your machine takes. Of course, some machines, especially the newer ones nowadays, some of them actually don't even take pre-wounds because they have like their own special bobbin size. So just watch out for that if you're planning on using a pre-wound bobbin for your sewing. And the other, okay, so now let's continue. The next great thing about using like a lighter weight bobbin thread is that you're not going to see pokies as much. So, you know, sometimes when you're doing embroidery or even if you're quilting, sometimes you'll get little pokies. You might see your bobbin thread come to the top of your project. And so by using a lighter weight thread, those pokies aren't going to be as obvious. Okay, so let's see a picture on the next slide here. And you can see here, we used a white thread for both of the sections that we pointed out here. But you can see here with the 50 weight versus the 80 weight white thread, you barely notice any white coming through. And in fact, it looks a lot richer and a lot more full with that 80 weight thread too, because you don't see those pokies and you don't see, you know, kind of it interrupts almost your design a little bit by having that show up sometimes. So using a lighter weight thread is super great for that reason. And another thing that I just wanted to mention is that if you're choosing a bobbin thread, unless your piece has, you know, white and black in it, I really don't recommend using white and black bobbin thread. I know that's actually what people default a lot to. They think it's like, you know, standard having white and black at home. But because, you know, white and black are pretty much at the end of the color spectrum, there's a lot more contrast sometimes. And so you'll end up noticing those pokies a lot more than if you use like a neutral colored thread, like a gray or beige tan color, something like that. And I have another photo of another example where you're using a white in the bobbin. And of course, it's not as noticeable with the 80 weight, but you still might catch it a little bit. So that's why I'm saying don't use white in your bobbin. I think you'll notice that you see less pokies if you're using a more neutral colored thread and then also using a lighter weight thread. So you can see instantly the difference between using, just like changing your thread weight, and it almost looks like your embroidery is a lot better and cleaner as well. So some people ask me, is it okay to use a different top thread than a bottom thread? And the answer is absolutely. All the samples that I always show are using our 80 weight Deco Bob bobbin, and the top thread can be whatever. We use like 100 weights, 12 weights, and everything in between as well. And I always tell people my hand holding analogy. So your threads are just kind of like holding hands on your fabric. And if we were in real life, we don't have to be the same height to hold hands. We can be a tall person and a short short person and we can still hold hands. And that's the same with your thread. They can be a heavier thread and you can have the lighter weight thread, and they can still work perfectly together. As you can see in this case, this is a 40 weight on the top and an 80 weight in the bobbin. So let's continue talking about how awesome lightweight threads are and what difference it can make in your projects. So in embroidery, it's really, really nice to be able to do different things where you want to focus more on the detail. You can see here we have like some freestanding lace, and you can really see you're able to achieve a lot more detail by choosing a lighter weight thread. You can see a lot more. It's going to be more delicate as well. So if you want your piece to be softer and drape a little bit better, using those lightweight threads is going to create that softer embroidery. And this is using the 80 weight in the top and bottom. And that's why you can see you can really get a lot of detail by doing that. If I tried to do the same piece using like a 40 weight or a 50 weight, I would lose a lot of detail and it would look different. It wouldn't be wrong, but again, it depends on how you want your piece to look at the end of the day. And I have a more close-up photo of that so you can see the detail a bit more. So people are asking in the comments what Deco Bob really is. So Deco Bob, or it's a cottonized polyester, and we actually have a few different threads that we carry that are cottonized polyesters. So don't be fooled by the name. There's actually no cotton in this thread at all, but it's 100% polyester. And the reason why we use polyester in especially our fine weight threads like the Deco Bob and the WonderFil is because of the way cotton is made. It's actually not really possible to make cotton thread in the 80 weight and the 100 weight and still expect it to be strong. And so that's why we use cottonized polyester in this case with the lightweight threads, because it stays really strong, but we also treat the thread so it's not got really a high sheen to it, and it's also not going to be affected by heat. So you can throw it in the wash or iron it and dry it, do whatever, and it holds up perfectly fine. It's not going to pucker or shrink or stuff like that after you do any ironing. So you can see here it's got a matte finish. It's not like a shiny tri-logo polyester kind of look on the screen. So continuing on, you can see here we go even finer, and this is 100 weight. And again, you get a lot of detail. Your pieces are really soft. I wish you could feel these pieces in person because they're really, really soft in the hand. And if you're doing freestanding lace, usually lace is really nice and soft, right? So using those lightweight threads is really going to help you achieve that. And if you use like a 40 weight top and bottom, you'll really know what I'm talking about, because sometimes they feel so stiff and almost like, you know, a piece of cardboard a little bit, like it doesn't move and it doesn't drape, but you know, it's got texture to it. So let me show you what I mean on the next, next piece here. This is a 50 weight. So you can see it's a lot more textured. Of course, you lose a little bit more of the detail. It just gets filled in all the way, but it's a lot more textured than the 80 weight looks. It has more ridges and things like that. And like I'm saying, there's nothing wrong with doing this as well. It all depends on how you want your final piece to look. So then you can compare like, oh, 80 weight looks more delicate, 50 weight looks more textured. And if you go even thicker than that, then you're going to get even more texture than that as well. So I'll show you guys here, back to the slide I just passed. This is some monogramming that we did with different weights of thread. And you can see we use many different weights. We use 30 weight, 40 weight, 80 weight, 100 weight. You can do all of these different designs, or all of the same design using different types of thread. So don't feel like you need to be limited to just like 40 weight for all your embroidery. You can definitely play with different types of thread. You can do embroidery with all different types of thread. And it always just depends on like how you want your design to look. So you can see here with the 30 weight, the first lady on the very left-hand side beside the 30 weight Silco, it looks really rich and the lines are really crisp and nice. But as we try to make the design smaller, we lose a lot of detail and it gets kind of like blurry and things like that. And then 40 weight is what you guys are used to. But again, if you try to drop the design smaller, you lose a lot of detail in your design. Whereas with the 80 weight and the 100 weight, we can go way smaller and still keep a lot of that detail in there. So you can see here, using different weights gives you different effects. They're all correct. You can do it with all different types of thread. So it's just thinking about how you want your designs to look and everything like that. All right, so here again is another comparison. So now I'm going to the opposite end of the spectrum. I'm using a 12 weight thread now. You can see this is the same design. Left-hand side is using a 40 weight rayon and the right-hand side is using a 12 weight cotton. So you can see same design, totally different looks and feels. They're both, you can do it with both types of thread and it's absolutely fine to do it. But you can see with the rayon, it's pretty similar to probably what you're used to seeing. But then with the 12 weight, wow, you can see like all those different stitches. It almost looks like handwork a little bit. And because we're using like a cotton as well, it's got more of a matte, vintagey feel. So it's really cool to play with different types of thread because even in the same design, you get like a totally different look just doing the same thing even. All right, so let's continue on here. So you can see here, this is another example of a 12 weight thread. This is using a 12 weight rayon metallic called Glamour. And as you can see again, it's super textured. The colors, everything, they really pop out because we're using those heavier weight threads there. And this is another one, red work. You just using a 12 weight, you only have to do everything one time and like the stitches and all the lines really already pop out at you so much already. And then here's another example of another one with 12 weight. Again, it's super rich. It's really textured. You can see all the stitches. So, you know, it's all about choosing what you want your final project to look like. All right, and even this one, the same design, but we're just changing the thread. On the left-hand side, we're using a metallic, so that gives a really cool, shiny look. And then on the other side, we're using like a random dyed rayon. And so with the variegated thread, that also gives you a really cool and different look as well. So I know I'm flying through the slides a little bit, but I want to get through a little bit more content before I have to finish here. But you can really see thread makes such a big impact on how your projects look, and it just makes such a big difference just choosing a different thread. So now I want to get into piecing a little bit because choosing and changing your thread for piecing also makes a really huge difference. So for example, a lot of people probably are used to using a 50 weight in both the top and bottom when you're doing your machine piecing. And so when you're piecing with a 50 weight, you know, like I mentioned earlier, thread actually adds bulk into your seams. So by using a lighter weight thread, you can reduce your bulk and you can make your seams flatter. You can also shorten your stitch length when you're using a lighter weight thread. So that awesome Deco Bob thread that I talked about earlier, we're using it here again in piecing. And you can see I'm changing the design, or I'm changing the thread with every image. In the first one on the very left, I'm using a 50 weight top and bottom. You can see that's probably what you guys are used to using. And the next one, we're using a 50 weight on top and an 80 weight in the bottom. You can already see the seams are flatter than the previous one. And now on the very right hand, we're using 80 weight top and bottom. And now, oh my gosh, you can really see so clearly how much flatter those seams are compared to the 50 weight top and bottom. So that's how much thread really impacts your work. And when you use lighter weight threads, you can drop your stitch length down. So that means I can use like a 1.5 or a 2 even, something between that range. And I get a tighter seam than I would using a 50 weight. And as well, this makes a really big difference if you're doing curves and things like that also. Because of that smaller stitch length, you get rounder, smoother curves. Because if you think about it, every stitch is like a small straight line. So the smaller those segments of your straight lines are, the smoother your curves are going to look. And I had an image of this in my quilting talk that I did last Friday. So you can check that out on SMP's YouTube channel. And I have another picture of another one. And you can see here, side by side, we just did some flying geese here, 50 weight on the left, 80 weight top and bottom on the right. And again, there's nothing wrong with either. You know, some people just have a preference. So you can use anything, but I'm just showing you by using the 80 weight top and bottom, you really see the difference with that. And so I have a question that I thought is really good to answer is what's the difference between ply using like a 3-ply or a 2-ply? Obviously, the shape of the thread is going to be different. So using a 3-ply, the shape is going to be rounder. So if you like cut the thread, you'll notice the shape is going to be rounder. So that's going to sit on your fabric a little bit more. It's going to sit on top. So it's going to show a little bit more as well. Whereas like a 2-ply, because the shape is more oval, it's going to be able to sink into your fabric a little bit more. It's going to lay a little bit flatter. So using 2-ply threads usually won't show as much as using a 3-ply thread. All right, so someone asked if we have a YouTube channel. Yes, we also have a YouTube channel. So you guys can check out our YouTube channel as well. We also do like a lot of thread education on there also. Okay, so this is, again, just a tighter shot. And one thing I wanted to mention is people really try to match the color of their thread to their fabric when they're piecing because they don't want the thread to show in the seams. And so this matters a little bit more if you're using like a 50 weight thread or something like that. But when you use the 80 weight thread, like I mentioned, for one, you can reduce your stitch length so you get a tighter seam. But also because the thread is finer, same logic with the pokies is even if it does show, it's not going to be as obvious because it's a lighter weight thread. So how well will the seam last compared to using a 40 weight? It's going to be just as good because it's not about exactly how strong the thread is on its own, but because I mentioned dropping the stitch length down, you're going to get more stitches per inch. So you're actually going to get a tighter seam. So it actually might last better than using a 40 weight at like a 2.5 stitch length or something like that. Okay, so I'm going to keep moving on. I want to talk a little bit about applique. So applique is a big thing because there's different types of applique. There's like applique that you don't want to see, and then there's also applique where you do want to see it, more decorative applique. So in the sense that you don't want to see it, again, you have to think, I want to use a lighter weight thread if I don't want to see my applique. So here you can see we used the 100 weight Invisifil on by hand and by machine, and you can really see even on the machine when we're using a zigzag stitch, so not even a blanket stitch, that you can barely see the stitches at all. And because it's a finer weight thread, again, think about that logic, it's finer weight, so I can drop my stitch length down a little bit and it won't add too much bulk because it's a finer weight thread. You really don't see those stitches and you can do a really, really tiny stitch, and it almost looks as good as like doing it by hand. All right, and so now let's see, this is like a 50 weight cotton, probably more something that you guys have been used to seeing. And again, nothing wrong with that. It's like a different look, right? So it just depends on how you want it to look like. And if you want your applique to pop a little bit more than that, then you can go to a 12 weight, and you can see here the stitches are a lot bolder and you can see them a lot more. And it really is part of your design. And it's a really cool element to add to your piece by just, you know, playing with different types of thread. I only have a few minutes left, so I just want to show as many samples as I can. So here you see we're quilting with Invisifil. It's actually over that chicken wire behind this rooster here, but we're using a white Invisifil thread. And we didn't want to cut the wire or like have lines running through that black wire, which is like the hexagonal shapes that's printed onto the fabric. So by using a lighter weight thread, I was hoping that we wouldn't see the thread as much. And you can see here, you don't even see the thread at all. In person, you can see that it's quilted. I know it's a little bit hard on the computer screen here, but I have a closer up image, and maybe you can see a little bit more the thread kind of like going over those pieces, those like black lines, but that's using Invisifil. And because the thread is so fine, you really don't see those stitches at all. And you can see it hides so well. And I showed this last week as well. This is the line quilt that I made. And of course, I wanted the piecing to be the star of it. So I used the 80 weight top and bottom to foundation paper piece this whole thing. And it really mattered for this because you can see all those points and pieces intersecting. And I don't really want really big fat seams and seam bulk where they all meet. So again, using that 80 weight really helps the piece look a lot flatter. And the lines and points look really crisp doing that. But what I want to show you here is actually the quilting that I did with the Invisifil over top, because the star of this quilt is really the pattern, the piecing pattern in the back, the lion's face. So I don't want to interrupt it and really see a lot of thread, but also because this has so many different colors in it, I don't want to change my thread so many times. So if you have a piece that has so many colors in it and you're like, I don't know what color to use, or I don't want to see my thread and I want it to blend, using lighter weight threads is going to help that blending a lot more. So let's go closer here. You can see I only used one thread color for the entire quilt. You can see going back, you can't even tell what color that really is. And you can see I have white and black and gray and red and peach in this, and you don't see it. And then this is a closer up image as well. And it almost looks peach on the peach and white on the white. But actually, the color I used is here. It's this gray IF718 color. I use this for the whole quilt, and it almost just like hid throughout the whole thing, which is so crazy. It blew my mind a little bit too when I did that. And then here's the opposite, using a 12 weight. Now I do want to see my stitches, and you can see it's part of the design element because you see so much of the thread. And so just think about playing with different thread weights and stuff, because it can really change and impact how your quilts and everything like that look. So now it's 12 o'clock. I still have some pictures to show, but that will be, I guess, on next time. I'll be on Tea Time on Friday with Kennedy, and I'll be talking more about long arm threads. And then the week after, I'll be talking about sergers. And again, obviously, I have so many sample photos to show, and half an hour just runs out so quickly like that. So I got to end it here, guys. But I hope you learned something new today. I hope you feel thread-educated and that you're ready to try some different threads on your next project.
We are so thread-educated, Callisto. That was amazing. I know we have to go, but I want to run through it because I'm sitting here taking questions. I'm writing them down. I can't write them as fast as they're coming in. So we'll just go really fast.
Okay. Speed round.
Speed. What thread to use for garment sewing? Jersey versus cotton. Is there a typical thread we should use for garments?
I like to use like something like an all-purpose polyester, especially if it's just the construction part of it and we're not talking about decorative elements, because if you use like a cotton or something, the seams will pop because cotton has no stretch in it. Whereas like because we're moving in our clothes, we need a little bit of like give. So using like a all-purpose polyester is good for that because it has a little bit of stretch and give.
Do finer threads hold up through repeat washings?
Yes. Finer threads will. And like I mentioned, using a finer thread, you can drop your stitches stitch length down. So you get more stitches per inch and it keeps it nice and strong as well.
Standard weight thread we're used to using?
Yeah, something like a 40 or 50 weight. I think that's what everyone kind of has in their sewing room for sure. And so that's why I want to talk more about like lighter weight and heavier weight, because those are ones that people mostly haven't tried before. But, you can see it really makes an impact on your projects.
Do you have to do a lot of tension adjusting when using 80 weight thread?
I don't personally find I have to adjust the tension too much, but I always tell people don't be afraid to touch that tension dial because it's really going to give you space to try different things. You don't want to limit yourself to just 40 and 50 weight thread all the time because there's only so much you can do with that, right? So if you find that your bobbin thread is going to the bottom, you probably want to tighten your tension a little bit because it's too loose. That's why it's going down. And if you're finding your bobbin thread is going to the top, your top tension is probably a little too tight because that's why it's pulling your bobbin thread up. So just like knowing that a little bit and play with your machine at home, and you'll grasp it so fast, I think.
And that's it. Just play with your machine, play with the thread. Threaducation tips, Callista Nye from WonderFil, Specialty Threads. Callista, you're amazing. And by the way, we don't have to be the same height to hold hands.
Yeah, that's right.
I love it. Callista, you are the best. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Jane. Thank you so much. So I'll see you guys next time. I'll be
Wow.
on Friday.
That's right. And we can find you on YouTube too, right? Okay, yeah. More from Callista. I mean, she's truly amazing. Fantastic threaducation for us. Lots of notes. Sorry I didn't get to all the questions. I'm going to bring Blaine back in so we can move things along. Hey, Blaine.
Hey, Jane. Man, Callista just blows me away every time she gets on and talks about the threads. And who knew there was so much education in thread?
I mean, who knew? Like, so many people are like, what? I'm going to use this. And it's just fascinating. One of the other questions was, does she have a cheat sheet that we can download? I should have asked her that. I couldn't get to all the questions.
We'll have to ask her. She's going to be back on Friday, so we'll have to ask her and see if she can. But hey, Jane, we're going to move right along. I know you're going to be back in here in just few minutes. So, but let's go on. We got Janome in the house next, guys. We have Kelly McKenzie. Kelly is a Janome educator, and she loves to share her expertise on quilting through Janome's blog and classes. And she is going to be talking about the 3160 Quilt of Valor edition. I love this machine, guys. It's so patriotic, and she's going to be on. So y'all help welcome Kelly to the show. Kelly, how are you?
I am fantastic, Blaine. How are you doing today?
Oh my gosh, we are doing so good. We're so excited to have you on the show. And this is the first time we've ever worked together, so I'm super excited about that. And this is one of my favorite machines. So we're going to let you take it away. I'll be back in about 25 minutes and we'll show everybody how they can get one of these.
Okay, that sounds great. It's one of my favorite machines too. And I don't know if this is allowed, but I just want to say I totally enjoyed just watching the WonderFil segment. That is my favorite thread. So I just learned things I didn't even know about it, and I thought I knew a lot. So great segment. But yes, this is my favorite machine that we sell. That's one of our little machines. This is the Janome 3160 QOV, which stands for Quilts of Valor. Every time you purchase one of these machines, a proceed of that goes to the Quilts of Valor Foundation, which is a fantastic foundation. This foundation makes quilts for our veterans and gives them to them. Not a better cause that we could support. And so we're very proud to support that foundation. So let's get started talking about the machine. So the 3160 is a little 12-pound travel machine. It's a little machine with a lot of features in it. It will allow you to take it anywhere. You can even use it as a travel on the airplane, okay? You can put it in your camper and backseat of your car. It will go with you anywhere you want to take it. And it is lightweight. So it comes with this hardcover carrying case right here, which is great because it protects your machine as you're taking it places. And it also comes with this extension table, which is perfect for just giving you that extra space that you might need for piecing or for free motion quilting. Because although this little machine is small, you can still free motion quilt with it and drop the feed dogs, which is a fantastic feature to have in a little gym like this, okay? So just want to tell you that it has 60 built-in stitches, which is a lot of stitches. My personal favorite is stitch number 8. Just so you know, this is like it's a zigzag stitch, but it is 3 single stitches to make that zigzag, which is a really pretty stitch if you are a lazy quilter like me and you love to sew your binding on by your sewing machine. Try it out, ladies. It is beautiful, okay? Another thing, this machine is super easy to navigate. The controls up here are all done by just these 4 little buttons. So if you're looking at the machine and you go, I want to use stitch number 28. And let me tell you, is it not awesome that you can look at all your stitches on your machine? You don't have to turn into your manual to go find what stitch do I want to use and flip through pages to find it. They're all just right here at your fingertips to look at, okay? So if I wanted to pick stitch number 28, what I would do is I would come up here to my dial, and you'll notice that there's little dotted lines under each one of the digit holders, okay? So I'm just going to use this arrow to come over here to underline the first digit, okay? And then I would use the arrow to bump it up to number 2, okay? And then I'd bump it over, and I would use the arrow up to get it to number 8, so that I could be on stitch number 28, which is this beautiful stitch right here, okay? Now, when you're looking at it, it tells you right above the stitch that it's you will use stitch. You'll use foot F, which is our open toe foot. And then it'll also tell you what your stitch width is already set at and what your stitch length is set at. If you want to change any of that, you'll just use the arrow buttons to underline the width, and you can go up or down. And then you can also shift over and go up or down for the length. So super easy to navigate. It tells you all the information that you need to know. Now, there's little buttons right here underneath it also. They're great buttons. This one right here we call our lock-in stitch. So if you were to press that and then start sewing, it locks your stitch in before it actually starts sewing the stitch. And then if you press it at the end of it, it locks your stitch before it finishes sewing the stitch for you, okay? Now, the button beside it is your needle up, needle down. So you press it, your needle goes down. You press it again, your needle comes up. And then my favorite button on this entire machine, and I'll always make the joke that when you press it, the angels singing in heaven, is this scissor button. When you press that scissor button, it cuts your thread on the top and the bottom, which is an awesome, awesome feature, okay? We also have the drop-in bobbin case, and you'll notice we have this nice, huge needle plate that's all metal, which is heavy duty, which is fantastic. Now, what I'd like to show you is how beautiful some of the stitches are that are built into this machine. They are very beautiful. This is just a few of them. This is the front. This is the back, which is just as pretty as the front is. Sorry about this thread right here. I didn't realize it was here. But you'll see, you can't even tell the front from the back because they're just so beautiful. So watch this. If I were to start sewing on a very thin fabric, like something that we would just piece with, and then I transition to a piece of upholstery fabric, you're going to see how easy this machine can just go right through it. Now I am going to switch my stitch back to a straight stitch to do this. See how easy this is? And then I'm going to press my start stop button. And did you see that I did not even have to guide the fabric or push it through my machine? And on top of that, I'm not even using a walking foot to do that. I am using the regular standard sewing foot, and it fed that fabric right through. And if I were to keep sewing, I know we don't typically do this, but if I were to keep sewing, our machines are jam-proof. It's not going to jam up if there's no thread underneath it. I mean, if there's no fabric underneath it, it's just going to keep sewing without jamming up. Go and try that on any other machine and see what happens. It's going to jam. This one will not. It is a fantastic machine. Now, have you noticed that I'm sewing with my finger? Let me tell you, this is the start stop button. You can sew without a foot control with this machine. So what does that tell you? When you're super excited about going on your sewing retreat and you pack everything and you've got all your sewing stuff, and then you get there and it's a 3-hour drive, and the next thing you know, you forgot your sewing foot, you're okay with this machine because you don't have to have it to sew. You can just use your start stop button, which I can't tell you how many times I've heard ladies that have gotten to their destination and forgotten their foot. It just is something that happens. So that is a great, great feature. Right above that start stop button is also the reverse button, which all sewing machines have. It's just a little backup button. Here's another cool little feature. We also have the pressure gauge for the foot. So let's just say that you're sewing on really thick denim. You might want to turn this and give your sewing foot a little pressure off of it so that you can maybe it'll help your machine sew through it just a little bit easier if it's having any difficulty at all. But typically you're going to leave it on the 6. That's why there's a little square around it, because that's generally where your machine would always use. Same thing with your tension. If you'll notice the tension numbers, 3, 4, and 5 all have little squares on them. It's because generally that's where your machine is always going to be. And typically on Janome sewing machines, you don't really have to mess with your top tension. You can sew with all kinds of different threads, and rarely are you going to touch that top tension. It's a great thing about our machines. Our tension is fantastic. Okay. So let's talk about what comes with these machines besides the hardcover and the extension table. With the machine standard, it automatically comes with 6 feet. It comes with your standard sewing foot, your buttonhole foot, your zipper foot, your over edge foot, which makes it look like you have a serger. It cleans off an unfinished edge. It comes with your applique foot, and it also comes with a blind hem stitch foot, okay? But with the Quilts of Valor machine, we are also including a whole kit for quilters, and that will be a quilt kit fit, a quilt kit foot kit. My words are getting twisted. So with that, you can look right here. It comes with your walking foot, your free motion quilting foot, your 1/4 inch foot, and an open toe applique foot. Now it also comes with this handy dandy little guide right here. You can screw this into your needle plate, and it gives you a longer straight edge for you to do any kind of like straight line quilting or anything like that you might want to do. Or you could use it as a 1/4 inch foot that's even longer than the guide right here on your machine, on your sewing foot. So it comes with some fantastic feet with the machine. I can't say enough about this machine. Again, it's one of my favorites. I've traveled with mine many a times and carried it on an airplane. Yes, sometimes people look at you and go, "What are you carrying?" And I'm like, "It's my sewing machine. Doesn't everybody do this?" Like, quilters, we're a little different, and we're a little bit of fanatic when it comes to wanting to work on our projects. So I don't see anything wrong with that. But Blaine, I didn't know if maybe there's some questions that are being asked about that I could answer, because I'm not seeing the questions on my side since I'm in front of the camera. Are there any questions for me out there? No questions?
I'm seeing.
Okay. Okay. Well, again, this machine is a Quilts of Valor foundation that we contribute to them. I can't say enough about that program and what they do for our veterans. I don't know what the price point is on this machine that Blaine's offering y'all today, but I know it has to be a fantastic one. I, again, wondered if there were any questions to be asked for that. I really have not much more to say because this machine's pretty simple and basic, but again, full of accessories that come with it and features, but simple to teach. Like, I just basically taught you the whole machine in a few minutes. So if you were to purchase this, you would not be one of those where you would get home and not know how to use it. It is super, super simple. So if Blaine's there, then I would love to turn it back to you to see if there are any questions from the audience out there. Blaine?
Hey, Kelly, there's no question, so just carry on.
Okay. Well, I don't know how much time I have left. I'm trying to think of something else to tell you about this fantastic machine besides that.
You got about 10 more minutes, Kelly.
What did you say? Sorry, I
said you got about 10 more minutes.
I've got about 10 more minutes. Oh my goodness. Okay. Well, I can't say much more about how fantastic our Janome machines are. In my opinion, we sell the best out there. I am the long arm specialist for Janome, so my expertise is in that field, and I'm a quilter. So I think that Janome bases everything off of making sure the quilt world has everything that they need. And this is one of those machines that is definitely for that quilter that takes classes and travels, which most quilters do, let's face it. So it is.
Hey, Kelly?
Yes.
So, one of the things that I love about this machine is it's so, it's a quilter's best friend because you can take it anywhere. But hey, I'm going to go ahead and tell everybody how they can get this machine, because I know this is one of your favorite machines. And I've loved this machine. We've actually had it on our show before, and people absolutely love this thing. So we're going to put the overlay up. Kelly, thank you so much for coming on our show. We really do appreciate it. And great job on showing that machine off. And hopefully we'll get to see you soon again.
Okay, thank you so much, Blaine.
All righty. So guys, this is, a great machine coming from Janome. And we've had this on our show before, but this is that 3160 Quilts of Valor edition. And I just love that red, white, and blue colors on it. It just pops. And again, guys, when you know it's a Janome machine, you know the quality is there. This thing has that metal chassis. And this is going to be a great machine, guys. And we have the price on it is $699, but we have a show special on this right now. You have to call to get the pricing. And we have a great price on this today. And we are also offering some financing. If you need a little help on making some low payments, you can finance at 0% interest for about 6 months. Going to put it at that regular price. It's going to put it over just a little over $116 a month. But we do have a show special on this. You've got to give us a call. But guys, this thing, just to give you a few little, this is a top load full rotary hook bobbin. It has 60 built-in stitches, 6 one-step buttonholes. It has the manual thread tension control on it. It's the one-hand needle threader, snap-on presser feet, memorized needle up, needle down, the Superior Plus feed system. It has the 7-piece feed dog, the free arm, the drop feed, start-stop button, speed controller. There's so many things on this machine. And again, it's one of those machines. It's extremely lightweight. You can take this on the road with you. You can go to your quilt retreats. It's such a good machine. And that's why the quilters love this so well, because you have all those stitches that are built in. And it's very easy to select those stitches with that digital display. And it is so versatile with all the different things that you want to do. So I think that's why the quilters really like this to take with them on their retreats. It's they take it to in their campers and RVs and on vacation. It's so cool. And to go to classes at your local stores. If you have a class, it's very easy to transport. So I think that's why quilters really lean toward this a lot. And it is just a all around great machine. And so anyway, guys, give us a call, 800-401-8151 if you're interested in this machine, because I'm telling you, at $699, it's a bargain, and we even got a better price than that today. So don't delay. Get on the phone right now and give us a call. All right, guys, let's keep moving on, and let's bring Angela back to the show. So, Angela, how are you doing?
Look what I found. We're wearing red, and I'm like, this is like Christmas in September. So cheers, Blaine. I got my tea. I know you have your Mountain Dew.
Hey, I've always got Mountain Dew and Reese's Peanut Butter Cups close by to keep me going.
Perfect.
So, hey, we're trying to be better this time. Usually they have Krispy Kreme donuts and candy bars,
Too much going on.
Pop-Tarts, cakes. I mean, you could come in here, you think that they're trying to feed 100 people, and there's only 4 of us in here. And but this time we went the healthy way, and they don't have all those snacks, and we're all drinking more water, so it's not as much fun.
Your dentist, you guys in dentist is going to be so disappointed. It's usually like Quilt Fest with Blaine's family, and the dentist is on its way.
Before we'd all load up so much on carbs and all these sweets and stuff, we'd be a sugar crash about 3 o'clock. So now we'll all be fired up. But hey, another great machine we had, coming up, and then I know, our next presenter, you've got a relationship with as well. And we got Stacy Louie from Sew Steady coming in, and again, I always talk about, the people we have on the show, and it's no exception today. I mean, Callista has been the rock star for WonderFil Threads of all the different things that she's been bringing to the table. And then, she's doing a series with us right now, Angela, that, she's already done 2 sessions, and every Friday she's been coming on and doing a thread session, and she's talking about the different types of threads. So next Friday, she'll be on at 10 a.m. On our YouTube and Facebook channels. And then the following Friday after that, she'll be on again to end her series. It was a 4-part series. So y'all don't want to miss that. And then Angela, we've got to get you scheduled for your big reveal. So we got to have a big reveal party for you for this new reality show that's coming up. So I'm going to talk to you. We'll figure out those dates. We'll let everybody know when you're going to come on and talk about the new show.
I'm very excited about that, but I'm also very excited about those thread tutorials. I have to just mention, if anyone just is popping in, Blaine, and didn't realize that you were offering those, they can go back to your YouTube channel and watch the replays and watch them over. It's so amazing. I even learned stuff in that, and I've been sewing forever. I feel like forever, forever in a good way.
I think you might have said this yesterday, or Jane, but y'all were talking about, even if you're a seasoned sewer such as yourself and Jane, and then y'all pick up little tips from all these different educators, and that's what's so great. It doesn't matter your level of sewing, you're always going to pick up something that you go, oh, I didn't know that. And I think that's what's so great, bringing so many great presenters in together. You get to share so many different ideas.
I love it. I love it. And I am very excited for our next one for Stacy. As we've seen, now Blaine, have you ever tried anything? Like, have you ever watched Stacy do a video?
Oh my gosh.
Any of her ruler techniques? It's like mesmerizing. It's like, I just want to try that. And it never turns out as good as hers.
But, I'll tell you, I have just a vivid memory, and I can't remember what year it is. Stacy may remember the year, but she was at VDTA, and they had a booth. And for y'all don't know what VDTA is, it's a Vacuum Dealers Trade Association, but they, in conjunction, have the Sewing Dealers Trade Association convention all at the same time. And Stacy had a booth there, and I don't know if you remember it, and I can't remember what it's called, but it has a template, and you put it on the sewing machine, and it just does circles by itself. And it's just, she'll have to tell you what that was. I can't remember. That is the coolest thing I think I've ever seen. And you can decide how big a circle you want it, and the sewing machine just starts sewing, and it just does. It keeps going in circles, and it was so awesome. And I saw that, and I was like, man, that is so cool. And she was such a good educator in how she demonstrated it and things. And so that's why we always love having her on our show, because she's such a good educator and always have these innovative products.
Very, very exciting. Before you go though, Blaine, the Wolfpack was messaging me wanting to know what time the giveaways are today. And it is confirmed that Zena, that was one of your 5, is one of the Wolfpack. She's so excited. So the whole Wolfpack's going to be here today. And they just want to know, one more refresher, how can they enter? What do they need to do to enter to win your giveaways?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question, Angela. And I'm so excited that she's, got a chance to win this big prize that we're giving away. But we're going to do some giveaways at 1 p.m. Pacific time, which will be 3 p.m. Central. And that'll be our first giveaways. And then at the end of the day, we're going to have some more giveaways. And that's when we'll pick our 3rd finalist for the $27,000 Dream Studio giveaway. And that's just going to be, and how y'all can win is there's a couple different ways. If you're watching on YouTube or Facebook, either one, go like our Facebook page, go subscribe to our YouTube page. That's going to actually get you entered. Also, if you make comments or ask questions, that's going to get you entered. And if you like the Facebook page, if you like the video and share it, if you share the video from YouTube to your own pages, at your social media pages, all those things help you win. And it's just like putting raffle tickets in. The more things you do, the more tickets you get in. And we'll actually randomly draw that person, that 3rd finalist, this afternoon. And then we're going to keep doing that every single day till Friday, about midday or late afternoon. We're going to have the 5th and final finalist we're going to draw out. And then we'll draw out of those 5 people the grand prize winner that afternoon at the end of the show to see who gets that Dream Studio.
I'm so excited for that. So I'm wishing you all luck. If you didn't see what's in that Dream Sewing Room, I saw it. I was drooling. Blaine, you really put together quite a phenomenal package.
We have, and we work on these shows all year round. I mean, we've already started working on our Cyber Monday show, which is going to be November the 28th. We're working right now already on our Countdown to Christmas show, which is December 12th through the 16th. And then, guys, think about this. It's not far away, but we're going to have our Quilt Fest. Quilt Fest is going to be in March of 2023. And then after Quilt Fest in June,
March yet.
June, we'll have Hoop Fest. And I'm going to start putting those dates out. We'll probably be putting those dates out in probably just another week or so of next year's dates. And then, again, we'll come back in September next year, and we'll do the Sew Fest all over again. So we're already working on next year's shows and trying to get good content and good deals. And So it's and we're going to have contests on each single one of those. So people who like to sew in embroidery or quilt, there's the outlet for you can come and enter the contest. All you have to do is take pictures of your project, enter it, and then we open it up for voting. And Angela, it's an easy way to win a trophy, a ribbon, and a prize package. And every single one of them this year are getting a sewing machine.
That's huge. I was just thinking just for the bragging rights would be pretty cool, but a sewing machine is just a topper, right?
Hey, I would just want to win that golden scissors trophy.
I think you should just
the sewing machine. I want that trophy.
I think that's awesome. By the way, we should probably have people voting the rest of the day what we're wearing tomorrow as well. And also, the Wolfpack wanted to know, are you giving away mats again today for your middle drawing? And if you are one of my mats going to be included in that? Because I think yesterday you totally, I got so many messages like shocked. You're included. They're giving, because you always don't include mine because it's like exclusive, but not this time.
Well, we decided, I had so many emails sent to me, said, why don't you ever include Angela Wolf's Wolfpack mats in the drawings? And so I, try to explain to people. I said, well, and it's an exclusive thing we have with Angela, and it's a, it was a limited time, but now we've changed it. We're going to, you and I said, hey, let's just keep making them. And now it's just a, special edition. And so we decided, you know what, let's just put it in the drawing as well. And because everybody loves those mats. And then if they can get a Wolfpack and your signature on it, and it is a really good looking, it's that hot pink color, and everybody loves it. So yes, Wolfpack, you can get one of those, and we're going to have that. And so at 1 p.m. today, we're going to, give a couple mats away. We're going to give some of our bags. Probably got some other great goodies we're going to give away. And so it's going to be a lot of fun, and I can't wait.
Love it, love it, love it, love it. So should we bring up Stacy? Do you think she's ready?
I'm going to let you get going, and I know y'all get this thing started at, it's about 1 minute to go, so get ready. So I'll let you go, and I'll see y'all back here in a few minutes.
All right, say hi to the crew. Not too many carbs. I don't want you sleeping when you come back. So our next guest is a good friend as well. I get to see her every year at Houston Quilt Fest, which is amazing. She's always working on new and cool things. Stacy Louie from Sew Steady, and I can hardly wait to see what she's doing today. And if you've never seen her videos, you have got to go check out her website because it's amazing. I have it on my bucket list. I'm going to learn how to do ruler work as good as she does. She makes it look like butter. Like butter. That's a good thing, by the way. So let's bring up Stacy. Stacy, welcome to the party. How are you?
Thank you so much, Angela. Like you said, it's always fun to see you and everyone at Sewing Machines Plus any chance we can get out of our offices, right? But in the meantime, we like to keep everyone entertained with all of our classes and education that we have available. So I'm excited to be able to show off some of those today. We create tools that help quilters and sewers, because this is Sew Fest, of course, create and finish their projects. So I'm going to show a little bit about our Sew Steady tables today. We're going to talk a little bit about some of the quilting supplies that we have and some of the other tools that we have available for all of you. So I thought maybe I would head over to my sewing machine area where I can show off some of those great tools. What do you think? All right, so let's go ahead and head over to the sewing machine. Sorry, I've got to make that movement a little bit visible for all of you here, but my goal is to be able to show you what we have right here at our sewing machine. So here at Sew Steady, we like to make Sew Steady tables and of course habit inserts that make your lives easier. So why do you want a Sew Steady table? Well, it's going to increase that flat sewing surface for you right at the needle area. Yes, some of your machines are going to come with an extension table, but this extension table not only has some extra features, but is also a nice big size. So what we're looking at here is a 22.5 by 25 inch Sew Steady table. It's got the clear blue drawer, so you're able to go ahead and have a sewing surface that includes all your goodies right here. So this is, I like to keep all of my pins really close by, right in here, so I can access them and then drop them in as I'm finishing a project. I like to go ahead and keep some of my marking tools, and of course, needles and anything that I'm using for my projects, you can just store right inside this drawer and you don't lose it. That's another thing that people love about our Sew Study tables is that everything is you can store underneath the table itself because it's a clear surface. So you're able to go ahead and see whatever you've got going on down there. So a lot of times when people are doing projects, they'll store some of their extra fabric, some of those tools right below the table because they can see it. So our Sew Study table is a essential in your sewing room, especially if you like to travel and do classes. It's a great thing that you can take with you. And so I highly encourage it. And then what we did is we started creating some really neat tools to go with our table. So this is our wish table, and our wish table again comes with the blue door. It comes with that big sewing surface size. In fact, our bonus giveaway includes a giant wish table, which is 24 by 32 in size. So one lucky winner is going to have the opportunity to win a giant wish table. And that's one of those tables that you're going to want to keep maybe in your sewing room. It can travel, but it's going to take a lot of workspace up wherever you take it, because 24 by 32 in size is going to give you a really big sewing surface to work on. And then in addition to that, you get the holes in the table for sewing circles. You get beveled edges on all three sides. So when your fabric is going up and on the project, you're able to go ahead and just have it easily moving onto the tabletop surface and then flowing off, because our main goal is that everything is moving freely for you around the needle area. So let me go ahead and show you. That is the key point for all of our Sew Study tables is having your fabric and everything moving freely around that needle area. So the next thing that we developed for our tables is we put together a polish kit. Now, what is a polish kit? A polish kit is just our acrylic polishing material, or actually it's this liquid surface here that goes onto and I have it stored in my drawer, of course, because where else would you store your polish kit? And you're able to go ahead and polish it onto your table, and it comes with just a little terry cloth. And so we use that to go ahead and kind of keep the table surface nice and slick. And then in addition to that, you can also kind of create everything around it nice and slick as well. So our polishing kit is another great tool that one lucky winner is going to get in that grand prize that we have going on as well. And then we started developing some other table accessories. So our polish kit was actually one of our first table accessories. And then we came out with, just in the last few years, this amazing grid glider. So what this is this is a polyester surface. It's a micro section technology, and it's super easy to take on and take off. If you ever have any problems with it not gripping your surface, all you need to do is wash the back side of it, because it's just a micro section that allows you to go ahead and take, even like we have some of our educators that have recommended just using a lint roller or baby wipes to wash the back side of it, and it just gets all of its grip back. It's stored in a tube, so you can easily go ahead and get everything, kind of stored away if you're not using it. Maybe you're doing a project that doesn't need it. But I'm going to tell you right now, if you're doing a sewing project, this is a tool that you want. Notice that you have these markings right here leading up to the needle area. This is actually your seam allowances, and you've got a 3/8 inch marking, a 1/4 inch marking, a 5/8 inch marking on both sides of the needle. So you're able to go ahead and do all kinds of different sewing projects. You have a centering ruler that goes from 1 to 11 inches on the left side of the needle, 1 to 8 inches on the right side. You even have your angles right there at your needle area. So we've seen all kinds of education that has been developed on the internet over the last several years using this grid glider. And guess when it really took off, guys, was when we saw all these videos. People were using it to make masks. And we saw videos, if you remember that mask time when we were all making masks, people were using it as one of their essentials to mask making, which I absolutely loved. But this has become an essential for so many people in their sewing room. Again, this is our grid glider. It's a gliding sewing surface, so your fabric moves super freely on it, and then it's got all of the markings right there at the needle area. So we're making that an essential that you definitely want to have in your sewing room. Since then, we've developed a couple other gliders. We have our ruler work glider. This glider actually has a circular cutout, and that is because we have gliders that are meant for just free motion and ruler work. And so the circular cutout is covering up the feed dogs. And the reason why you want to do that is because when you're doing free motion and ruler work, you don't want anything to hold your fabric up from moving freely. And so sometimes when those feed dogs are up, they can cause your fabric to not want to move freely, and then that's going to just kind of put a little bit of a slowdown in your free motion ruler work game. So we developed a ruler work glider that allows you to go ahead and move your fabric with no concerns. Now this one doesn't have markings. Why? Because it's really meant for quilting and free motion and ruler work, and you really don't need markings when you're doing those things. What you need is just to be able to move your fabric really freely and use maybe the quilting templates or some of your other guidance to be able to do your free motion. So it sticks on the same way. I just pulled this one out of the package as you saw, so you can see that it comes with this peel here tab. You peel that back off, keep the backer, because the backer is going to be the thing that allows you to go ahead and store it away freely in the future. And then you're going to go ahead and put it onto the machine, just like I showed you how we put the grid glider on. So that is another essential tool if you're going to jump in to that free motion ruler work land. So the next thing that we have most recently developed that we're super excited about is called our suspension system. Now, this is an amazing tool for all kinds of projects. And I have used it for things. Obviously, we developed the suspension system originally because we are Sew City and Wesley Design, and we make a lot of tools for people that are wanting to finish their quilts. We make all of the Sew Study quilting templates. We have over 1,000 different quilting templates for people that are wanting to finish their quilts. And sometimes people would say, hey, that works great for the smaller project that you're working on right now, but how would you actually finish a whole quilt on just your home sewing machine? And so we talked about some different ways that you could create a suspension system or some way to hold up that quilt, in addition to, of course, your tabletop, to be able to freely quilt that in big surface with your rulers. And in the end, we recently developed a new product called our Sew Study suspension system. You can kind of see the arm here coming down, and we sell it in a 2-piece set or a 4-piece set. We actually have a promotion going right now where you can purchase the wish table with the 2-piece set for just $1. And so what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to attach the top of my project to the suspension system right up here. And I'm going to go ahead and show you how easy you can hold that project up while you're working on a portion of it down below. So you've seen that I attached it there on the arm, and now I can work on the project at the sewing area here and be able to go ahead and create my designs and know that I have that freely able to move around, and I can really get my ruler quilting or my free motion quilting done with ease and knowing that my project is being held up. Now, if you're working on a really big project, because you can see that this is more of just like a table, a bigger table runner. But if you're working on maybe a queen size or a king size quilt, you're going to want to have more than one arm. We recommend 4+ arms for the bigger the project. And those arms you're going to want to hold up. You're going to, just kind of use it to grab the project around the sewing surface. But this is another essential tool. You can see that we actually have it connected to our Sew Steady table. That works really great for some of the smaller projects. And then you can go ahead and clamp it. It's got a 3-inch clamp, so you can clamp it to multiple sewing surfaces or tabletops or countertops. But the bigger the project, the further out you're going to want to have those clamps live to be able to really spread out that project and hold it up. So that is our Sew Steady suspension system. That is another essential for sewers and quilters alike that we would highly recommend that you take advantage of. So another tool that we developed shortly after that is our Clear Advantage glider. And so what is the difference between maybe the ruler work glider or the grid glider and the Clear Advantage glider? Well, the Clear Advantage glider is actually clear. So for years we had customers that absolutely loved our grid glider. They love our ruler work glider, but they still wanted to be able to see through their table because, again, their tabletop was where they were storing all of their goodies. So we have developed an option for that, and that is our Clear Advantage glider. So instead of having the grid glider on there, our Clear Advantage glider is a see-through glider. You can see right there that you would be able to lay down. It's the exact same size as our ruler work glider. And you're able to go ahead and lay that down onto the sewing table and be able to see through it. Let me go ahead and see if I can peel this off and lay that down and show you how that will work. So there is, we've peeled off our grid glider, and now I'm going to show you our Clear Advantage glider. Again, the same thing. We're going to use that peel off section right there. Look how clear that is, guys. You can really see through it. And I'm going to place this onto the table and the machine to go ahead and create that clear surface. Now this one, notice that you don't have any markings. So what's kind of nice about this is you get to place it wherever you want. There's no pre-cut hole and there's no markings. So there, being that there's no pre-cut hole, what we recommend is that you take the cutting guide that we send this with, that's the cutting guide, and you're able to go ahead and use that cutting guide to decide where you want your hole. And so I always recommend that you go ahead and place the glider onto the machine. You determine where you want your hole to be, and you decide if you're going to turn this into a ruler work glider where you cut the circular cutout, or if you want this to be a more of a grid glider where you have a rectangular cutout so your feed dogs are up. Now, if you're primarily doing sewing projects with this and you just want to go ahead and create more of a glider for your for being able to use with your feed dogs up, then I would just use the rectangular guide. And so that's just using the outside of it. And you can take scissors, you can take, what I usually would recommend is to go ahead and take a pen and draw around it. And then I would peel this off and then I would cut that hole away using that cutting guide. But you've been able to determine exactly where you want it because you placed it onto the table first. But look, you can see all the goodies right underneath the table still, and you're not hiding anything that way. So that's our new Clear Advantage glider. I highly recommend that you check that out. That is, again, one of the items that I believe is in that giveaway for all of you. So we have been doing cabinet inserts and Sew Steady tables, and as we've shown you, we've developed a whole lot of great new accessories for you to be able to enjoy on your Sew Steady tables. Now, a lot of people will ask, oh, do you make a Sew Steady table for this? Do you make a Sew Steady table for that? So we actually have over 3,000 different designs, or I should say cutouts, in our Sew Steady table lineup. So when a customer calls and asks, can you make a table for my Singer 2201? that's 50 years old, we're going to look it up in our database, and probably 99 times or 999 times out of 100, we're going to have that table already pre-cut, or we're going to have that design, so we can go ahead and send you that table out or that insert out. So we have gone through and designed all of those different cutouts over the years. And our goal is that you're going to have a cutout that is perfectly fit around your sewing machine, because it's a steady table. So when you're working and you're doing, you know, a lot of bigger projects, it's not going to walk away from your machine, or it's not going to cause extra problems where your fabric is falling into the cracks and getting stuck. So we're excited to be able to create a product for you that we know is quality, that we know is going to be able to hold up and support your projects. And I'll tell you, for years we've had customers that have told us, you know, once I started sewing with an extension table like the Sew Steady, we can't go back, because it's very ergonomic in the way that you're able to really hold up that project. You're not fighting all of the fabric and fighting that project as you're trying to sew it through that needle area. So our Sew Steady tables and some of our accessories that I've shown you today are just a great addition to any sewing project. So what we did after that is we introduced a brand new product line into the US market, and that was bringing the opportunity for being able to do ruler quilting on your home domestic sewing machines. And so this is a project that actually has ruler quilting on it. This is one of our projects that we do ruler quilting with. This is called our Quilt Class in a Bag, and we actually have one lucky winner is going to be winning the Quilt Class in the Bag as well. And this is a design bag that includes 5 different ruler designs. It includes 8 hours of video-based education, along with a pattern guide on how to create the different designs in this project. And you can see some of these designs right now on this patchwork project, but imagine finishing your quilts with some of these amazing designs, being able to do it at home, being able to finish those quilts and have really accurate designs that you can go ahead and feel proud of, because you know you were able to do it. So I'm going to show you just a few of the designs that come in our basic starter kit, and how you would be able to get started ruler quilting at home using that basic starter kit. And then from there, guys, the sky's the limit, because our Sew Steady educators, we actually have 20 educators worldwide that develop education for all of you. Oh gosh, I want to say on the weekly basis, because we've got education happening all the time. Like Angela said, all kinds of videos and all kinds of ways to be able to really finish your quilts, create new projects, and so on. So what I usually do is I recommend to get started doing ruler quilting, you need a Sew Steady table. From there, you're going to want to have a glider. A ruler work glider or grid glider is going to work great. And then you want to be able to drop the feed dogs on your sewing machine. It's really important that you drop the feed dogs because you're doing free motion quilting when you do ruler quilting. So you're going to be dropping the feed dogs, and then you're going to go ahead and put your machine into the ruler quilting mode if there is one. I'm on a machine that has that mode built into it, so I've just gone ahead and selected that. It comes with a ruler foot. A lot of sewing machines will actually come with a ruler foot now, but if it doesn't, great news, we have one for you. Our Get Started package is called our Ruler Work Kit, and it comes with a ruler foot. It comes with the actually 8 different templates, which include our 6-piece sampler set, our 12-inch arc, which is really not 12 inches. We've got a story behind that one. And then our new bloom template. And so those 8 templates are part of our Get Started kit. You also get this really cool tool. This is called a crosshair square, guys. And this is an amazing tool that you can use in all types of sewing projects, quilting projects, embroidery projects, and alike. And then, of course, we have some other great tools as well. So I'm going to go ahead and just do a couple of designs for you. I think I have about 5 minutes left to show you how it works. And then we can go ahead and send it back over. But what we're really wanting to show you here is that we have the opportunity, not just at Sew Study, to help you with all your sewing projects. But you also have the opportunity to really learn how to do some quilting with rulers and be able to finish some of your own projects at home. Now, I didn't mention this, but you should also know that Sew Study and Westerly Design have an entire patchwork line of rulers as well. So I'm not going to have time to show you those today, but definitely check it out on the Sewing Machines Plus website. There's adjustable locking rulers and sets that allow you to go ahead and make really accurate cuts and a lot of cuts at the same time because of their award-winning adjustable locking cutting ruler system. So I'm going to start by showing you how to use this crosshair square. So this is, again, part of that Get Started Ruler Work Kit. That's the kit that we recommend that everyone get started with. And it's an 8-point crosshair square. So what we're doing is we're just marking 8 points on the fabric. And this is something that you could take to maybe a block. Maybe you have a 6-inch block or you have an 8-inch block, and you're wanting to go ahead and create a design for that block. So this is a crosshair square that allows you to go ahead and just mark center in that block, and then allows you to go ahead and create a design in that block. And that's a ruler quilting design is what we're going to show you how to create in that block today. So a lot of times when you're doing ruler quilting, a lot of our educators have coined different terms for it. I've heard things like free motion quilting with training wheels. That's a fun one because it's, kind of teaching you how to do the free motion quilting, but it's also doing it in a way that's controlled because you are basically able to go ahead and have your ruler foot, be bumping up against bumping up against the edge of the template and guiding you along the way. So this is our circles on our simple circle template. Again, this is part of our Get Started Ruler Work Kit and our sampler set. This is one of the tools that we highly recommend that you get started with is our sampler set and our ruler work kit. And that package together with all of the tools that I showed you, the 8 templates, the ruler foot, the crosshair square, and the education included in it. By the way, that education is 10 hours of video-based education that teach you how to do everything from installing the ruler foot on your machine to preparing your fabric for doing ruler quilting to creating over 24 different designs. So now I'm going to go ahead and lower the presser foot. We're going to go ahead and get started by putting the needle in the center of the project. And then we're just going to go ahead and quilt around this circle. And again, we're going to call this free motion quilting with training wheels. On the edge quilting is another fun one that people have used. But I'm just going to create, I like to call this, they call it the interlocking circle design. Sometimes I like to call it my Olympic symbol. It's got a little bit of that going on with the interlocking circles. But what you're doing is you're just taking the markings on the ruler. Notice the ruler has 8 different markings on it. We're taking the markings on the ruler and we're just moving the template to line up with the markings that we just put on that fabric. So I've just lined it up on the edge of the needle, and I'm stopping center each time to do that. But notice how I'm creating really consistent circles. Has anybody ever tried to create a circle with free motion quilting? I think if you have, then you know that's almost impossible to create a really clean looking circle when you're free motion quilting. And this is going to give you the confidence to be able to really start finishing your projects and knowing that they're going to be projects that you're still proud of in the end, that you're confident that you can finish without feeling like you've just ruined it because you didn't do free motion quilting correctly. And so that's why people have really appreciated getting into ruler work. We've talked to a lot of people that initially said, oh my gosh, no way, I hate free motion quilting. And our news to them is that's great, because this isn't free motion quilting. You're using these templates as guides. But keep in mind, you know, there is that thing called muscle memory. And as you are learning how to create these designs, you're also muscle memory learning, and you're teaching your body how to create free motion designs at the same time. So I would be able to remove this template after doing this for a while and potentially be able to do that same circle motion because I've taught myself how to do it. So that is the first design that I created using my Circles on Quilts template. And look at that, it's gorgeous. And that's just 8 interlocking circles using the ruler foot, which, by the way, my needle is centered in that ruler foot. And I've used the edge of the template and gone along the circles to create 8 interlocking circles that way. So I'm going to show you one other template that comes in that beginner set. But guys, again, we have so many amazing projects. And actually, in our big grand giveaway that we have for the Sew Fest, we are giving away several of those projects. So you're going to have the opportunity to potentially have some amazing ruler work education and projects that you can really dive into with all the tools that you need to get started. You just need to pick out the fabric and some of your basic sewing supplies and be able to create some really neat stuff in the future. So I have about 2 minutes left. I was going to show you one other design if we can make it through. And this is actually another one of our inside designs. We like to call them inside designs because what we're creating here is a design that allows you to go ahead and go along the inside of the project itself. So this one comes with a pin. So we have several designs that we call our spinning designs, and they come with a pinhole on them. And what that does is it allows you to drop the design into that pinhole, and then you're able to go ahead and spin the template around and make these amazing designs using the markings on the template. So again, this template has an A and a B marking, and I'm going to stitch from A using the markings on the templates, and then I'm going to stay in that pinhole and go to B, and then I'm going to move the template to the next location. So let's go ahead and start with that. And we're going to create this pretty little flower design. We call our spinning wheels design number 36. And then notice again that this template has markings on it. So I'm lining that the markings of the template up with the previous stitch line, and I'm able to go ahead and create designs without even marking my fabric that way, guys. I know I also marked my fabric, but these templates all have these amazing markings on them, which mean that you don't have to mark your fabric if you don't want to create the amazing designs that you have here. So again, I'm just going to keep spinning the design. And then this is called our spinning wheels number 36 design. This is part of our sampler set and our get started package. I'd be curious to know how many people out there that are part of Sew Fest have done ruler quilting before, or have watched some stuff on it and have not dove in yet because they're just a little scared of getting started or not sure how. I will tell you, you're not alone. We talk to people all the time that have bought some of the get started stuff, but have just simply not started because, you know, it's just one of those things that they feel unconfident in learning. But I'll tell you, once you dive in, it's addictive. It's so easy, it's so fun, and it's so rewarding to be able to make these really precise designs consistently using these templates. So we hope that you take advantage of some of these designs in the future, and maybe finishing some of your projects at home as you're thinking about the holidays and wanting to create some different projects during that time. But using some of the tools that we have here at Sew Steady to take advantage of that, some of the education that we have available for you, and of course our Sew Steady tables and some of those amazing accessories that I shared with you today as well. So what I think I ran out of time here, but I can keep talking if you guys want. Hi, Angela.
Stacy, oh my gosh, I'm watching the comments and I've been like just mesmerized the whole time. I don't know exactly what I said earlier, watching you do that with those beautiful rulers, and it turns out perfect every single time. You make it look so easy, and you say it's easy, and everybody on here is saying, oh my gosh, I don't know which product to get. There's so many. Look at that.
Yeah. And again, I think that this was the first one that I ever made. And when I started doing this, I didn't sew at all. And so to sit down and to stitch out a beautiful looking flower with just the guide of a ruler, I was amazed with myself as much as the tool itself. But it does. It's a different level of being able to create a design like that and feel confident in knowing that you're going to be able to finish your quilts with ease and with that expert look, without really feeling like you know how to do some of those expert designs freehand. So.
Absolutely gorgeous. Hey, Stacey, if somebody wants to come and take any of your online classes or education, where will they go to?
They go to sewsteady.com to take advantage of that. We have all of our education on one tab there. It says education, and then they can go down and choose to go to our university or see some of our different classes right there. So we have all kinds of ways that they can go ahead and take advantage of the education that we have. Go to Facebook. We have lots and lots of education on Facebook and YouTube. So yeah,
and you have a live show every Monday on here on SMP.
SewingMachinesPlus, yeah. We do a live show with them once a week. We just skipped it this week because we had Sew Fest going on, right?
Yes.
But yeah, join us again on Monday for sure.
Wonderful. So that's Monday. And what a great presentation, Stacey. Thank you so much. And for all of you wondering, what products do I get? Well, go to SewingMachinesPlus.com. Go in the search bar, put in Sew Steady. You need to call in. There's a call-in special. So call in if you have questions about anything or you want to bundle it all up into one big package. Call them. They have a great deal for you. Blaine, that was a lot of information, but I have to tell you, I'm reading the comments and everyone's like, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. I told you, isn't it gorgeous? Stacey, by the way, thank you so much. I love your work. I look forward to seeing you in Houston. But yeah, amazing, isn't it?
Well, hey, Angela, you're exactly right. It's always a lot of products when Stacey comes on, and they're always so innovative. And again, we got a great special on those guys. So, give us a call at 800-401 of any of the things that you saw on the show, or if you didn't even see it on the show, give us a call if there's something you're interested in with Sew Steady, because we got really good Sew Fest specials on everything. So, well, Angela, thank you so much for hosting. And I know you're going to be back in here in just a few minutes, but hey, we're going to continue the show, and we have got Barb Lewis coming in, and Barb is a national educator for Baby Lock. And guys, we are going to get all into serging, and we've got the new the Accolade serger from Baby Lock we're going to talk about today. We have got some great bundles and great specials on it as well, and we're super excited to have Barb here. Barb actually lives up in northern Utah, and so Barb, welcome to the show, and we're super excited you're here.
I am so excited to be here, and I am so excited to talk about the Accolade because I love sergers, so this is right where I want to go.
Right down your alley, isn't it? So hey, we're going to let you get going. I'll be back in about 25 minutes, and we'll show everybody how they can get one of these.
Well, I can't wait to show you. Okay, the first thing I want to show you is I'm going to show you the Accolade right here. The first thing you're going to notice is right there. No tension dials. If you've had a serger before, you know that is a headache. All those tension dials. There are none. All we have right here is our stitch selector. And I'm going to talk about that a little bit more in a minute. I'm also going to talk more about how it threads in a minute, because that is another amazing thing. If you've ever serged, you know that the two things you hate the most are the tensions right up here and threading it. Well, this erases those problems. You don't have those problems anymore. I love this machine. This is the first in a line of the 8-thread machines that we have. Now, when I say 8 threads, yeah, they're going to have 8 threads that you can sew with. You may not use them all at once, but they're all there if you want to. You can use them all at once. In fact, this machine, you probably have around 89 different stitches and stitch combinations that you can do. All right. So this is really cool. I want to get started on showing you something really cool that I like to do. I like to put zippers in with my serger. Now, you know that you can't use pins because sergers don't do that, right? We just don't want to use pins with our sergers. I like to use double-sided tape. And here I'm going to sew this zipper in. Let me put my fabric, which is already pressed over. So I'm ready to put a zipper in right there. And the cool thing about this is on a sewing machine, first you would sew it in, then you would iron it over, then you would top stitch. I'm going to show you how you can do this all in one step. So I'm going to put my fabric down on that double-sided double stick tape, and there I go. I've got my zipper already kind of glued down to my fabric, and I'm going to turn my machine around just a little bit, and I am going to slide that in there, and I'm going to sew that down, and I'm using really dark thread so that you can see my stitches. Normally you wouldn't use this kind of thread. All right, look at that. I had just attached my zipper with 3 needles. That is a beautiful top stitch right there, already done. And it is very secure right there. I love that. I'm going to show you a sample of how I put that in a project in just a minute. The next thing I want to show you is this cover stitch. That's the one that, like on the bottom of your t-shirts, if you look at the very bottom, that stitch at the bottom of your t-shirt is a cover stitch. And this is how it looks. Let me show you how fun and easy this is. And like I say, I have a triple cover stitch, meaning I have 3 needles in. If you only wanted 2, you could do 2. You could either have the 2 outside needles, or you could use the inside needle if you wanted a narrower cover stitch. But look how beautiful and perfect that is. That is a top stitch just ready to be made, right? But I'm going to show you what's going on behind. So here I go, another row of top stitch or cover stitching. Look on the back. That is just as beautiful as the front. And I put a variegated thread in there just to show that off a little, because I want you to see how cool that is. Another fun thing you can do is that it will sew in a curve. Now, I would normally put my curve foot on, but I'm going to show you how easy it is to do this cover stitch and make it beautiful just the way it is. Here I go. First of all, there's the front and there is the back. I already have that done in and it looks like I have lost one of my threads in my needle. But the nice thing about that is how easy it is to thread. And it comes with this tool right here. And I can just poke that in there, slide it down, and I lost my thread there 1 second. This is what makes these sergers so amazing. One of the things anyway, is that they are so easy to thread. I bought one of these threaders just for my sewing machine because I thought, I want to have that if I can't see one day. I just need to pull it around. It just pokes that thread right through there, and I am ready to go. I'm still in my cover stitch, and I want to stay in my triple cover stitch because I want to show you something else it will do. First of all, I want to establish my stitch. Do you ever worry that you're not going to know what to do with your machine once you get it? So I pulled probably too hard and broke my thread, but look at that, how easy it was to bring back. And that is a beautiful, beautiful stitch on the back. I want to show you something else you can do with this cover stitch. I've got my 3 needles in. I'm going to lengthen my stitch to 4, and I'm going to simply turn this dial up. This is the differential feed. I'm just going to bump it up. So I've changed my length. I bumped it up. That is it. That is all I have done. And look what I can do. Did you think that you would ever gather on your serger? I love this. I love this. I'm going to look for places just to gather. But look what I'm going to do to the other side. Do you think that gather is going to come out? It is not. And there I've got a puffing strip or a ruching strip. And we have used that in a project. I'm going to show you those projects in just a minute. But isn't that beautiful? I love it. I love it. And the Baby Lock sergers are amazing. And the nice thing I like about them is that you will get 60 days automatically to watch all the videos with Baby Lock that you want. And there are over 1,100 videos. So they've got it there for you. They want you to learn your machine. They want you to love your machine. I want you to love your machine. In fact, you can email me anytime you want and I will help you. Right here, no tension dials. But now I'm going to easily take out my needles. Are you ready for that? They make it so easy. So all I'm going to do is loosen my screws right here and drop this needle out. And I left it threaded so I could see where my needle was, so I didn't accidentally drop it. And there I go. This machine also has a chain stitch, and I've used that in a project. I'm going to show you those projects in a few minutes. All right, now the only thing I have to do is get all those threads out of there. Pretty easy to do. I'm going to cut my thread over here in my looper. Now, normally when you cut the threads on your machine, people just scream, right? Because they don't want to cut those threads because they don't want to have to re-thread it. Well, I'm going to show you how easy it is to thread it up. This is what really sold me on this machine. The very first time I saw it, I thought, whoa, I've got to have that machine. I'm going to get all these extra threads right out of the way. I don't like to leave them on because sometimes they can get tangled with other threads because this machine is doing a lot of business, right? All right, we'll get those guys out of the way. And now I have no needles in there, but look how easy it is to put it in. I'm going to set it up for a 3-thread overlock. I'm going to put that foot down to get it out of my way a little bit. I'm just going to loosen that bolt. Now, this is not much different than putting a needle in your sewing machine. You got your flat going back. And I know that some people are just afraid of having what looks like such an industrial machine. Well, it kind of started out that way. That's where Baby Lock got their name. They're a baby lock. That was the first machine they made that they put on the market for their Baby Lock machine. It was a cover stitch. And you know what? We love it. We totally love it. All right, now I'm going to change out my sewing table. They make it so easy. So this would be my sewing table that keeps it nice and flat up there. And I'm going to move into my overlock stitches so I don't need it nice and flat. I'm going to take that off. And now I don't have one. I'm going to put my upper looper up. I'm going to turn my hand wheel. I'm going to put my blade up. They just make it so easy. It is amazing what they do. And then I have my knife cover. Easy as that to put on. And you're never going to be in the dark on this machine because there is so much education. Not only will you get great education, I'm sure, at Sewing Machines Plus, but they're going to take you through all the things that you need to know. All right, I'm going to thread up those loopers. The ones that I talked about how easy they are to thread. You know, it's harder to find the end of your thread than it is to sew the machine or to thread the machine up. Because sometimes the end of your thread is a little hard. Okay, all I'm going to do is that I'm going to snap it into place up here. I'm going to put it in threading mode right there. I've got threading. It's all labeled for you. There's no question. You know what you're doing. And I'm going to turn the hand wheel, and you won't be able to see it perfectly, but you'll hear it. So I'm going to be really quiet and let this just pop through. I'm going to turn my hand wheel. And then all of those pipes lock in place. Once they're locked in place, then I am just going to thread it through these ports. Now, a lot of sergers you'll notice on the market, you have to get your tweezers out, you have to hit this one and go through that loop, and you have to watch the color coding. Well, not on the Baby Lock. You can thread it in any order that you want. If you notice, I haven't threaded my needle yet. I've got my other looper to thread. I can thread them both at once, or I can thread them one at a time. And because I love to thread it so much, I'm going to do it one at a time just so you can watch. All right. So I've got it through my tension disc up in here. And behind right up in here, notice that I have this stitch selector on the side, that is what's changing the gears up in here. That's why I don't need any tension dials. It already has it figured out for me. Why wouldn't I want it that way, right? All right, so I've got my pipes locked in place. I've got it in threading position, and here I go. I want to pull out about 15 inches of thread. I'm going to just put a little bit down that little hole that says lower looper, because that's what I'm going to thread first. Did you see it shoot out over here? It's gone there. It shot out there. That's how easy that is. All right, I'm going to do my upper looper. And it goes in the next little guide up there. And you snap it into the back. And it comes down here like the other one did. And I want to get a good clean edge on my thread. So I'm going to cut it again. And I'm going to put it down the upper looper hole and shoot it through. It's done. Do you want me to do that again? I know you liked it so much, right? All right, I just pulled it back. And I'm going to put that right down here. And I'm going to make sure I don't get my hands in the way so you can still see. And what you're going to look for is it's going to shoot out right there. And I've got a little bit of static here today. It may not want to shoot out. Hang on. There it is. Did you see that shoot out? Because here it is right here. And my machine, the loopers are now threaded. Okay, I'm going to turn it around here. I'm going to get my cute little needle threader right here. And these guys are going to be a little bit in my way, so I'm going to move my looper out of the way. All right, now I'm going to get my needle thread, and I am going to be pulling it through the next guide at the top. And it's going to thread a lot like a machine, a sewing machine, where it goes under here, up and over. And then you're going to put it in the thread guide above the needle. Pretty standard. And then right here, what I've got right here in my needle threader, if I pull this back, and you may not be able to see it very well, there you go. There is a flat wire type thing right in there. And that is going to push my thread through my needle hole. All right. All I have to do is make sure that the point, the little triangle, is either on top. There's two of them, and I can choose either one. One of them just has to be on top. And I want my thread perpendicular to my needle. I'm going to go right there, and there it pulls it through. And sometimes if they're static, it will want to pull it back, so I just have to be patient. But did you see how easy that was to thread? Don't tell anybody that the sergers are hard to thread when you see how easy that is. And I want to tell you one more little fun thing about the dials you have right here. I'm going to move my camera down a little bit. All right. Whoops. There I go. All right. This dial right here, this is my length. It's my large knob. This dial is my little knob. So to help me remember which knob does what, even though the numbers kind of give me the idea, is that this is my large, so it's the length. This is my small, or my widow knob is my width. So there I have my wee widow knob is my width, and my large one is my length. All right, here I go. I've got my blade up. I'm going to check my settings. I've already threaded it, so I'm going to put it up in serging. And I can shut my doors here because I'm ready. And because I have my right hand needle in, I'm going to do a 3-thread overlock. I'm going to have it in B, and I'll explain that again in just a minute. And I'm going to make sure to put my differential feed down. I had it up when I did my gathering before, so I need to make sure I put that down. Put my length at about a 2.5. And right up here, you will notice that I can also do a wave stitch. So if you've seen those beautiful wave stitches where they've got 2 different colors and they're weaving them together, that is so beautiful. All right, the first thing I want to do is that I'm just going to stitch out a 3-thread overlock. That's all I'm going to do. Everything is ready to go. Wow, is that great? That is like perfect. How often do you start on your serger and always have a perfect stitch the very first time? This does it. I love this. Okay, the next thing I want to do, I want to show you what I'm going to do, because the stitches that most people want to have is an overlock stitch. I mean, we have the cover and chain stitch that I showed you before, and they are great stitches, and I'm going to show you some samples in just a minute. But they always want the overlock stitch, and they want a rolled hem. All right, I'm in a 3-thread overlock. Let me show you how easy it is to go to a rolled hem. I'm simply going to adjust my length, my large knob, and I am going to move my stitch selector down to the bottom. That's it. I am now ready to do a rolled edge. Do you want to see how easy that is? Actually, let me do it on this fabric, because I'm going to do something else with the other edge. All right, so you saw that I was in a 3-thread overlock right here. And then once again, I'm using really dark thread because I want you to see it. I've gone right to a rolled edge. Look how beautiful that is. All I did was change 2 settings. That is it. All right, this is the Accolade. It is amazing, but you'll find this in really all of our sergers. This is amazing, totally. All right, I'm going to go out of my 3-thread overlock. Out of my rolled edge. I'm going to put it in the length of 4 and bump my differential feet up. And you know what I'm going to do, right? Because I love to do this. I'd put ruffles on anything. I would. Do you see how easy that was to ruffle? And now I have my ruffle. It's even got my rolled edge on the bottom, and I'm ready to go to put this in a project. Isn't that fun? Okay, I want to show you some samples of things that I have done over here. And I want to cover the whole idea. Remember how I told you when you set up a stitch, also it comes with this great instruction book, but you'll probably never open it, maybe once, because you have this right here. This right here will tell you how to set up a stitch and what it's going to look like. There's what that one's going to look like. It tells me all the settings, how many needles to put in, the length, the width, the stitch selector, everything that you'll need to know about that stitch. You will not make a mistake. So let's go to the 3-thread overlock. That's the one I just did. And it tells you everything you have to do. There's never a question. You don't have to say, oh, I'm not sure if I have my tensions right. I'm not sure I have the right stitch selector. You don't have to worry about it. It's all right here. So this little guy, you're going to keep really handy to your machine, because you are going to need it and you're going to want it. Okay, but let me show you some projects that I have done. Right here, this has that rolled edge on the edge of my ruffles, and then I've sewn the ruffle into it. Did you know that you could sew the ruffle in at the same time as you're creating the ruffle? So that's a time saver right there. There's a special foot for that. And right here, I have used my rolled edge, my ruching strip, and this is a flat lock stitch. And even on the little prairie points right here, I've used a 4-thread overlock for decoration. Now you can't see them because I really wanted the stitches to not show up like I am with my black thread here. But here's a flat lock stitch. Here is my ruching again. And there I've created strips with my rolled edge. Okay, and I'm still going. Oh, I didn't talk about this. You need to know about this. I wish I had time to demo everything this machine does. Look at the trim on the bottom of this tea towel. I don't know if I can even give it justice. Look at that trim. It's almost feathery and ruffled in itself. That is not going to show up as well as I want it to. Right there, that is a 4-thread overlock. That's all it is. Easy to do. And that's something that we can teach you how to do. And that's the trim on the bottom of my tea towel. And I know I saw one lady who had made a full vest out of it. And she had layer after layer of this serger crochet, it's called. Easy, easy to do and fun. It's a great look. This project was made completely on the serger. You can see how I've installed my zipper with my triple cover stitch. I've tack down these strips right here with my triple cover stitch. I have done my ruching. I even have the 4-thread overlock on my strap. There you go. All right, here. Oh, I love this project. I have done piping right here. I have pieced these together. I have pin tucks. I have even installed the ribbon with a 2-thread cover stitch. So I feed the ribbon into the foot and it stitches it down. And then down here, look at this. This is my chain stitch, but I have used my curve foot and I have quilted it with that. All right, one more I got to show you. And I know I'm running out of time. Look at this. This is the cover stitch, but it's the back of the cover stitch. This is a crazy quilt that I did. That's the back of the cover stitch with variegated thread, purple, blue. So I stitched it all together and then I used this to decorate it with. So there's so many things you can do with this. I love, love, love this machine. Let me show it to you one more time how beautiful she is. No tension dials. You don't have to thread it. What more would you want, right? The serger of your dreams. This is great. Blaine, what do you think of that? Blaine, where are you?
I am here.
Okay.
Well, thanks, Barb. Appreciate that. Great demonstration. And, you know, we love this Accolade. And I got to tell everybody how they can get this because we have a great price on this week. And thank you so much, Barb, for coming on.
You are welcome. I'm happy to
always
be here.
love having you around. And hopefully we'll get to see you soon, again, real soon.
Okay, thank you.
All righty. All right, so everybody, we are talking about the Baby Lock Accolade serger and overlock machine. It's a combo, and Kennedy is putting that overlay up there right now. And again, guys, we have a really good price on this. And then, you know, Baby Lock sergers, they have that reputation of being the best serger on the market. They have that air threading. Everybody loves these things. And Candace Trevino, she is our resident serger expert, and she absolutely loves this Accolade. Because it is that serger and cover stitch combo. And she was just telling me that, you know, you could get by with just having this and not even using a sewing machine. You could do this to about anything you needed to do. This is a great, great price we have on it. Normally $39.99. We have a call-in special for it. And guys, we have one heck of a bundle for this thing right now. But let me tell you a little bit of features about this. It has that easy push button looper threading. It has the 876 threading serger, 876 stitch combinations, including the exclusive wave stitch, no tension adjustments, 3 bright LED lights, full feature differential feed, and adjustable presser foot height up to 6 millimeters. So you can put a lot of thickness of fabric under this. Guys, the machine only weighs 21 pounds. It's extremely portable. It has that, they call it extraordinary air, I think that's how they pronounce it, threading. And that makes it so easy to thread with that air threading. And the pure lighting with the 3 LED lights, the automatic thread delivery system, you know, it's just some really good features on this. And the wave, I really like that exclusive wave stitch. If y'all have ever seen that, that is a really cool feature on that. But you can see all the different things and all the features on this. You know, just go to smplive.tv and you can see, you can click on the Accolade serger. It'll take you to the product page, or you can just go to SewingMachinesPlus.com and type in Accolade in the search bar, and it'll take you to that product page. But let me talk a little bit about the bundle real quick. This bundle we have that's going to get to, it's a $1,753 bundle that's included with this Accolade, and you're going to get a red Tudo bag with it. That's on wheels. You're going to get the 10-pack of Oregon needles. You're going to get one of our SMP Gold, Baby Lock Gold sewing mats to go under it. You're getting the 60-day trial of those Baby Lock Sew Ed classes. You're getting the free 3-year platinum protection warranty. And that's our own warranty that we're putting on top of it. And guys, what that does, that's going to protect you on top of the manufacturer's warranty. If you have any kind of problems with your machine, anywhere in the nation, we're going to pay. The first year we pay to ship it back to us, and then we're going to ship it back to you absolutely free. On year 2, it's going to pay one-way shipping, and year 3. So you're going to be covered for those 3 years. And then it comes with that 16-foot piece set, which, guys, that's what makes this thing so complete. It's such a good serger outfit and overlock outfit that you're going to get. with that combination. And again, we have that great bundle put together for you right now. And we have great pricing, and we have 0% interest financing. So if you're interested in this, guys, give us a call right now at 800-401-8151. And we ship it nationwide free right to your doorstep. So anyway, great stuff coming from Baby Lock, guys. And we hope that you'll take advantage of that, because that is one of the better sergers on the market. And next up, I'm going to bring Jane back to the show.
Hey,
So
Blaine.
hello, Jane.
How you doing?
I am still doing great and excited all the products we got. And man, we've got so many good things. Oh, look at that.
Well, because Angela had her Christmas coffee mug having her tea, I just brought my Christmas wine glass out because it's Christmas in September with you.
There we go. So it's just about like that. Well, hey, you know, next up is another educational session, and we're super excited about this, because this is one of the subjects that everybody in sewing, embroidery, or quilting always talks about, isn't it?
All the time. We're always talking about how to pick the right fabric, whether it's garment making, quilting, home decor. Fabric is so crucial in what you're putting together. And for me, I don't know, I love the feel of fabrics. Like, I could go, my vacations are centered around going to fabric stores, and I go in and I touch all the fabrics and I think, what can I make with this? And what can I make with that? So, you know, there's so many fabrics to choose from. It's so much fun because the ideas are endless.
They are. So, you know, Angela, Jane, I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to jump down, and I know you're going to introduce our next educator, and then we're going to come back and we're going to do some giveaways and have some fun. So I'll see y'all back in about 30 minutes.
Okay. Thanks, Blaine. All right, everybody. I'm super excited to have to talk to our next. Oh, hi, Blaine. You're back.
Hey, Jane.
Yeah.
Heidi's not on yet.
Oh, okay.
So we may have to do the giveaways and stuff right now while we try to contact her and find out. So what do y'all think? Y'all want to go ahead and just do some giveaways?
That's great. Let's do them now. Everybody's super excited.
I think we might as well. They're trying to contact Heidi to find out what's going on. And anyway, we'll start doing some giveaways, and we'll spend the next few minutes doing that. So anyway, guys, we've got some great things that we're going to give away right now. And one of the first things that we're going to do is we're going to give away our bag bundle, Jane.
That's right.
And y'all see those. Everybody loves our sewing bags. And awesome. I was telling them on the show this week that, you know, this past weekend, we went to the beach, and we actually used them, put our towels in. So you can go grocery shopping, and everybody tells me they fill them full of fabric. So, but they have unique sayings on them.
Because we were just about to talk about picking the right fabric. You can pick them. You can put them full of fabric. You can carry your stash. You can bring them to the beach. You can bring them to the grocery store. But each of them have a different saying on them, right, Blaine?
Yes. Each one has a unique saying on it. There's 8 different colors. They sell for $9.99 each on our website, or the whole bundle is $49.99. We're going to give 2 customers a bag bundle right now. So, Kennedy, spin that wheel.
Let's do it, Kicking Kennedy. Here we go.
We are spinning.
Blaine, she really does a nice job spinning the wheel.
Better than Vanna.
Better than Vanna. Congratulations to Michelle Kelly. She is watching us today on YouTube. Hey, Michelle, you're the winner. Congratulations.
So, Michelle, congratulations. And how you can claim your prize, Michelle, is just go to smplive.tv. You're going to scroll down toward the bottom of that product page, and you'll see claim our prize. Fill out that information, hit submit, and we'll handle it from there.
Awesome. Should we spin it again, Blaine?
We're going to give another one of these bag sets away. So, Kennedy, spin that wheel.
Yes, sir. Let's see.
Everyone's just watching. I hope they're still here because we had a little switcheroo. Oh, congratulations to Amy Gonzalez watching on YouTube. Hey, Amy, how you doing?
So Amy is our winner. And so, Amy, what we want you to do is just go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of that page. You'll see where it says claim my prize. Fill out that information, hit submit, and we'll take care of it from there. All right, so next up, Jane, we are going to give some of our world famous sewing mats away. We're going to give 2 of these away, and we are also including the famous Angela Wolf Wolfpack mat, which is a hot pink. We have 12 different colors you can choose from now. We have 4 different sizes. And so we suggest that you go to our webpage and just type in Sew Mat in the search bar, so you can go see the dimensions of each side, so you can better get the one, the one that fits your machine the best. And the blue is an exact match of Brother Blue. The gold is an exact match of Baby Lock Gold. And that red matches your Bernina and Janome. And then we have all those other wonderful colors and patterns to choose from. 12 in total.
I'm still
So,
hoping
Kennedy,
for a leopard one, Blaine.
What's that?
I'm still hoping for a leopard one.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's in the works.
We got so many requests yesterday. It was
So,
overwhelming.
We have
how many
decided
people-
to do a new leopard print mat. So, Kennedy, spin
Okay,
that wheel.
I'm spinning it.
All right, let's see who the lucky winner is going
Guys,
to
I'm
be.
so excited. I'm losing my voice.
You guys are having too much fun. You're hooting and hollering. Chris Vick, congratulations. Watching on YouTube today.
Yay, congratulations.
All right, Chris, you know the drill. We need you to go to SMPLive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom where it says claim your prize. And what we need, really important, not only do you fill out the information with all your contact, we need to know what color of sew mat, we need to know what size you want, and we'll get that taken care of. So we're gonna give one more mat away.
Okay.
So Kennedy, you got that wheel ready?
Let's do it.
So spin that wheel.
I love my mats, Blaine. I mean, they're so awesome, and they fit. Big ones fit under the big machines. Smaller ones fit under the smaller machines. I mean, they're just fantastic. Congratulations, Diane Fawcett. You're the winner of the best mat in the Milky Way.
Okay, Diane. Again, congratulations to Diane. And how we want you to claim your prize is go to SMPLive.tv and go down to the bottom where it says claim my prize, fill out that information, hit submit. More importantly, make sure that you put the size of mat and the color you want, and we'll get that shipped to you.
SMPLive.tv. Super fun.
All right. So, Kennedy, we got anything else to give away? All right. So let's get, what are we giving away next? Look at that, everybody. That is an awesome sewing machine from Juki, the TL15, and this is a sewing and quilting machine. This has been a huge machine for us selling, and we're going to give one lucky viewer one of those away today, Jane.
Let's do it.
Guess what, guys? Kennedy, you ready to spin that wheel? All right, spin that wheel.
Blaine, it's so exciting that you give away sewing machines. Like, that's nuts.
I know.
I just am really kind of grasping the whole idea of the giveaways right now.
$30,000.
Yeah.
$30,000 worth of stuff we're giving away today.
How much? How many thousand?
$30,000 worth of stuff we're giving away today.
30,000 stuff you're giving away today. Right now, Brenda Martinez is the winner of the sewing machine. She's watching on YouTube. Brenda, you know what to do. Go to SMPLive.tv, then right down, fill out the prize form, and you're the winner. Blaine, $30,000 of giveaways today?
No, all week.
Okay. Whew.
$30,000 we're giving away each day. Like during every day, all the giveaways added up are $30,000. And then we're giving that grand prize winning. The Dream Studio is worth $27,000.
That's crazy. Like, so here we talk about it, and it's like, oh yeah, here's a giveaway. This is what you're getting. But then when you really think about it, I'm like, what? Somebody just won a sewing machine. What? Somebody just won a bundle bag. And then the Dream Studio is like mind-boggling, really.
It is. It's pretty awesome. And hey, the thing is, Jane, it's easy to win. All y'all have to do is, if you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel, go subscribe. If you haven't liked our Facebook page, go like it. And then all you have to do, if you share the video today to your own page on YouTube or Facebook, if you share it, and then just go make comments or ask questions, that enters you to win. And not only is it enter you into all the daily drawings that we're doing, it's also going to enter you to win the grand prize that we're giving away, which is that Dream Studio. We've already got two. We announced the winner yesterday for the finalists. We had one on Monday, and we're going to announce a finalist this afternoon. And once we get 5 finalists, we're going to draw one of those 5 lucky people are going to win it.
So Blaine, let me ask you this: as every time people write a comment, every time they like, that's as many times as they get entered to win?
Yes, just like if you had a raffle ticket, the more things you do, the more participation, the more tickets you're throwing into the hat.
And I knew that. I just wanted to remind everybody because every time you do something, it's like another raffle ticket. So it's always a good reminder to get yourself in the mix and participate in this live broadcast because it is so much fun. And look what you could win. Amazing. Thank you, Blaine. You're the best.
It is. And, you know, we've got a great afternoon planned for everybody, too. Hopefully, Heidi's going to get in here and we'll get her going. And then we're going to have Trevor Conquergood from, you know, he's from Floriani.
Yeah.
He lives up in Canada. He's going to be on the show today and talk about some great things from Floriani. We're going to have Sarah Betzer back. And Sarah is a brother educator. She's going to talk all about that with that NS 2750D again. And that was a huge hit. And they were flying off the shelf, Jane. Then we're going to have Handy Quilter back in the house.
Yeah.
Elena back in the house this afternoon with the 970. And then we're going to have the King Quilter sit down to top off the end of the day. And everybody is going to love that machine. That's a brand new release from us. It is our own brand of quilting machine. And that sit down, we released it this year after 2 years of testing. And it is a rock star, has that new, you know, Quilt Vision table that comes with it. It has electric eyes built into the table for the speed regulation. So it is awesome.
So cool.
And so we got a great afternoon planned, and I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking forward to today. I call it So Much Fun Fest. We're in day 3. We still have 2 more days, Blaine. I mean, like, it's crazy because I feel like it goes so fast, but yet I'm like, oh, yay, we still have more. Like, we're kind of, I would say, this is the midway point exactly, right? Because we're 2.5 days in and we have 2.5 days over.
Yep, you're right. And, you know, and that's what we start out, you know, Monday morning. We're saying, hey, we got 5 full days. And, you know, the days go by so fast. And I know, you know, it's going to be blink of the eye. And we're going to be Friday afternoon saying, okay, guys, this is it. This is the end of Sew Fest. So everybody, I think, looks forward to this. And, you know, we're going to continue to put these on. And, you know, again, we've got, you know, if you think of all the things in the future, we've got some great things happening. You know, we always say right now, you know, SMP is the place to be at 10 a.m. And, you know, every day of the week, we have a YouTube and Facebook show that we do. We live streaming every single day of the week that we have some sort of educational content or source, you know, some, you know, machine demonstrations. We have some great specials that we do in selling. And so that's great. Now I know you're going to be on October the 8th. With Takeover Tuesday, and you got a special thing lined up for us too, don't you?
Yeah, I'm going to be back November the 8th for Takeover Tuesday, 10 a.m. Pacific, 12 noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern. But yeah, we're doing a holiday decor. So I'm going to do, I saw this really cool thing at the store. It's like a banner that you would put over your garland, like maybe your mantle. It could fit on your tree. You could put it up as a wall decor. But I'm going to do like an embroidered name and show you how to do it double-sided. And then my friends from treetime.com, they are the experts in decor, garland, mantle, trim. So this woman, her name is Cassie Nicholas. She knows all these tips and tricks on how to put ribbon inside the tree or how to add different types of flowers, all these different kind of decorating ideas. But here's what I know, Blaine. Everybody here is very, very creative because we all are makers and we're sewists and we're crafters and creators. This is the other side of it, and that is decorating. And I know we're creative, so we're going to want to decorate. So a little handmade, a little decoration. That's November 8th.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome.
It's really.
You know, and then we've got our Scan and Cut University, Jane. It's going to be in October as well. It's the 13th through the 15th. And we have 3 of the best educators in the world that are going to be teaching those classes those 3 days.
Let me tell you who they are. Julie Faith Van Balzer, Heather Banks, and Cindy Hogan. Are you
got it
right there? That's a triple threat in education.
It is.
It's a virtual event. So, and if people want to get their tickets, Blaine, they can go right to smplive.tv.
Yeah, they can go to, they actually just go to our website, SewingMachinesPlus.com, and at the very top of the page, there's an event and classes tab. Just click on that. It'll take you to all those pages. You can see everything that's going on, but you'll see all the little thumbnails of all the big events. And you'll see that Scan and Cut University. Just click on that. It'll take you to that product page. and you have to have one of the SDX models. The very first number letters on that scan and cut has to be SDX to be able to participate because of the projects they're doing. But if you don't have one of those, no worries. You can actually purchase your scan and cut at the same time. And when you do that, you get a $100 discount off the class. So it's a great thing. And then we do have cutoff dates on there because we have to have time to get everybody their kits that they're going to need to make all the projects. And then we have also a material list that they're going to get so they know if any other little materials they need to get before the class. But we are going to do it on Zoom. So it will be, broadcast nationwide, and then everybody that signs up. And then we're also, if you're local in Southern California, we're going to have a watch party at the San Marcos retail store. So everybody can come up to the watch party. If you've already signed up, you can just come and do the watch party with us. Not only will we have people in the classroom to give them help, but then we're also going to have people on Zoom, on the chat, helping people as they're, moderating and helping there. So it's going to be a really action-packed 3 full days, and we're looking forward to it.
Something you don't want to miss, and we all love the scan and cut. We watch, let's say Heather Banks was doing a demo on it, and then I think Becky Thompson was just doing a demo on it, and everyone's like, the scan and cut, the scan and cut. So if there's little things, and you can always learn more and more on the scan and cut, this is the class, this is the university that you want to go to. Just up your scan and cut skills with this 3-day course. Maybe I'll come out to San Diego, Blaine, and sneak into the class.
I think you need to. Hey, and then right after Scan and Cut University, we're going to have our Cyber Monday show. And guys, this is going to be a huge celebration this year. We have over 30 presenters, I think, for Cyber Monday. Every 15 minutes for 7.5 hours. It's going to be nonstop products that you're going to show, do demonstrations on. And basically how it works is everybody, the experts are going to come on. They're going to show you their 5 favorite, features of everything that we present. And so it's going to be a really fast-paced day to get that many products in. We got some great specials, and that'll be the Monday after Thanksgiving. And then, it doesn't stop.
Hey, Blaine, let me ask you a question really quick before you keep promoting, because I know where you're going next, and that's the countdown to Christmas. But let's just circle back to Monday, the what's it called again? Virtual Monday?
It's the Cyber Monday.
Yeah, Cyber Monday. Okay, let's just circle back to Cyber Monday, and let's give everybody a little peek behind the curtain, because I don't know the answer to this either. When you're deciding and you're going through these 15-minute time slots, do you is it a Blaine wish list? Like, okay, I want to do this and then I want this. It's like your Christmas wish list of what you would like to see. And then you start making phone calls, or do you program it? You slot people in? Like, how do you make it happen? 15 minutes of content for a full day is a lot of work.
Well, it is. And Jane, it's kind of, there's a lot of different factors that play into the products that we pick. One, is the product available? Is the product a quality product that we are going to stand behind 1% and we love it? 2, can we get good pricing from the manufacturers when I purchase it? Because I want to be able to give a good savings to the customers. And if I don't get a price break myself, I can't pass those savings on to the customer. So there's a lot of factors into that happen. And again, it is kind of a wish list too. There's some machines I just love and I go, man, I just want, to try to get a deal on these so I can pass it on and give customers some great quality machines. So there's a lot of factors into play, and, it takes a lot of work. And we've already started working on Cyber Monday now. We've already started working on Countdown to Christmas, and, we still got a couple months before they get here.
Hey, Blaine, I know we're doing some fun things promoting. Maybe you could look in your Santa bag and maybe we could do one more giveaway before this little midday break is over.
Well, actually, Heidi's not going to be on. Something happened. Heidi couldn't make it, but we have a fill-in for her from the same company that's going to, basically talking about the picking the right fabric. And we have Amanda. So Amanda's been on our show before. She's from So English. She's going to come on and actually fill in for Heidi, and she's ready to go, Jane. So I'm going to let you introduce Amanda, and I'm going to get out of y'all's hair.
All right. Well, let's, without fail, without stopping at all. And I'm sorry, I know you guys were asking for more giveaways. I tried. I totally tried. But you see what's happening. Amanda's here. Let's bring her in because I don't want to run out of time. Amanda, come on in. Let's say hello.
Hi.
Hey, Amanda, how you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. I was like, excuse the impromptu dress here. I was kind of thrust into it at the last moment. And for those of you who are disappointed it's not Heidi, hopefully I can help too.
Hey, listen, Amanda, we are so happy that you are here. We're happy you were able to just jump in because everyone is super excited to talk about picking the right fabric. And we're so appreciative that you're here. I could ask you tons of questions, but I'm going to let you talk about picking the right fabric. And then we'll come back at the end of the segment and we'll give you some questions.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. So probably the most important thing is making sure that you have enough stretch for your project. And, you know, refer to your pattern. And I'm a bit freaked out at the way I'm looking at the moment. So please excuse my dress. I was down in the warehouse all morning and just went and threw a little bit of lipstick on, and here we are. So if you refer to your pattern, it's going to give you some pattern suggestions, some fabric suggestions, you know, whether you want a lighter weight one, the percentage of stretch that you need, the recovery that your fabric is going to need. So I'm going to start with a Peach Performance, and this is one of my favorite fabrics. Oh, my dog just came to see me. Excuse me while I figure this one out. It's definitely impromptu. Here, move. Come this way. There you go. There we go. Stop my dog from running away while I'm doing this. Peach Performance. It is great for leggings. And one of the main reasons is not just because of the stretch, but also because of the recovery it has. This one here, as you can see, I'm going to hold it and stretch it. You can see this is the horizontal stretch, but it also has great vertical stretch. And this one is an 8713 polyester spandex mix. It is the same blend that is used by many of the top athleisure companies. So those $100 leggings that you find in the stores, they're using the same fabric that we have. This one is peached, which means that it's very lightly brushed. So it hasn't got that slick hand to it. It's just got to imagine like a peach skin. It just is very, very lightly brushed. But the stretch on it makes it the most comfortable leggings. I literally live in this fabric. I'm wearing a pair right now. But that great stretch, but more importantly for leggings, it has that recovery. You'll see that it's, whoops, just jumped straight out of my hand there. You've got the stretch, but then you have the recovery. So that means that it's going to keep shape all the way through the day. It doesn't matter what you do. It's going to work really well. I like making my leggings with a yoga band, and I put a tall yoga band, which really stays put all day. I hate having to get dressed and then constantly fiddle with my clothes and adjust my clothes. I like being able to put these on and they stay where they're supposed to be. One of my biggest complaints with ready-to-wear leggings is every time I bend over, I find myself having to hitch up the front of my leggings because they all roll down. I've had a couple of C-sections. That doesn't help. But I'm, that constant rolling and hitching up my pants. I'm like, no. There's got to be a better way than that. So I personally love this for leggings, but it's not the only thing that you can do with it. I also make hoodies in this. I have one cut out on my sewing table next to me. It's right next to my Bonina. And it's just a really comfortable fabric. You can see, like just here, I'm like getting it the wrong way around. I'm wrapping it around my elbow, and you can just see how that conforms. And it's just really the most comfortable fabric. And you machine wash, you can throw it in the dryer. We do recommend that you wash everything on cold and you dry on low or medium. But this is just an amazing fabric for leggings. You can do joggers, you can do hoodies, you can make even, like a tighter fitting shirt. Now that we're finally cooling down a little bit, I'm wearing it pretty much every day, and I love wearing it in the evenings. I've also got shorts. If I have a couple of yards, then I'll make some leggings, and with what I have left over, I make shorts. And I love the Chelsea pattern that we have. That's actually a jogger pattern, but it has, you know, a few different options. So you can do short shorts, you can do a longer short, you can do a jogger without a band, so it looks more like, you know, a pair of dress pants. If I was making them into dress pants, I'd actually use like a Liverpool. This is a Liverpool here. It's a 96/4 polyester spandex, and it does have some stretch to it. I'm pulling it the wrong way. You've got some horizontal stretch, not so much on the vertical, but it does have a little bit. If I'm using a fabric that doesn't quite come under the correct stretch percentage, especially the vertical one, I just add a little bit to my back rise on my pants so that when I sit down, they're not being pulled down because they don't have that stretch. Another thing that you can do really well with Liverpool, and this is, let me see if you can see, it's just got that texture. I think you can see it a little better on the flower. It's a 96/4 polyester spandex blend. It's smooth on the reverse, so the side next to your skin is just nice and smooth, and the reverse has the texture. Lots of things you can do with that. It has more body because it's a double knit, so it's great for peplums, bomber jackets. I have made hoodies in it. It's not my first choice for hoodies, but I have made hoodies in Liverpool just because I really like the fabric and I love the print, and I love making hoodies. They're probably my favorite thing to make. So, you know, it's just, here we go. There's your horizontal and your vertical. And so that one is Liverpool. Now you might see Bullet, or Scuba or Crepe Scuba. They're all in the same family. Scuba is the same weight and stretch, but it's smooth on both sides. Bullet is pretty much the same thing. It just has a different texture to it. So can we bring this one back to you again? You'll see it has like a random, almost like a squiggly texture to it. Bullet is a little different. It's the same base fabric, but it has like little ovals on it. But anything you can do with Liverpool, you can do with Scuba. Crepe Scuba is smooth on the skin side, and then the reverse has a little finer texture to this. It's not rough, it's not scratchy, but it has just a finer texture. I like textured fabrics, especially because they tend to just, kind of disguise something sometimes. If you're wearing a solid and there's nothing to disguise any lumps or bumps. Let's just put it that way. And I have lumps and bumps. So for any of you who are like me, having that little bit of texture is really great for just being able to disguise those. Going back to the leggings, this is Supplex, and it almost looks like a rib when you see it. It looks like a really fine rib. Let's see if you can see that. It's like almost like a fine rib. Great stretch. Supplex is made from nylon. It's another awesome performance fabric. Hoodies, leggings, joggers, all of those type of things. But the other thing it's great for is you can use it in the place of ribbing. So I would use this for if I was making a hoodie in something that didn't have that great stretch and recovery. I would do all of my bands in a coordinating fabric such as this. And it's a great way of using your scraps up too. So that one is Supplex. I'm going to move these to one side. And with the season changing, it's, I love seeing the seasons change, which I know isn't very dramatic over here in Southern California. And a lot of you have way more seasons than we experience over here. But we got hit by some pretty heavy rain last week, and it has me reaching for some of my more fall-like things. DBP, sometimes people say, it's too warm for the summer. I think it really depends on what you're going to make in it. But it's a 96/4 polyester spandex blend. Double means it's brushed on both sides. And if I was making, I actually have a little dress. Let me slide this table out of the way so I can show you this dress I'm actually in the middle of making. I don't know if how well you'll be able to see it. I'm showing you the part of my wall that I haven't finished decorating yet because we moved in February and I've just been so busy. But this is, you know, a really pretty little dress. I just need to put some elastic in the waist of it. I fully lined the bodice, and then it has these really pretty flutter sleeves. You can see those there. You know, just a little bit more feminine, but, you know, great for, you know, the cooler weather. And then I can layer it. I can take my cardigan off in the daytime when it warms up. But you can just see it just has really, really pretty drape to it. So that one is DBP. And great stretch. A lot of people make lighter weight leggings out of DBP, and so many things you can do. Leggings, you can make dresses. It has the stretch that you need if you want to make lighter weight leggings. However, it also has that beautiful drape for dresses and tops and things like that. Lightweight cardigans are another thing that you can do. And we have some really pretty. This is one that's in our ready cut section. And just a really pretty design for the fall. I love those colors. I think I may have to make myself something out of this. So that one is DBP. Another great fabric, and one of my favorites, is a poly rayon spandex blend. So this one has that great drape as well. I like it because you can throw it's in the washer, you can throw it in the dryer. It's not going to pill. Great for layering in this, in the weather. You know, I think it's going to be 80 today, but the lows are in the 60s. So this is something, you know, I could make. I'm actually planning on making another one of those dresses in this, and you know, do a nice little hoodie to throw, a nice little cardigan to throw over the top. But poly rayon spandex. It's nice, smooth. It's got a jersey face to it. Great stretch there. And so that one is a poly rayon spandex blend. ITY, moving on I'm using that dress as an example a lot because of the, you know, that's kind of my favorite thing to make at the moment. I've made dozens of those dresses and my friends keep hitting me up to make more of them. So this is an ITY interlock twist yarn, or you can find DTY. They're both very similar. It's just the method that they are produced. I'm just doing this so that I can show you the drape. But, you know, for dresses, anything that like dresses, maxi skirts, that type of thing, this is a perfect fabric. ITY is the most commonly used fabric in Missy's ready to wear. So if you are in Macy's or INC, that type of thing, you'll see a lot of the ITY. It doesn't crease. You can pull it out of your suitcase now. We can travel. You can, you know, use this. It has a nice smooth hand. People often ask about sewing it because it's slippery. You can use Wonder Tape. Some people, I know my friend Judy Kessinger often uses a glue stick when she sews. Clips, pins, that type of thing. Just a really, really versatile fabric. So if you're thinking about dresses with the holiday coming up, it would make a beautiful maxi dress. I know balls are coming up. You could do something in the ITY, and you're going to get out of the car looking just as fresh as when you got in there. So that one is ITY. Another one of my favorites is bamboo. And bamboo really doesn't need much of an explanation. We all know what a bamboo plant is. Really great stretch again. And it doesn't pill. It doesn't. I've got 3 shirts made in bamboo in a really pretty blue color. And they're in constant rotation. I think I made the oldest one about 3 years ago. And, you know, the color is still vibrant and it breathes. So if you're thinking about nightwear, even, you know, wanting to have something comfortable to sleep in, bamboo is an amazing fabric. And I was told one time that with bamboo, it's actually been proven to lower your body temperature up to 3 degrees. So if you run warm, bamboo is a great fabric to look for. So now with the seasons changing and, you know, looking for different things to, you know, to put in our closet, I love layering and I love wearing cardigans. These are my reading glasses. So I'm constantly putting them down and losing them, which is why I've got probably a dozen pairs floating around. They all seem to end up in the same place and I can never find them. So, but I love having pockets. So I wear a lot of cardigans in the fall and into the winter. And probably my favorite fabric for making cardigans and sweaters is Oakley. I don't know if you can really see the detail in here. It's a blend that is lightly brushed on the face. And one of the things that I love about Oakley is you can see here, it's a really tight knit. So you can see me moving my thumb behind there, but you can't see through it at all. It's got this gorgeous velvet-like hand, washes like a dream, doesn't pill. But one of my favorite things is it's stable. So when you're sewing with Oakley, you're not getting those wavy seams and having to play with your differential on your serger. It's just a really fantastic fabric and beginner friendly too. So that's always important. So this is Oakley, and we carry this. We have it custom printed oftentimes. This is one that I was actually just about to put in a bundle before I got the SOS call. So this one is Oakley. But not only can you do hoodies and cardigans and things like that, but because you've got that tight knit, you can actually make joggers in this also. And I made some sleek joggers, and they are just the most comfortable thing just for, you know, lounging around the house and sleeping in. I just absolutely love it. And you can see here that it's also got great drape. So if you want to do like a waterfall cardigan or something where you want to take advantage of the drape, this would be something to look for. So that one is Oakley. I brought a few different things in the sweater family. This is another Oakley, but this one is a textured Oakley. So let me show you. You can see there, you can see the stars on there. That's just something, you know, I like the fact that it's solid, but it has that visual interest going on. All the same characteristics as the printed Oakley, but this one has that texture to it. Another one in the, let me actually switch my direction here. This is a sweater knit also, but this one has texture, and this is not brushed. So there we go. That one's another with the herringbone. I love finding fabrics that have got that visual interest and that texture going on. You know, sometimes you want a solid, and you know, just having that texture just really sets it apart. So that one is a herringbone textured sweater knit. And Hachi is one where I often, when I'm on the road, people are always asking me, you know, how do you say that? What's that one called? And it's Hacci, but it's pronounced Hachi. And it is another type of sweater knit. This one is one that is brushed also. It's brushed on the face. But another thing that I like to do is, and I know this is something that Candace does too, you could make your cardigan, you make the body of the cardigan with the brushed side out, but then you can simply do your bands. Excuse my dogs, please. You can use the bands with the non-brushed side out. So, you know, just give another little visual interest there. But Hachi is great for layering. I've seen a lot of Hachis in the ready-to-wear stores, and it washes well. It's comfortable. This one is not a particularly heavy one. But I love that because I could do the, almost like, I was going to say a twin set. I don't know if people use that term anymore. I know that my grandmother loved to have like twin sets and things like that. So this one is a brushed hachi. So those are the ones that I grabbed, and I thought that it would actually be kind of nice to see if I could answer any questions and help anybody who's not sure what fabric that they would need for their projects.
Oh, hey, Amanda. Okay,
Hey.
everybody. Great job. I mean, impromptu jumps in. Amanda Carita, you're the owner of Sew English Fabrics. I love that. There are questions, but I want to talk about you for a minute because you're the owner of the business. You were inspired because you couldn't find the types of fabrics you were looking for. What was the tipping point that you said, I'm going to start a fabric store?
I actually had a request from a friend of mine several years ago, and she said, maxi skirts, excuse me 1 second.
Okay.
It's got a tickle in my throat.
You want to grab a little drink of water?
Yes, please. She wanted a maxi skirt, and it was at a time when maxi skirts weren't in fashion. And she said, well, I don't really care about fashion. I want a maxi skirt. She's like, could you make me a maxi skirt? And I'm like, sure. And I went off looking for different fabrics. And I made her a skirt. And then actually somebody else asked me, well, can you make me a skirt? Excuse me, I'm just looking.
Yep, grab a little bit of water and I
found one.
Yeah, go ahead, everybody. We are talking to Amanda Carita from Sew English, talking about choosing the correct fabric for your project. And she showed us so many beautiful performance fabrics. One of my favorites that I saw here was the hachi. Gorgeous fabric. And I love the idea of putting the smooth side and then reversing it for maybe your sleeves or for the body using the other side of the fabric. Okay, Amanda, back to your friend that wanted the maxi.
Yeah, she wanted a maxi skirt, and then another friend was like, oh, well, now I want one too. And it kind of snowballed. And I have a lot of friends. My boys are now 17 and 20, but at the time when they were in elementary school, I was actually making maxi skirts for a lot of the teachers because they said, it's perfect. We're constantly bending over. We're constantly, crouching down and helping. And maxi skirts are great for being in the classroom.
Yeah.
And that kind of, snowballed a little bit. And I just found it difficult to find the fabrics that I wanted. And I ended up starting my own business.
And how do you source your fabrics? Because you showed us so many beautiful ones.
I source from all over. I buy closeout goods from American mills. I know a lot of people love to support American businesses. And so wherever possible, I buy from American mills. Excuse me. And I have fabric custom printed both in this country and out of the country. I'm just always looking for something different, or, the quality. I do all the buying for the company, and it's really safe to say that if I wouldn't use it, I won't buy it. Not only am I your eyes, I know it's often difficult buying fabric online, but I'm the person who goes to the store, goes to the wholesaler, and, I touch it, I stretch it, I see how it recovers, I see, the different characteristics, really, trying to make it as easy as possible to buy fabrics online. I want everybody, when their package arrives, I want it to be kind of like, ooh, not ew. This particular hachi, I have to tell you that my old FedEx rep walked into my office a couple of years ago, and she was wearing a hachi sweater. And I said, oh, nice sweater. And she's like, oh my goodness. She said, I had a glass of wine, went on the Anthropology site. She spent $98 on a hachi sweater. We sell our hachi and sweater nets for like $8.99, $9.99 a yard. Some of the custom prints are, maybe $12.99. I made her, she's teeny tiny. I made her a long-sleeved Hachi sweater, and I used what was left from my 2 yards, and I made her an infinity scarf. I love making infinity scarves in the Hachi. It keeps it out of my scrap bin. But I'll make a crew neck sweater, make a matching infinity scarf, and it looks like you've got a cowl neck. But as we all know, it warms up during our days considerably, especially in the fall. So it makes it a removable cowl neck. So I made her the whole thing. I think if she'd have bought the fabric, it would have been $18, and she ended up with 2 pieces instead of 1. So, you know, people always like, yeah, but is it affordable to sew, and isn't it easier just and cheaper? No, it's way cheaper to make it yourself.
And when you came on and you were talking, I was taking notes. Of course, I went to the website, So English Fabrics, and one of your 2 core principles is self-made can be more economical, meaning we could buy these great fabrics and we just make it ourselves. And that's what it's all about. And you just gave us a really great story about your friend and the Hochi fabric. I love that. Amanda, thank you for your dogs for making a quick cameo appearance. And thank you to you. Where are you right now?
I'm in Bonsall, California.
Oh, you're in California. Okay, very good.
Yeah, I'm about 12 minutes away from your store.
Oh, good. Okay, you're so close. Well, thank you for jumping in right quick and giving us a fantastic demo. Tons of people are loving all of the fabrics that you showed us. I think everyone went straight to learn more about what you were showing and all the performance fabrics, and tons of great comments. So Amanda Carita from So English Fabrics, thank you so much for joining us and giving us all of your insight and education on selecting the right fabric.
Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. All right, everybody. Wow, that was so great. I could talk to her. I have a lot more questions. We can certainly talk to her for the next hour, but day 3 of Sew Fest, we got to keep things moving along. So I'm going to bring Blaine back in here again. That was Amanda from So English Fabrics. Blaine, what a great job she did explaining all of these performance fabrics and these different types of fabrics and their great uses.
She did, and you know, she's a trooper. We love Amanda, and you know, again, we don't know what happened. Heidi didn't show up, and we don't know what happened. So
hopefully
everything's okay with her. Yeah. But we made a phone call, and Amanda was out in her warehouse and says, you know, give me 5 minutes and I'll be there. So
she said she was packing one, like literally putting it in the pack to ship it out, and she was right there. Yeah, I mean, you know, she says, you know, she likes the idea of self-made. The slow fashion is more economical, and you don't need to sacrifice beauty for quality. And again, that goes back to the fabric selection and choosing the quality, fine fabrics, just like she was showing us today. So it was really great to talk to her, Blaine. Thank you.
All righty. Well, Jane, I think are we saying goodbye to you right now, or are you going to be back? I think we're saying goodbye. No, you're back. You're coming back.
I'm back one more time. Yeah.
Yeah. You'll be back in about 30 minutes or an hour, I think, but you're coming back.
I'm coming back.
So we'll see you back in a little bit.
Before I leave you, I know you're going to see Angela and you're going to see me. We all need to decide what color we're wearing tomorrow. So I think
we got to let everybody vote. So I think we're going to let them vote on what color they want to see us all 3 wear tomorrow. And so y'all put your votes in the chat right now. Roger's going to run the tally on it, and then we'll come back and tell everybody what color won.
Right. And you'll see Angela before you see me, then you'll see me, and then you'll tell me. Perfect?
Yeah, perfect. Sounds good. Okay, we'll see you back in just a few minutes. All right, guys, we're going to continue the show. And next up, hey, we have got a fantastic educator coming in, and I think y'all all know his name is Trevor Conquergood. He is up in Canada, and he's with Floriani, and he's going to talk about the new Floriani thread and design quilt software. This stuff is awesome. And so, you know what? Trevor, take it away, and we'll be back here in about 25 minutes to tell y'all how you can get it.
Wow. Thanks so much, Blaine. Thank you for inviting me to be part of Sew Fest this week. I'm having a great time, and I'm super excited for today's presentation. I'm going to tell you guys about some of our new products. You're going to learn about thread and some special thread offers. I'll tell you guys about a free program called Creative Express. And I have a cool demonstration using our new quilting software called Designing Quilt. And so I hope you guys are as excited for my presentation as I am. And so if you're ready to get started, let's get going. I'm so excited to be here today on behalf of R&K, distributors of Floriani, Quilter Select, and Embellish products. We make the products that take your embroidery, quilting, and crafting to the next level. In today's presentation, I'm going to show you some brand new products and ways to use them to enhance your creativity. For ongoing inspiration, be sure to visit our Create with R&K blog and follow us on Facebook. Who doesn't love new threads? You know I do. Just in time for the holidays is an assortment of 5 glow-in-the-dark threads. By day, each is a soft shade of yellow, purple, blue, pink, or white. When the lights go down, these threads come out to play. They're perfect for Halloween projects, for your Halloween swag or the holiday swag, and they would be special touch in the windows. Imagine stitching on pillowcase cuffs or sweatshirts, even for decorative stitching. These 40 weight threads are a glowing replacement for any project where you would use your normal embroidery thread. I believe that there are some awesome specials available for you today. I absolutely love variegated thread. There's something just very special about it. I love that it's so forgiving when doing free motion quilting if your quilting's not like 100% perfect. And it's so visually interesting when used in quilting or in decorative stitching. And for embroidery, wow, the sky's the limit. It's great in lettering, monogramming, outline style designs, redwork style designs. Variegated thread colors elevate simple embroidery designs to a new level. And you're going to want to check out all of these cool fall color combos, or these 2 brand new colors that are perfect for your holiday stitching. Anyway, we're just sure that you're going to want to collect all of the new thread from R&K. And for that person that wants it all, there's a special bundle where we have one of each of the new variegated thread colors, as well as one of each of all of our cool new glow-in-the-dark thread colors. Thank you, Blaine, and everyone at SewingMachinePlus.com for helping your awesome customers to purchase these special new thread bundles from Floriani, and they're at some absolutely awesome prices. Here's a cool pro tip. You can use the Floriani Creative Express software to open and view the sewing sequence of an embroidery design, and you can even select the threads and change their colors. And I'll even show you how you can interact with the new cool variegated thread colors using this cool free software. That's right, Floriani Creative Express is 100% free software. You can learn more about it by visiting our website, rnksoftware.club. And you can download it and install it and use it today. There's lots of great things, and you'll get to join our R&K Software Club, where you can watch videos about the Floriani Creative Express software, as well as all kinds of other amazing videos that are all found from within our R&K Software Club. And so let me take a moment and show you a little bit about our cool Floriani Creative Express software. This is the Floriani Creative Express software that you can download for free from the rnksoftware.club website. I don't have time to show you a lot of things about it today, but you can learn a lot about it with the cool videos on the rnksoftware.club website. What I will show you today is how you could use the browser on the right hand side to point to any folder in your computer and then hover over designs to see all of the designs that are in that folder, and you can scroll through and it makes it very nice and visual. If you find a design that you want to open, you can just click and drag to bring it onto your workspace. So as that design is opening up, one of the things that's really amazing is that down at the bottom, these are the Floriani colors, and I could easily select, the color blue and choose any color blue from the Floriani color palette. If you wanted to use a different color palette, maybe you have some new cool Quilter Select thread, what you can do, well, first of all, you can click on this button right here to choose Match Palette. And it pops up a list, and these are all of the different thread palettes that come in the software. And basically, you can color match from one thread brand to another very quickly and easily. And so I'll just scroll down, find the perfect select Paracotton Poly, that cool 80s weight thread, and instantly the design is converted and all of the colors are now matched to the Paracotton Poly. And maybe you bought some of that cool variegated thread that was on sale today. Well, now let me show you down at the very bottom. I can change the color palette to any color palette that comes with the software. And so just click on the list, and you'll see in here that we actually have the Floriani variegated and mixed thread palette in here. And so, for example, if I click on the color red, that's all of the part that becomes highlighted. Wonder what it would look like in kind of a cool orange and yellow variegated. You click right here and it recolors it, and now you could see what it would actually look like with the variegated colors. You can get more of a realistic look by clicking on the 3D button over here, and if you want to see how the design stitches, you can just click up at the top to simulate the sewing. And so there's a lot of really great reasons to get the Creative Express software. And first of all, it's absolutely free. And so just visit our website, download the Creative Express software, and look in the software club for all of the great videos to teach you all of the things that you can do with the Creative Express software. Of course, Floriani has some amazing software that you can purchase. For example, use the help menu and go into demo mode and try any of the different Floriani software that's available for purchase. And that way you'll know before you buy it just how much you're going to love it. Here's some breaking news. There's an amazing special on the Floriani FTCU software. This is a limited time offer, and if you purchase the Floriani FTCU software today, it comes with some amazing special bonuses with over $3,000 worth of value, including the Floriani Lettering Master software add-on, which basically gives you the professional capabilities to create your own fonts just like a professional would. Another thing that's super cool is if you buy the Floriani FTCU software today, you get 15 You Design It embroidery collections. And let me tell you, a You Design It collection is a ton of fun because they're like interactive stock design collections. Each one of these includes dozens and dozens of designs that when combined together create unlimited potential. And so imagine sitting down with your grandkids to make cool little monsters or robots or assemble your own little train engine. There's monster trucks and Vesna jars and spring flowers. There's 15 different You Design It collections that you'll get completely free when you buy the software. And probably the best of all is the big, beautiful box of 100 spools of thread. You guys, this is the most beautiful Floriani polyester 40s weight embroidery thread you'll ever stitch with. And it's just so amazing when you get a whole box of 100 of them all put together. It's one of my very favorite things to get. And anyway, you guys, now more than ever is the best time to purchase the Floriani embroidery software. It's called FTCU. If you've downloaded the free Creative Express software, you can use the demo mode and go ahead and check out the cool FTCU and all of the different Lettering Master or any of the Floriani embroidery software. But wait, there's more. And we've saved something very special for last today because we have our new designing quilt software that's inspired by Alex Anderson, and I'd like to tell you guys a little bit about it today. First of all, it's a program that you would use to plan, preview and prepare for your quilt. You're going to still quilt the same way you always have. It's just an additional tool to help you in the planning stage. And one of the benefits is being able to know before you sew. And it's perfect for traditional piecing, foundation piecing, capable for doing applique. It's got all kinds of capabilities for other types of specialty things like embroidery quilting or long arm quilting. But really, even just for the everyday sort of traditional quilter, you'll love using Design & Quilt as part of your process to help you to plan your quilts and decide before you buy the fabric, do you like it better in the red colorways or the blue colorways? And so without further ado, I'd like to pop over to my software and give you guys a short demonstration. This is our new Design & Quilt software that's inspired by Alex Anderson. And for what time we have left in today's presentation, I'd like to show you a few of the cool things about this software. First of all, this is a tool that a quilter would buy to enable them to create with, to plan with. It'll give you printed instructions. You can create your own blocks. You can create your own quilts. It comes with a bunch of quilts and blocks already. And it's inspired by Alex, and we've got all of Alex's kind of cool quilts already, prepared. One of the coolest parts of the software is using the print preview tool and how it can provide you with printable templates, rotary cutting instructions, actual size templates, even foundational paper piecing instructions can all be found kind of by using the tools of the Design & Quilt software. What I thought we would maybe look at or sort of focus in on today is the block creation tools, and those are found here. There's 2 different tools that you could use to make your own block. And I'll just click on the one that's called Easy Block, and you'll notice it gives me an empty quilt block that's sort of made up of squares in rows and columns. Over on the right is the properties, and so you can decide how many rows and squares you want it to be. Could be any number, and then what size those are going to be. So they're each a 1 inch. I have 8 squares by 8. Each of them are 1 inch, making an 8-inch quilt block. And it's really cool because you can click on your quilt library, open up a quilt block, and change the size of it. So this may be an 8-inch block, but if you wanted to use it at 6 inches and you came in and you changed the size from 8 to 6 and clicked apply, it will resize that block so that now this is a 6-inch block instead of an 8-inch block. And so this is the concept with the Easy Block tool, that when you click on create, you have an empty one, and now you need to sort of show the software what are the pieces of your sort of block going to look like by selecting them and uniting them. And you can unite pieces together or break them back up apart. But before you start, you probably want to decide what size, how many rows and columns you want for your block, and then whether you want to do rectangular blocks or whether you want to do half square triangles facing up or facing down, or perhaps one of the more versatile ones would be a quarter square triangle, because now you can kind of have some going up and some going down. But the idea is you're going to need to join the pieces. You have 8 squares by 8, each square having 4 quarters, and essentially you can take your select tool and click and drag to select a whole rectangle and then unite that together, or select this square and unite that together, or you can just pick a little triangle and hold down your control key to pick another one, and select those 2 and unite those together and pick those 2. And so now I'm making triangles that are, I guess, half squares, but I'm doing them in different directions like this. And at any point in time, you can stop and use your piece select tool to select a piece and tell the software what color that piece is going to be. And so after I click on a color, it gets added to the second list, which is like the colors in your quilt. And so if you find that you've got 3 colors that you want to use in your quilt and you just want to reuse them, then when you select your areas, you know that you can go and use those colors again and again within your block like that. And so this is the concept that you need to unite them. There is a lasso to do this with. So now I can like click and click and click and right click to like draw this triangle and quickly mask it off. And so I can easily go around a shape like that and create my triangles. Or if you just want to like click and drag and say all of those pieces and unite that, you could. But that's kind of how the tool works. We've got our sort of easy block tool. And now for your more, I guess, it's called the advanced block tool right here. So I don't know that they're necessarily harder. It's very easy to use, but you could make blocks with curved lines or really any shape you want. You start out with an empty block and you need to basically click and drag to create the pieces. You probably want to put a grid in the background or maybe even an image. So when you're creating blocks, one of the options is to click on the background tool and add sort of an image behind the block. So if you had a picture of your block, maybe a photograph or a clip art, it would make it very easy to recreate it. When I turn on a grid, I also have, if I right click over the ruler, I can change between metric and inches. I can set my grid settings, so you can decide I've got quarter squares for the small grids, and every 8 quarter squares I've got a large grid, so that I know that every purple square is basically a 2-inch square. And you can adjust those to whatever makes sense to you. But I can turn on things like snap to grid, snap to guidelines, and snap to anchors, so that when I draw my lines, if I get close to kind of a grid point, it'll magically snap onto it, and you can easily draw sort of pieces like this. Now, if you want to curve them, you use the select tool to select one of the lines, and then you can change it to be a curved line like this. And so at some point in time, you're going to want to click on your select tool and select a piece that you've created and color it in like that. And essentially that's kind of how the advanced block tool works. So if I want to keep drawing lines, I just go back to my block tool and draw in another line here and draw in another line and keep drawing the lines. So if you're good with the graph paper, then this becomes very easy to do. And then, like I said, once you're done drawing the little pieces, you can come down here and choose the different areas and color them in whatever colors that you want to work with. So yeah, there's a lot of things we could learn, and perhaps if we had more time, maybe the next time I see you guys, we'll talk about fabrics and how we can add fabrics. And another thing I'd show you would be how to create a layout. So how you could take these blocks that you're creating and then, basically create your entire quilt with the borders and the sashing and all the parts. And so hopefully you enjoyed today's presentation. I really hope you guys enjoyed today's presentation. I want to remember to say thank you to Blaine and everybody at SewingMachinesPlus.com. You guys are awesome, and so is Sew Fest, and I'm having so much fun being part of it this week. And so thank you so much for inviting us, and thank you for offering some really exceptional offers to everybody for the specials on the thread, and of course the Floriani software. How can you not go for it with a beautiful 100 spools of thread and the lining quilts on for you guys? It's awesome. You're going to love it. So thanks so much for listening to me today. And until I see you guys next time, thanks so much. And so back over to you, Blaine, and you can tell everybody how to take advantage of the specials.
All right. Well, thanks, Trevor. That was an awesome presentation, guys. I hope y'all enjoyed that. Trevor is so good and such a good educator. And so we've had him on the show before, and we'll probably have him again because we like his presentation so much. And I sure do appreciate, Floriani being one of our sponsors and Trevor spending some time with us today. Guys, again, we've got a great couple, some products to show you. And, we're going to kind of go through all the ones that he had up on the screen. So the first one that he was showing you was that design and quilt software and the Quilter Select tool. Now, guys, we have a really good price on this. We're going to have all the pricing that for the Sew Fest is on the screen. So these are the specials. Floriani let us actually show the discounted prices on screen just for the Sew Fest. And again, guys, they're $599 for the package you see. And again, that's the software package along with those Quilter Select tools. You're seeing the whole bundle there, $599. You're saving $386 on this. You can finance this also for 12 months, all the way down for just a little under $50 a month. You can get this. And guys, again, that design software is incredible. And again, that was he highlighted that was helped, designed by blank Alex Anderson. Sorry, Alex. But anyway, Alex had helped design that, and it's such a good bargain for you today. So y'all make sure you jump on that. And then the next item that he talked about was that glow-in-the-dark thread. And again, if you've got some special things you want to do with your sewing and things, what a great way to spice up a lot of different things you could do with your, any kind of, home decor, any kind of clothing, anything you want to do. You could even do some quilts and do some very unique things with this. But the glow-in-the-dark thread, again, guys, we've got a great special for you on that. You're going to get that bundle. It's $39.96. That's you're saving $39.96. The price is $84.99. Normally it's a $125 package. You're going to get that for $84.99. Again, guys, give us a call, 800-401-8151 to place your order, or you can just go right on the website and you can actually just type in Floriani in the search bar on the SewingMachinesPlus.com website. It'll take you to the Floriani and you can find these products. Or a quicker way, just go to SMPLive.tv. You can find the product on that page that we're highlighting right now and just click on the product and it takes you right to the product page where you can actually check out and you can actually buy this through the website without even having to call in or speaking to a chat agent because they are letting us actually show the pricing of the special for Sew Fest. And then that other product we had on there is a combination. So he talked about the variegated thread and the glow in the dark. So now you're getting that camo plus the holiday thread, and then that whole big glow in the dark bundle of all of it. And guys, again, we got a special price for you. It's $139.99. You're saving $65 and some change on that. A great combo of that if you're interested. And again, that's the special show pricing we have on that. You can go right to the website and check out. So you can go to smplive.tv and you can find these products right on that page and you can click on it. It'll take you right to the product page you can check out. Or if you have questions, feel free just to pick up that phone and call us at 800-401-8151. And then the final product was just that variegated thread by itself. You can buy just the variegated package, and it's $54.99 for that package. And again, you're saving about $26 on that. Normally, it's a little over $80. And so we got a great special on as well. And again, smplive.tv, you can find that variegated thread. Click on it. It'll take you right to the product page, and you can check out right there. And feel free to give us a call if you need to. Whatever if you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer them. And again, guys, we'll say a big shout out to Floriani for being one of our sponsors. And thanks again for Trevor. Trevor does such a good job of doing that. So, hey, let's bring Angela back into the show. And Angela,
Hi,
guess
Blaine.
what?
What?
There was a vote.
Oh, no.
So
Is
we put out there
it
what color should, Angela and Jane wear tomorrow. And I guess I'm included in that. I have to dress to match. And Roger said overwhelmingly, purple got the #1 vote. So I guess we're wearing purple tomorrow.
I just got some purple fabric in. I might have to get up early to sew something.
So you're going to make your own top for tomorrow out of purple. So that's going to be interesting. I can't wait to see it.
Yeah. Well, you can't see my hem, so it doesn't matter if I hem it. I just got to make sure that this part's done.
All right. Well, hey, we're going to let you take it away. We know we got another great session coming up and a great educator. And she's been a huge hit so far on Sew Fest. Yesterday, The phone lines lit up and products started flying off the shelf after her presentation. So we're super excited to have her back to the show. So we're going to let you take it away.
That sounds good. Well, Blaine, again, we have Sarah Vetzer, a brother educator. Yesterday, she showed 2 great machines. If you missed those episodes, you might want to go back. And today, I believe she's going to be doing the NS2750D again. I always say I believe because you never know. Something might change. But Sarah is in New York. She is, as I mentioned, a brother educator. She's fantastic. She has her own website where she sells a lot of her makes, refashions, things like that. Let's bring Sarah to the party. Hi, Sarah.
Hi, Angela. How are you?
Good. How are you today? You actually, your episodes yesterday were phenomenal. The machines flew out the door. I don't even know what's going to happen today.
Hey, these machines sell themselves, but you're looking good in red. I was going to wear red as well, but I don't actually own any.
Well, I actually had to go digging. I had all my Christmas and Valentine's outfits, and I'm like, I don't know. Well, this is my Valentine's one, a little bit of lace. Now, purple
Love
tomorrow.
it.
Are you on tomorrow, Sarah?
I'm not. No.
Dang. Well, you look fabulous too. So what are you going to show us today on this wonderful machine?
Yes, so today we are talking about the NS2750D. This is one of Brother's entry line sewing embroidery combo machines. So you can see it behind me. It's a nice compact little beauty there, but you can get so much done on this machine. It's so versatile, and it's so great for beginners because there's a lot of things that the machine will help you out with along the way. It really kind of holds your hand through the learning process, whether you're learning embroidery or learning sewing or learning both. So let's get started. I'm going to tell you about the machine. I'm going to show you some samples, and then we'll get up close and poke around on the screen there. So I will start off with the included hoops. So this machine has a max embroidery area of 5x7, which is a really versatile size. You can get a lot of really great projects done in a 5x7 hoop. So it comes with your 5x7 frame, and it also comes with a 5x12 multi-position hoop. This is really cool because using your PE Design 11 software, you can create designs that will be 12 inches long and use multiple hoopings to achieve that on the machine. There are 138 built-in designs, and this is the, again, the 2750D, and D stands for Disney. So 35 of those designs are Disney designs. That includes Mickey, Minnie, some Toy Story characters on there, and of course, Disney princesses. So there's lots to play with for your young kids, grandkids, family members, neighbors. All the kids love their Disney characters, right? So one of the samples I love to show, I was on with Angela last week and we were doing back to school projects. So this is a really fun back to school project. I got my Mickey embroidery on there, and I love this as a way to entice your kids, grandkids, neighbors, friends to wear their jacket or their shirt or their backpack. Just throw a Disney character on there and they'll never say no, right? I also created a little name tag to go in there. And I was able to use the built-in fonts on the machine. There are 11 of them. So there's a font for every project. Every type of font you'd be looking for is already in the machine. And I might not have mentioned it yet, but 11 fonts, 138 designs, 35 Disney. Those are all pre-loaded. So you can get started making embroidery projects and creating layouts right out of the box. No computer needed. No learning extra software. You can do it all right on this machine, and it has a beautiful LCD touchscreen display that allows you to preview everything, edit. You can drag different parts around. Very intuitive and easy to learn. So back to this name label here, and this is a fake number, so don't call the number. You can make these really easily in the machine. You can even fit more than one in that 5x7 embroidery area. I have my little scrap to show you guys. So I fit 2 in here, but you could definitely fit more than that. And what I did after stitching out was added an adhesive backing to make it a little patch. So it irons right on there. Then there's no stitches on the back. And again, I did this Mickey and multiple lines of text, added the border design, all on my machine. Another fun text editing sample is this little Hello Sunshine romper. Was able to curve my text, choose multiple different fonts in one design, make it multicolor, move the letters around. So much fun. You can create, there's an endless amount of things you can create with all the editing functions on here. And I will definitely show you guys those in a minute. Another fun one is this strawberry hot pad. So this strawberry is one of the preloaded embroidery designs. It has kind of a cross stitch look to it. So I added 2 of those onto my embroidery area, added a frame, moved them around, rotated, mirrored, and matched the frame thread color to the rest of my stitch out. And last but certainly not least is my little car toy basket. Call it a toy basket, but it could really be anything. I think it would look cute with a little plant in here, right? So because this machine has the sewing and embroidery side, I was able to embroider this applique design. This is one of the preloadeds. I was able to add text, match the thread colors. I sewed this entire thing on the machine, made myself some straps. There's some foam quilting, like quilting with foam in here. And I made a nice little plaid lining from an old plaid shirt that matches my applique here. So super fun project. Just a little taste of everything that you could accomplish on this machine. So let's get up close and I'll give you guys a little tour of what's going on the screen. Okay, so this is the main screen that shows when you turn your machine on. And this shows all of your embroidery design categories. And sorry, I should mention, this is the main screen when you're in embroidery mode. So as you guys saw before, I have my embroidery unit attached, which means my machine knows that we're going to be embroidering. And later on, I will show you guys how to switch it over to sewing mode. It is really easy. So this is your main embroidery screen, and these are all of your design categories. So you have your seasonal designs, you have your floral alphabet, your fonts. There are 11 of them, like I said. You can scroll through those using the arrow on the front of your machine. You have your Disney designs in here, classic Mickey, lots of fun stuff going on. And as we're poking around, you'll start to notice that the machine is showing us lots of information. So right up here, it's showing our hoop options, and it's previewing that hoop on the screen for us. So if I wanted to try out my 4x4, it kind of changes that design field for me, and it shows what the design will look like inside the 4x4 hoop. I can also check my measurements right here. And it's graying out any hoops that the machine already is telling you it's not going to fit in this little 1.5 inch hoop. So it grays it out for you. If you press the preview button, you can get a really big look at your design. And you, again, have another way to preview it inside of your hoop. So I think this definitely helped me when I was starting out, because you can hold this hoop in your hand in real life and get a good idea of what that design is going to look like, how big it will be in real life. And of course, the machine guiding me towards what designs I can and can't use is always very helpful. So if I know what design I want, I can immediately know which hoop I can and can't use for that project. Also, as I'm selecting these, you may have noticed that it started graying out some of these designs. So this has embroidery frame identification view. So that's another way to help me know what designs I can and can't use. So it won't let me select the designs that are too big. Okay, so back to our main screen. What did I not hit yet? Well, we have our seasonal designs. There are 13 pages of them. So like I said, 138 designs built in, ready to go. And of course, our frame patterns, which I showed you guys on my strawberry hot pad. I can bring that out again. Love these frame patterns. So I was able to select circle as the shape that I wanted. And then you can look through 4 different pages of designs here of different frames. So let's go ahead and make this little strawberry layout so I can show you the different editing tools. So I selected my frame. It's the same one that I used here. And I'm going to press set, and it's going to add it to my design area for me, my embroidery field. I'm going to switch back to the 5x7 frame because that's the one that comes with the machine, and that's what I'll probably use for this project. And immediately I know I want to make it much bigger. So I'm going to use my size tool, and I'm going to size up proportionally as big as I can go. So I'm just pressing and holding, and it goes up to 5.06 inches. So that's nice and big. You can also size by width or length. These are the rest of our editing tools. So you can see you can move, you can mirror, you can change the stitch density, you can rotate. This is our thread color palette. We'll go in there later. And really fun, you can go ahead and add. So I'm going to press add, and it brings me back to my main screen. And now I can go in and find my strawberry. There it is. Luckily, I remembered where it was. And I can go ahead and set that. So then I'm going to just click and drag, move it around my screen. I think I'm going to want this one in the bottom left corner. If you want to get really precise placement, you can use your magnifying glass. And you can zoom all the way up to 300% on here. Once you get to 300%, this really cool dot grid pops up, which allows you to align things quite easily if you are more of a perfectionist like me. For these strawberries, they don't have to be perfect, so I'm going to zoom back to 150. Just make sure that it's not overlapping my frame there. Just scoot it over a little bit more. Okay. I'll zoom back out to 100. And I think I'm going to rotate that to the left a little bit. So I'll go into my rotate tool. You can rotate by as little as 1 degree, 10 degrees, or 90 degrees. I'm going to go about 20 degrees. That looks about right. Press OK. Go back into my move tool. This time I'll just use some arrows to bump it down to the left. All these directional arrows will move your the selected portion of your design. You can see there's a red box around what you're directly editing right now. And that little dot will center it in your work area if you'd like to do that. Now I'm going to go and add one more strawberry. And this time I'm going to mirror it. So I pressed the mirror button once and it mirrored it for me. Move it over a little so we can see that better. And then I'm going to rotate it about 30 degrees, I want to say, to the right. So let's try 30 degrees. I kind of like 20. So I'm going to go back to the left by 10. Move it over. And I'm going to do a nice preview of it. So this blows it up nice and big for me. And I think I want to move that strawberry up a little bit more. So as you can see, working on this screen is really great, really easy to see your project, to use all these amazing editing tools to get the exact design layout that you'd like. Let's go into our thread color palette now. And what this is going to do is it's going to show us each color block and allow us to edit the colors in each of those. So right now it's previewing one of the warm gray portions of our strawberry design. So it's a little hard to see. I'm going to use my plus and minus thread buttons, and I'm going to move through those color blocks until we get to, so here is red, so that's easier to see in the preview box. Now I want to edit my frame. So I'm going to move through the design until I get to my frame. There it is. And I'm going to change it to be red so that it matches my strawberries. That's as easy as that. Press OK. Then you can move to end edit. And here you have some more options for moving this whole design as a unit around your embroidery area. I'm going to center it. And you have this really great trace function, which allows you to position your design exactly where you need it to be. So with the selection of these different points, you can position your frame so that the needle is sitting right at, so I have the top center position selected right now. So the arm of my embroidery unit moved so that the frame will be positioned right above, well, the needle will be positioned right above the top center portion of this design. So we can see it in real life right on our hoop, where the top of the design is going to lay, where the bottom of it is going to lay, and so on. It also has a trace around function, which will trace the entire design. So you can see exactly how big it's going to be and where it's going to lay on your fabric or your project that you're stitching out on. All right, so that's the embroidery side in a nutshell. Now I want to show you guys how easy it is to switch over to sewing. So I'm going to go to my home screen again. And I'm going to switch the camera view here. I set up a little side angle so we can see this. Okay, so first things first, I'm going to turn my machine off. Reach around the side. And then under my embroidery unit, there is a lever here. So I'm going to pull that to release the unit and pull it away from the machine. And there's my embroidery unit right there. Nice and small, very easy to store away. The machine as a whole weighs 20 pounds. So it's very easy for you to pack it away, take it with you on the go, bring it with you to class. It's great for traveling and moving around. Or if you live in an apartment like me and you don't have a lot of storage space. I love to put this away on a shelf when I need more open table space or when I'm not using it for a bit. So next thing we're going to do is close this little lever right in here, this little door. And what this does is it blocks off access to this connector. So this is where the embroidery unit connects. So it's open when you have the embroidery unit connected. But we like to keep it closed to keep it from getting damaged or any dust in there even when you switch over to the sewing side. And this is my sewing attachment. Nice little nugget here. And this opens up to store your presser feet. It also stores a seam ripper and extra bobbins. So this accessory tray comes right out. There are all your presser feet there labeled for you so you can store them nice and neat. And under here, I have my ankle stored in here right now because I have my embroidery foot attached. But this is where you can store your embroidery foot. There's a little symbol shows or a diagram that shows you how to do it, and it holds it right in here for you. So I'm going to put this tray back in, close it up. And to attach it, you just slide it right on and it clicks in. Then I'm going to turn my machine back on and we are in sewing mode. So as easy as that, we have switched over to sewing mode. And now if I was making my hot pad, I would be able to sew it all together. So I did a nice single stitch around the outside, added my loop in there. So this is the screen that opens up when you're in sewing mode. It goes straight to the utility stitch category. but there are tons of categories in this machine. So on the sewing side, you have 240 stitches to choose from. You have 5 lettering fonts. You have sideways sewing, which is always fun. So it goes in every direction. And it stitches at 850 stitches per minute. Super fun. So if you press your stitch categories key on the front of your machine, it opens up all of your categories here. So here are your fonts. You have your directional sewing right here. So up, down, left, right. You can do left and right with zigzag as well, and up and down. And again, it's giving us all kinds of information here. So if we select a stitch, you may have noticed that the machine previewed the end foot. So I can go into my accessories tray, take out my end foot. It's labeled right there for me with the letter N. And my accessory tray is also labeled with the letter N. Might be a little hard to see, but it's there, I promise. So just another way that the machine is so great for beginners, because it is guiding you along every step to help you achieve perfect projects and to take the stress out of all these little things that you have to learn when you're first starting out. Another great thing that I love to show, I will take this down and switch back here. So this is the inside cover. I just popped this right off from the top of the machine. And this gives you a diagram of all the stitches that are available to you on the machine. It details the numbers and the category that they're in, so you can quickly select what you need for your project and find it on the machine. So let's play with some of these. Let's say we want to pick a decorative stitch. Let's do a decorative scallop. So I have one here. It's small, but it's number 6 and it's in category 2, and the category is right there. And the 2 or the number 6 is right above the stitch that you want to select. So go back to our close-up view. We can go back to our stitch selection. Select category 2 right there. And then right at the top, it has all the stitch numbers. So this is 2-06, category 2, stitch number 6. That is the stitch that I am looking for. So I selected it. Again, it's telling me to use my end foot. So at this point, I could turn or attach my end foot to my ankle, and we'd be good to go. The machine also has 5 different speeds. So I'm going to zoom not that way, this way. Show you guys some of the buttons on the front of the machine here. So this is our speed selector. There are 5 different speeds. The machine comes with a knee lifter for you to use, and of course a foot pedal. So if you're not using the foot pedal and you want to stitch with the start stop button, you can control the speed with 5 different speeds here with this slider bar. You also have your automatic thread trimming, and you have advanced needle threading. So I have my machine threaded in white. Also, all Brother machines have the threading directions printed right on the machine. So that's these little arrows that follow around. So you'll never forget how to thread because it's guiding you, again, every step of the way, and it'll always be there on your machine for you. So I'm threaded up in white. I'm going to pull this lever down. It might be just out of shot here. There we go. This lever right here, I'm going to pull it down, and it threaded my needle for me, just like that. So that takes the hassle out of threading. We also have a reinforce button here, back stitch button, and your needle up and down. So that is the NS27D combo sewing embroidery machine with Disney in a nutshell. Angela, I'm going to throw it back to you, see if we have any questions, if you want to talk about the specials.
Oh gosh, Sarah, that was such a good demo. You know, everybody, the comments, they love to see how easy it is to go from sewing to embroidery. I mean, I think, especially for newbies, they think it's a big, big deal. And it's not. Just remember to turn the machine off. Every once in a while, I forget that.
Yes. Yeah, it's super easy. I love that about this machine.
Yeah. And also, just to remind everyone that Sarah was on the Brother live show last week, and she showed how to make a lot of these things. So if you want to go back and catch that episode, that little basket is so cute.
I know. I love this one.
I'm thinking Halloween baskets all day long for all the candy for my nieces and nephews. They would love that.
Definitely.
All right. So you actually answered a lot of the questions, but I know there's a little bit of a delay. If anybody has any more questions, just roll them through, because now, Sarah, you did mention this, I believe, and 2 people asked, is there a knee lift to this?
There is a knee lifter. It is included. Yep.
Yeah. And I would love to know in the comments how many people have actually tried the knee lift. Sarah, do you use it at all?
I use it sometimes, and sometimes I don't, but I do love using it.
Yeah, it's sometimes, so for those of you that don't know, it just plugs into the machine and you use your knee. It's kind of like getting exercise while you're sewing. You use your knee to be able to put the needle or the foot up and down, things like that. You get so used to it that when you stop using it, you go to sew and you're like moving your legs. It's so funny.
Yeah, it's funny that you mentioned it's like exercise, because maybe we need 2 of them so that we can work both our legs at the same time.
There you go. Yeah, and the multi-function foot, we would be a hot mess sewing. Oh my goodness. Someone just asked, what hoops come with this machine?
Yes, you get the 5x7 frame and the really cool 5x12 multi-position frame. So even though the machine stitches at a max area of 5x7 at one time, you're still able to achieve a larger design with the multi-position frame.
Yeah, that's very cool. That's a huge additive as well.
Yeah.
Someone was asking, can some of the new 4x4 and 5x7 magnetic hoops work on this machine?
I don't believe so, but you would have to look on the side. This machine has this little peg, for lack of a better term, setup, so it kind of pops in, versus most other frames with Brother machines that will slide and lock. So just pay attention to that on the side of your frame.
And I'm glad you showed that, because there are different kinds of embroidery machines. Some slide in, some snap on.
Yep.
And how big, do you know how big the throat is from the needle to the, what do they call that? That little space?
Yeah, Blaine mentioned it yesterday. I believe he said it's about 7 inches. But yeah, it's a really nice little work area, super brightly lit. And again, the machine sews at 850 stitches per minute, so you'll just be flying.
Yeah, that's amazing. I don't know why I couldn't think of the day. I'll wake up at 3 in the morning, like thinking of how big that space is in the machine. Can you combine, who asked this? Mary, can you combine decorative stitches? She wants to know.
Oh, that is a good question. I know that the machine has My Custom Stitch, which allows you to create your own decorative stitches, which is really fun. As far as combining, I think it depends on the stitch. I think some of the motif ones, you can combine multiple motifs, but it's restrictive.
Okay. And does this machine have the sew sideways or no?
Yes, it does. It
does.
sews in 4 directions.
Yeah, so that is so cool. They've added so many great things to these, I would say, a little bit lower end machines. They're really not lower end. They're just less expensive with a lot of fabulous things in them. And you said it's about 20 pounds-ish, something like that?
Yeah, it weighs 20.5 pounds, so we can call it 20.
My husband was in here the other day when you said that. He's like, that's like as big as the fish that we catch. You could carry that on the boat all day long.
Exactly. There you go.
Do you have any idea? Linda wants to know, do you have any idea, can you buy additional frames? And I would even say yes. there are other brands that you can add to that as well?
I'm not sure about other brands. I know that Brother offers a 4x4 frame, and I believe it's a 1.5 by 2 inch frame, small little round one,
little guy.
For this machine. Yeah, but you can always check with your dealer to see if any other frames are compatible.
And, you know, so there is a deal on this machine, by the way. And I don't know how many are left because it's been insane. And I know that Blaine was able to get a few more machines, but this is the NS2750D. And it actually, you have to call in for the special. So you call in, I think the number, it's rolling across the bottom. You can't miss it. Let's see, 1-800-401-8151. There we go. There, it's up on the screen. Such a cute machine, easy to travel with, great for beginners. Even if you're not a beginner, it's the Novus NS2750D. D stands for Disney. Yay, we love Disney. And it retails for $2,999.99. Their regular price is $1,499.99, which is a great price, but the price here is even better. You have to call in. There is financing for this. And as Blaine said, so if it is sold out, sometimes they can take a few orders for what's coming in, but I wouldn't wait long because I know when Sarah, when you were on here a few days ago, or yesterday, I should say, these were flying out the door. Weren't they going like super fast, Sarah?
Yeah, they were. There was, I think, half the amount when I started to when I ended. So
you have a ton of comments here. Great. You always do such a great demo showing how to go back and forth. And also, when you call in, you can ask them if there's other hoops. I know Durkee, I don't remember if he had a hoop that went with this. That wouldn't be a Brother product, but I know that Brother works with him a lot. So just ask the people when you call in, and they'll give you a great deal and find out what else you can throw in the box. This would be a great machine as a gift. Or even, you know, even for the holidays. I like to carry one machine around with me. And as much as I love my Luminaire, it's really difficult to like just launch around.
Yeah, she is not portable, but this is very portable for sure. And yeah, you could take it to classes with you, and you'd be able to just do everything because it does everything.
It's awesome. Well, Sarah, thank you so much. Thank you. I hope you have a wonderful day. Will we be seeing you? We won't see you tomorrow. Are you here on Friday, or are you wrapped up with these two machines?
This is my last one for Sew Fest, but it has been so fun.
Oh, it's so great to see you, and thank you again.
You too. See you soon, Angela.
So we should probably bring Jane up here because I know we have more to do tomorrow. And Jane, I don't know if you know what color we have to wear tomorrow, but I think we did a really good job matching today. We look fabulous.
We look so good today, and we should have started this sooner. I do know the color. Do you know the color?
I do know the color. I heard it. It starts with a P.
Starts with a P. It's the purple people eater. I hope Blaine is excited about it.
The purple. I think Arnell, Joanne, and everybody was in here. The purple people eater. Oh my gosh, I'm going to be thinking about that all.
I told Blaine he's going to be like John Travolta in his like purple shirt. I hope he gets on with big collars.
I'm not excited about it at all.
I know you're not. That's the best part about it.
I told Blaine we should wear green and I'll have a green screen and all we'd have our heads and arms. I mean, like that could be a whole different show.
Well, you know, I'm a team player, so I'm going to wear a purple shirt tomorrow.
You have a purple shirt?
I'm going to go buy one.
As you should. Angela's going to make one. You're going to buy one, and I'm going to go to the closet.
All right. That sounds good. Well, I know Angela and Jane, y'all are both at the end of your day today, and y'all are getting out here, and we're going to continue on, but we're going to have y'all both here first thing in the morning, and we're looking forward to it, and we're going to have another full day, and thank y'all both so much. Y'all have been so awesome at co-hosting, and I know everybody's loving y'all being on here, but we'll see y'all first thing in the morning, okay?
You bet. Total blast. Thanks, Blaine. Angela, see you tomorrow.
Bye. Bye, Jane. Thanks, Blaine.
Bye.
See
y'all tomorrow in your purple. All right, guys. So great having Jane and Angela on here. So I hope y'all are enjoying them as well. And so, guys, we're going to move on. We got a lot of content still left this afternoon for you. Hey, coming up next, we have Handy Quilter in the house, and we have Sarah Watts and Denise Dowdrick. They're over at the Handy Quilter headquarters, and we are going to talk all about that Handy Quilter Capri sit-down free motion. And so y'all welcome back to the show.
Thank you so much, Blaine. Appreciate you having us again.
We are
Hey,
really excited to be
we
here.
love your products, and this one in particular we really, really like, and we're super excited for y'all to show this. And so I'm going to let y'all go, and I'll come back on in about 25 minutes, and we'll let everybody know how they can get this.
Great. Thanks so much, Blaine. All right. Well, today we have, as Blaine said, our handy Quilter Capri. This is our stationary long arm machine. A few things as we talk about a stationary machine, what we really mean is the machine itself isn't moving. As opposed to a machine on one of our traditional frames where you're moving the machine. Here, you're actually going to go ahead and be moving that quilt sandwich. Now, some things to think about before you jump into this machine. This machine setup is really great if you already like sitting down at your home sewing machine and quilting that way.
That's right.
If that's your jam and you like basting and you like sitting down and moving it around, this is going to be your thing, except it's going to offer some added features that are going to be making that process a lot easier for you than your home sewing machine, and Denise will get into those. Another reason people might be interested in this machine versus some of our larger stand-up machines is, of course, the space.
Absolutely. Yeah, this has a very, very small profile. We don't take up much space at all. But if you have the space and you want to enlarge your quilting area, watch this. We can add an extension table, and you can actually add that to both sides. And you can get, gosh, what is it? I think I measured it out, and I think it's like 36 inches of quilting space.
Each extension table is, I believe, 18 inches this way, and then the full depth of the table.
Absolutely. So that's a lot of room to maneuver a quilt. And today I have a really small quilt sandwich on here, but I've quilted actually personally a twin size quilt on a frame like this or on a table like this because I was able to pre-baste all of my layers together to stabilize them. And then I was able to use the extension table to manage some of the fabric. I only actually had one extension table on the table I did it with, but it was easy to just kind of accordion fold my fabric. You just kind of give it a little fold and keep it out of the way. But honestly, with all of this throat space here, I didn't have to fold it up very much. I just kind of pushed the area towards the back that I wasn't quilting, and I had all of this space right here at the needle. So, and speaking of the needle, can we talk about this amazing light right here?
Yes.
There is so much light, and you can turn the lights off and on. We have a touch screen, so it's really nice. I can easily go in, turn the lights on, or I don't like quilting in the dark, so I'm going to turn them back on. But my domestic sewing machine does not have this much light. So this is a feature of the Capri that I absolutely love. It really makes it nice and easy to quilt. So do you want to talk about more features, or do you want to start quilting?
Let's start quilting, but you mentioned all this space you have. So what size throat is this machine?
So we've got 18 inches of throat space here on the Capri, which is much larger than my domestic machine. So I love that because it doesn't take up a lot of space in my studio, but it gives me the space I need to really have that freedom to quilt and not feel like I'm like scrunched into just a little bit of throat space.
And having to stop and readjust and refold.
Exactly.
And then only to be able to do just a tiny amount of space.
Yeah, I really have the full capability of all that space. Something else that this has that my domestic machine does not is I have stitch regulation, which I really, really love. I appreciate that I'm still going to get the stitch regulation that I would on a movable frame mounted machine, but I can control that right here. And should we show them what makes that possible?
I was going to just ask if we're able to visually see this on here.
I don't have any like stitch regulation device here. So let me show you where it actually is. It's hiding under my fabric.
Oh, yep, they'll be able to see it.
Isn't that great? So we have these two sensors here in our Insight table. This is wonderful technology. that senses the movement of the fabric as it goes over these sensors and keeps my stitches really, really consistent. So
I always like to say it's like an upside down mouse.
yes,
Your
that's
computer
actually,
mouse.
that's a great way to put it, Sarah. It's like an upside down mouse. I love that. But that's sensing the movement of the fabric. So something I like to do when I'm preparing a quilt sandwich for stationary quilting, I like to make sure that my backing is still a little bit bigger than my quilt top.
Yes.
So as I'm approaching a side, I still have those sensors covered and really keeps my movement and stitches smooth right up to the edge. So
yeah.
So today I've actually just pounced a little grid on our fabric to kind of help me manage the fabric and not get too carried away, because I can get carried away in a hurry on this machine. It is just so much fun. So let's jump into a little bit of quilting. I'm set up in stitch regulated mode as well. So that is going to keep our stitches nice and consistent. I'm just going to bring my fabric towards me. I do have a foot pedal, but I also have a touch screen, and I can start stitching either way. I'm going to use my touch screen to bring my bobbin up, and there it is right there. And I'm just going to pull my bobbin thread and hold those two threads together as I get started. And I'm going to use my foot pedal now, and I'm just going to move my machine and kind of use my grid as a guide. And you can hear the machine too. It just sounds so smooth and nice. And I'm just doing some simple continuous grid or continuous curve following my grid. This is a great way to get in some practice and get used to the feel of your machine. And the grid really helps me manage the size. But hear how nice and smooth that is. I just love the sound of it. I'm actually going to change and do a serpentine stitch because I can move this however I want. I have a lot of freedom to control. I could just listen to that sound all day. Now I'm set up at 10 stitches per inch. I have this lovely variegated thread on here, so I want to see it. So it's kind of a big stitch, but I really want to see that beautiful thread that I'm using. So it's really quick and easy to fill the space. I don't feel crowded or cramped on this at all, and it's just so fun to stitch out. Isn't that great?
That's fantastic. Now, we always do get questions about thread and what thread we can and cannot use. What do you recommend?
So I recommend whatever high quality thread that you like. So I don't know what your favorite thread is, Sarah, but I bet you can use it in the Capri.
Yeah.
So it's really, really great to experiment with different threads and play and just have fun. I change threads a lot throughout a project. I will not limit myself to just one type of thread. I have a really high quality cotton thread in right now. But I've used polyester threads. I've used embroidery thread that works with my embroidery machine too. So that kind of doubled the thread I had for my long arm. But it's really important that it's high quality thread because we don't want to deal with breakages and things like that while we're quilting. So those high quality threads are going to work better in a high speed machine like this, because I can actually stitch at speeds up to 2,200 stitches per minute. That's pretty fast.
That's pretty fast.
I don't stitch that fast. So the machine, I actually have it set up in my regulated cruise mode, which means that when I turn the machine on, the needle's always moving. I like that because it helps give me some really nice stitches. But watch what happens. I can actually change to our precision mode, and that will only stitch. If I push on the pedal, nothing's happening. It waits until it senses the movement of the fabric for anything to happen. And you really have to move the fabric for anything to happen. So when I stop, it stops stitching. That helps me feel really, really secure, especially if I'm using rulers.
Yes, I like precision mode for rulers, because if you want to be able to stop and adjust the ruler, adjust your quilt a little bit, you're not having to lift your foot up and down and starting and stopping.
That's right. I just simply watch how I'm moving the fabric, and when I stop, it stops stitching. Cruise mode I really like for smooth, even stitching. So I'm going to put it back into cruise mode. And I'm going to use the play button on my touch screen this time. I'm not going to use the foot pedal.
We do have a picture. We know we're not able
Yes.
to get the camera. Let's see if we're able to zoom in on this picture, just so you're able to see what
our
that
touch screen
looks like.
Yeah, it's pretty remarkable. We've got a great looking screen here, and it's got features where I can decide if I want my needle to stop in the up or the down position. I have a great play button. If I push play, it will start stitching even though I don't, even though I'm not using the foot pedal, it'll stitch.
Right.
But I can just tap the foot pedal and it'll stop stitching. It's kind of like cruise control for my machine. I really like that.
Which is nice if you're really getting into the groove and you've got some nice edge to edge and you're going through a full quilt. You don't have to worry about keeping your foot down the whole time.
That's right. And then in manual mode, we have a manual mode as well that's not stitch regulated. Sometimes I like that if I am going to do a lot of micro stitching, like really fine fills. We also have a based feature in manual mode, which I really like, because sometimes if I don't want to baste my fabric all together with a spray or safety pins, I can actually baste it right on my Capri, and I can use that setting in manual mode and set up how many seconds apart I want my stitches to be. So that's really, really exciting. So just thought we'd share a few features.
Yeah, we just wanted you to be able to see a few of the and it is a full color touch screen.
It is
display.
So let's do a little bit of stitching in manual mode so they can just kind of see the difference there. I am going to use the machine. I'm going to push the play button. So it's going to take off the second I push that button, but I can turn it off just by tapping the pedal if I want. So you ready?
Go.
Here we go. Here we go. And I've got manual mode set up at 550 stitches per minute. I don't like going faster than that in manual mode because I want to feel like I'm in control.
And so this is probably more reminiscent of a home sewing machine that does not have stitch regulation, and you're pushing go with your pedal.
That's right.
And so now the speed of your movement of your quilt sandwich is going to be dictating the move, your stitch length.
That's exactly right, Sarah. But it's still nice and smooth even in manual mode. So I really think that's fine. So, and I went to touch the screen and I forgot, oh yeah, I can just tap my pedal. So I tap my pedal to stop. So, but I can stitch pretty smoothly. And because I have quite a bit of experience doing quilting on a domestic machine, I can move into manual mode, and that's a great place for me to still practice because I'm used to that. But I mean, if I have stitch regulation, I'm gonna switch back.
But you know what? There's always a time and a place for everything.
There really is.
Everybody has their different preferences. So we really wanted to make sure that this machine would have the option that best suits your preferences and what your project kind of calls for.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna do a little bit. I'm doing a little bit different technique here, and I'm just gonna jump in and start playing with that again.
Okay.
So now I'm back in stitch regulated mode. And I like to pause when I kind of get to these points.
The pause at point is such a key quilting.
I call those my
secret.
breathing points. I like to actually take a breath while I'm quilting. So that's really nice to just kind of stop and breathe.
The first time I really was working on a real quilt, like a quilt top that I had cut and pieced and together. I was squeezing so hard and I was so tensed and hunched over, and I think I held my breath for the whole time.
Oh, I am sure I did the same thing, Sarah. It was nerve-wracking. I had so much invested into that, and I didn't want to mess up. But here, I don't really worry about that because the stitch regulation gives me a lot of control. But I like practicing on fabric that has a grid mark or even a pre-printed panel or fat quarter. And that way I don't have to worry about a huge investment into. So I just stitched out a little twist design, which is really a lot of fun. Grid-based designs are usually my favorite because I can fill so much space quickly with those. And it's just fun. They get addicting. I find it very relaxing. Like, this is my happy place when I'm quilting. That is really just something that makes me just feel so happy and relaxed.
What are the different ways that you mark your grid?
That's a really great question, Sarah. So today I've actually marked my grid using a stencil and a pounce.
Like a chalk.
Like a chalk, exactly. I also like stencils and a water-soluble marker. I've used even some of those removable markers that like you can remove with heat. I've experimented with a whole lot of them. And what I would say is check off to the side on the exact same fabric that you're going to use and make sure you can remove it fully before you put a single mark on your quilt. I actually really limit my markings quite a bit unless I am marking a grid. I might even just, like with a water soluble, I might just mark the points of corners and do some dot to dot quilting. And with the dot to dot quilting, I'm not watching the line, I'm watching the points in between those lines to see where I'm going next.
Right.
So, and with free motion quilting, I'm usually actually looking at where I'm going. I'm not looking right where I'm at. I'm looking ahead. I compare it to driving a car. I'm not looking at the bumper in the car in front of me so much. I'm looking down the road a bit, you know.
Right.
I want to see where I'm going. If I'm really focused on right where I'm at, I might get some shaky or wobbly lines that don't look as nice in my quilting.
Yeah.
So to keep that smoother, I'm looking ahead. So it keeps it really nice. So
well, good.
Yeah, isn't that fun? So
well, let's see. I saw a couple of questions pop up along the way. One of them was about the table and if the table had height adjustability. And it does. When you're setting it up, you can set it. We have a couple spots lower and then you can go up as well. You can even take this table up to a standing level. So if you prefer to stand while you're quilting, if that's more comfortable, or if you have a favorite chair of yours that you really like and you want to make sure you're getting the height perfectly to that, this is adjustable for that.
Yeah, and that's a great feature of this machine because I really do like having a table that will come up. Sometimes it is much more comfortable for me to actually stand, and I don't just move the fabric and move my hands. Sometimes I'm moving my whole body, and being able to sway and move while I'm standing is very relaxing. I just find it much easier at times to quilt standing up. So it's a great feature that we've got that adjustability built in, if I can say that right.
Well, great. Let's see, what other designs would you like to show us here today in your grid system?
Oh my goodness, in my grid system. I'm gonna just
or not in the grid system.
Yeah, not
whatever
even
you would
on a
like
grid
to
system.
show.
Okay, well, let me bump my speed up a little bit. So I'm gonna bump my cruise setting up a little bit, and maybe I'm gonna quilt a little feather spine. How about that? So maybe we get to do a little feather. How about that?
I love feathers.
I do too. And you can see just that nice smooth movement just makes it nice and easy. I'm gonna tuck a little guy in there and then come swing out around a little bit. And if you find it a little difficult or tricky to manipulate just holding onto the fabric, a lot of times I'll actually hold the fabric wearing some gloves. We do have some machine girls gloves available, which are nice because they grip the fabric. We also have some other types of tools that we use to grip the fabric and kind of hold things down. If you like bare hands, you can certainly do that too. It's just really about what features work best for you. I actually have a dear friend who quilts holding her fabric like this. I can't do that, but that's how it's comfortable for her. So you get to do it best however you like it. So
I could see why somebody would feel like that's the way they want to do it.
I think so too. And I'm just going to do
a little less conventional,
but a little less conventional, but you know, it works for her. So I think that's fantastic.
That's all aspects of quilting and a lot of hobbies. You know, there's a lot of different ways you can do one thing, and it's what works best for you.
I'm going to still manage to tuck some into this side too. Maybe I can't fit my echo on this side, but I'm going to still squeeze a little feather. And if I take my foot off the pedal, I can just easily adjust my hands and get going again. So it really is just a joy quilting on this machine. It's relaxing, it's fun, and I can do really whatever I want. If and there's times I'm feeling maybe not quite as inspired, and I might actually doodle and practice on a dry erase board or something, and find a design that feels fun, and then maybe mark that out with one of those erasable markers, or draw it out on some quilter's paper that I can put on top of here and just stitch right over. Those are really great to
I think
use
you
too.
have a really great philosophy when it comes to practice, and I'll let you talk about that here in a sec. But I do love the whiteboard is great because you just erase it. I think that also the preview paper where it's kind of clear, and so you can practice it with the dry erase markers right on top of your quilt to kind of get a sense for whatever size or pattern or texture, whatever it is you want to preview before you actually stitch it out.
That's exactly right, Sarah. So, and really, I love to tell people that they need to practice, but I don't tell them that you just got to practice until you're perfect. You practice until you're proficient.
Yes.
And the more you practice, the more proficient you'll become. And if you just put in a little bit of practice each day, and I tell people 15 minutes a day, 5 days a week, you're going to be a better quilter in no time.
Yeah.
And you can just fill, like this isn't much bigger than a fat quarter, what I'm using today. You can fill a fat quarter in about 15 minutes if you mark it with a grid, or even just choose a fun, pretty print and outline some designs in it. Another little cheater feature I love of stationary quilting that has a huge advantage over frame mounted, let you know my little secret.
Okay.
I like to test my tension and look at what my stitches are going to look like before I start quilting. I can just flip this over.
That's true.
So, and I mean, right now I have my needle connected, but I mean, I got my needle down in there, but I can just flip it over and really easily check my stitches.
That is an advantage.
On a frame mounted machines, I have other methods for doing that.
You got to
like
stick your head under, you have the camera under.
This is so easy to do this. So I know we have machines that have cameras. Like how awesome is that? But this is so easy to just flip over and just check and see what I want to do. So
I think the Capri, probably out of all of our other machines, it's kind of the easiest transition from going from your home sewing machine and then going into a long arm. So if you're really intimidated, by all the bells and whistles and the features and the big normal traditional frames, and having to load the quilt onto one of those, this really is just a great transition to take all of those quilt tops you have in your closet or wherever you're storing them, get them out and get them finished.
Yeah, absolutely. And have fun while you're finishing them. This makes it so it's not a chore. We're not pushing it through that tiny machine with no throat space. And even my throat space over here, I have light way out in here too. So, why wouldn't quilting be a pleasure? When you can actually see what you're doing. So that's really nice. I just don't have a little light here at my needle. So I love this. This is a great machine.
So you could easily move this into a corner of your room, wherever you're at.
That's just right.
And then just to bring it out when you're ready to actually get quilting, it's really great.
Yeah. And the other neat thing too is I can change out this foot. There's lots of other feet available. Handy Quilter has feet for echo quilting, micro quilting if I want to do really small stuff that makes it even easier to see where I'm quilting. We've got a glide foot. So if you're doing something that's like t-shirt quilt and that thicker materials or high seams, the glide foot on here just makes it even easier. There's lots of great accessories.
Rulers. We talked a little bit about rulers.
Yes, we've got our
templates.
sure foot. We can use rulers and templates with that. And I don't need to add a ruler base because I already have this great table under there that's really, really stable. So I love this machine for ruler work. It really is just so easy to get in there and achieve the results that I really want.
Yeah. I just saw a comment, if you don't have casters, use carpet rollers, those like little those are great.
That's a terrific idea. I love
and that would
idea.
be just fine as well. Yep. Great tip.
Yeah.
I love to hear those.
I know. So I'm so excited that we got to share this machine with you today. Sarah, thank you for spending some time with me too.
Well,
It's always fun chatting with you and showing off the fun things we love about our Handy Quilter machines.
Yeah, great. Let's see if we have Blaine. Blaine and all of SMP, if you give them a call, they will go through pricing with you. I'm sure they have some really great deals to get you up and stitching
I'm
and
sure.
finishing all those great quilt tops you have ready to go so they can be quilts out in the real world.
Well, thanks, Sarah, and thanks, Denise. What a great and fabulous demonstration y'all did, and very well prepared. So thank y'all so much for coming on in the show, and I know we're going to see you later on in the week as well. And we got to say a big shout out to Handy Quilter for being one of our platinum sponsors. But guys, we got to tell everybody how they can get this. And again, guys, this is the Capri by Handy Quilter. This is your sit-down free motion quilting machine. And guys, it has that Insight stitch regulation table. Those electric eyes are built into that table. We have a price of $7,995 for this, and you're going to get that free $250 thread bundle with it, absolutely free. And we have 0% interest financing up to 60 months on it. You're going to put your payments a little over $133 a month. But guys, we do have a call-in special for this. So if you are interested in that sit-down Capri, give us a call right now at 800-401-8151. If you're on the website, if you want to just go look at it, go to smplive.tv and it'll take you to that page. You can find that Capri, click on the product. It'll take you to the Sewing Machines Plus website product page, and you can look at all the specs on this machine and everything about it. But again, guys, this is the Handy Quilter Capri 18-inch stationary long arm. And that table that it's on, it's a 36-inch wide by 32 inches deep, and it has that Insights built right in, the speed regulation built into the table for the stitch regulation. And it has that color touch screen with a user-friendly icon display. And then the Capri lighting package, it has a really nice LED light ring and throat lighting and the bobbin light. So it really lets you see what you're doing when you're doing this. It has the easy set tension. Your 5 bobbins, 20 needles, and a sample thread pack come with it. And then you're going to get a standalone bobbin winder for this. The Handy Feet compatible comes with the 1/4 inch ruler foot installed, and the open-toed foot comes with it. So again, guys, a great thing. And this doesn't take up much room whatsoever. You got a great, it's not very big. You're going to be able to put it in the corner of your room and make it easy. And again, if you wanted to do the optional casters on it, and I thought, Sarah and Denise had a great idea about, somebody on the chat said, putting carpet sliders on her. So you could put that under it and slide it around on your floor if you wanted to. But again, guys, this is a great offering from Handy Quilter. If you're interested, give us a call right now at 800-401-8151. If you are local in Southern California, all the specials you're seeing on our show this whole week, you can actually get them in our Mission Bay store down in San Diego, or you can come up to the San Marcos store up north of San Diego, and we get all these specials are in the retail stores as well. We have trained staff in the stores that can help you out. So anything you see on Sew Fest, you can get it in the retail stores as well. But if you're out of state or out of town, you can get everything online, and we can ship it right to your door. So, guys, we're going to keep moving along. And coming to the house next, we have Janome, well, actually, Elena in the house, right, Kyle? Yeah, it's Elena. So, hey, guys, we always talk about, Elena this year, they let us, have the whole line of their products, and we can sell them online now. And used to, is only you could buy them in the retail stores. Well, now you can buy them in the retail stores and online, and we can ship them nationwide right to your doorstep. And a lot of people don't know this, but Janome actually makes almost all the Elena machines. So when you're getting, a lot of time they duplicate the same machine. And this is a case right now, if you've heard of that, Janome MB7, well, this is the Elena version of it. And it is that 970 7 needle embroidery machine. And what a great machine. And we've got, Sam Fong is in. He is a Janome educator. He's been doing this sewing for over 39 years. And so we're going to let, Sam come on, and he's going to show us all about that. So Sam, take it away.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sam, and today we're going to talk about the Elena 970. This is a 7 needle embroidery only machine. Now, this is a 7 needle machine for those of you who wants to start your own home-based business, Or if you have just a lot of grandkids or a lot of embroidery to do, if you're at home and you're already running 2 embroidery machine, why not think about getting a 7-needle embroidery only machine? Okay, so let's talk about this machine right here. As you can see, it has 7 needles, so I can have 7 different spool threads with different colors up here. You don't have to use the here. Some mini kings, so we can take big king combs or the mini kings. It's up to you. Not only that, on the back of here, you see at the 8th spool of thread, this is a bobbin thread for winding your own bobbin. If you come around to the side of this machine, you can see on the side, I have it threaded up for bobbin winding. There is a bobbin winder built into the side of this machine for bobbin winding. And what's so nice about this is an independent motor, so you can be embroidering and winding a bobbin at the same time. See how it's just moving along and have a bobbin in there, but that's how you be winding a bobbin while you are embroidering. So let's talk about the other thing on the machine. The machine itself comes with 3 hoops. You get this one, which is the largest hoop that comes with the machine. This is a 240 by 200 millimeter machine. You also get a medium-sized hoop, and this one is 126 by 10, and you get the 3rd hoop, which is pretty much a 2 by 2 hoop. So this is the 3 hoops that you get with this machine. Also on the side here, we have what we call the RCS unit, which is the screen that you operate the machine. Now this can be hung on the machine, hang on the machine, on the rod, and it can be taken off if you like, and it can be set on the table if you want to. There are legs in the back that you can prop it open, and it will sit on the table just like your keyboard has. So when you're not using it, the holder can be retracted, put on the side, and this little knob will, once I put this back on, you can see the screen can tilt to where you want it, so it is adjustable so that you can looking at it comfortably. I personally like to have it on here, and I do have it up higher on the table, which is a lot easier to look at. Another nice feature on this machine is this machine only weighs 50 pounds. That means...
So guys, sorry about that. Looks like Sam's having some pretty bad problems there with the internet connection. It's lagging the sound. And I know that, I don't know if it was making y'all kind of crazy, but it was making me a little crazy listening to it. So sorry about that. We've had a lot of issues, it seems like, with Sam's videos and Sam even when he's live. So, But guys, we're going to go ahead. I'm going to talk a little bit about this machine, and I think Kyle's got an overlay we can put up there. And again, guys, if you've been in the market for a 7-needle machine, a multi-needle machine, the Elena is a great brand, as you know, and it's a Swiss design. It's made, by Janome is making that for them. And again, guys, this thing, $67.99 is the normal price on that. We have 60-month 0% interest financing available, and it is a call-in special. So you can call in and get the best price for Quilt Show or Sew Fest pricing on this. So make sure that y'all give us a call if you're interested in this. These machines have been super popular this year. We have sold so many of these and the Janome side of it. And so really great machines and very good quality. And again, if you've been trying to get into the multi-needle market, this is a great way to get into it. And, and you can actually use them for business and different things because the production level really, makes your production go up. But just a couple features about this. Again, the machine, it's a very compact machine. The width on it is, only about, I think it's 14 and a little over 14 inches in it, Kyle. It's about 14 inches wide, so it takes up a very small footprint. The height on it is only a little over, about 26 inches tall, so it's not going to take up a lot of room, and the depth is only just a little over 20 inches. So this is a very small footprint. So if you've been thinking about something, your limited room in your studio, this would be a great addition because it doesn't take up much room at all. The weight on it is only 50 pounds. So I know a lot of people that buy these and they take them to trade shows, they take them to flea markets and different things and do embroidery at the event. And with it being 50 pounds, one person can carry that with not a problem at all. And so that's a really good feature on this. It has an extra large bobbin. It's the 7 needles and an anti-static plate. So it's going to take the the static out of whatever garment you're doing it, so the static won't transfer to the machine and damage that machine. And it has the really nice LCD computer screen on it, so you can do all your programming and things with that. The screen size is a 4.61 inch by a 3.48 inch. And it has the hook on it. It has a full rotary hook, which is an industrial hook. It has the auto declutch bobbin winder. It has the independent bobbin winder as well. The lighting is 6 built-in white LED lamps, and it has them in 4 different locations. So it's really going to light up that work surface when you're doing that. It does have the upper thread sensor, has the bobbin thread sensor in it. It has multi-languages. So I think it has 12 different languages that you can program in. So it's not only English in there. It has the USB port, does have the stop-start button, automatic thread cutter, and programmable jump thread trimming. So super important. You can set this thing and just let it go, and it's going to cut those jump stitches for you. In built-in embroidery designs, it's going to have about 50 embroidery designs on it, 10 monogramming fonts. It has 2 and 3 letters and emblems. The maximum embroidery area on this is going to be a 9.45 inch times 7.87 inch. So it has basically about just a little bit over a 9x7 embroidery area, and then it runs at 800 stitches per minute. Now the things that come with this, everybody always asks, what are the hoops that come with it? Well, the standard hoops come with it. You're going to get the big hoop is at 9.4 by 7.9, which is also a 240 millimeter by 200 millimeter. You're going to get that's the M1 hoop. Then you're going to get what they call the M2 hoop, and that's a 5 inch by 4.3 inch, which is 126 millimeters times 110 millimeters. And then you're going to get that M3 hoop, which is a 2 inch by 2 inch, which is also a 50 millimeter by 50 millimeter. And then you're getting a huge assortment of goodies that come with it, with all the accessory bundle. Your typical lint brush, seam ripper, the screwdrivers, large and small, and the spool stands and thread guide pole and seam rippers, tweezers, all those things. And the great thing too, you're going to get a USB cable with it and an instructional DVD along with that. So you're getting a ton of stuff in a very small package. And guys, again, very happy to present this today. We love this machine, and we've got such a good price on it. And so give us a call if you're in that market. You know, we're going to beat that $67.99 price, but you have to call in the 800 number to get that special, and it's 800-401-8151. And if you're on the website right now, if you're, you know, go to smplive.tv, we have that product on that page. You can just click the products that are featured on the show. It'll take you to the product page of that 970. You can read all about what's coming with it and all the things it does, you know, on the product page. And then you can actually, call from there, or you can speak to our live chat agents. And then if you're local in, you know, the Southern California area, you can walk into either one of our retail stores, and they can sell you this machine, and they can also let you try it out and demo it. And so we have a lot of different ways for you to buy, and we're going to ship this thing nationwide to you free right to your doorstep. So great offering from Elena. And guys, so sorry about having so many connection problems with Sam, but hopefully, you know, if we get him later on in the week, we'll get those worked out for you. But guys, we're going to continue on. I know we're going to be a little ahead of schedule now, and so it's 3 p.m. Pacific time right now, and I think Carrie Hansen is in the house and she is ready to go. So next up, guys, is we are going to talk about our very own brand, King Quilter, but we're going to show you our brand new, sit-down version. And guys, we are super proud of this. We did about 2 years worth of testing on it. We launched it earlier this year, and it is our own very own 18-inch sit-down version. It has the new Quilt Vision table that comes with it, and we got a great special on it today as well. And so we're going to go and see if Carrie's ready to go. So Carrie, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Awesome. So we got Carrie. She's over at the San Marcos store today, and we got Roger went over there. Roger's going to be filming and her. And so Roger, give us a thumbs up if you're ready. Always like doing that to Roger. So Carrie, thank you so much for coming on, and we're going to let you, kind of show everybody about that King Quilter, talk about some of the things on it, and then I'll come back when you're ready, and I'll tell them how they can buy it.
Okay, that sounds great. Thanks, Blaine. Welcome, everybody. I know it's the end of a long day of watching all the latest and greatest products, which is super fun. I personally am super excited about this King Quilter sit-down model. I love the King Quilter on the frame. A lot of people don't either have the room for a frame, or they don't have the inclination to have a long arm. And I love now that there's the option to have this in a sit-down table. So it fits in a much smaller area, allows you to sit down while you're doing your quilting. I think Blaine mentioned that it has an 18-inch throat space, which gives you plenty of room to do any size quilt. So you can actually do a king size quilt on this if you want to. If you've been used to working on your domestic machine and then you change over to a machine like this that's got such a large work surface, it's the most amazing feeling in the world to have room to actually maneuver your quilt. Also, just to let you know, the tabletop on this has a slick surface, so you don't have to add any additional overlays to it to get that the slickness that you need in order for your quilt to slide over it. And there are also additional table extensions that you can put on this. And Blaine will talk about it more at the end in terms of the size and all that. But it opens up, you have the capability to open this up to a really, really nice, large size table if you want to do that. And it's, like I said, it's amazing working on big quilts if you have big quilts to work on. Anyway, so let's see a couple features here of the machine. It's got a great touch screen, super easy to use, super easy to understand. The buttons are bright and big, and so there's no question of, what am I doing? What's this or what's that? Which can be the case sometimes with machines that you aren't used to. I'm going to go ahead and just kind of pull the thread up. You got an easy touch needle up, needle down, which allows you to pull your bobbin thread up nice and easily. I'm going to put my bobbin down just with the touch like that. And then I'm going to put my foot on the foot pedal. I don't have to control the speed of the motor with the foot pedal. I just have to press it, and that kind of turns the machine on. All of the speed and all of that is controlled by the machine itself. So when you're on a domestic machine, you're trying to balance
your foot pedal speed, with your hand speed. This takes that one big piece out of the equation, that you control the speed based on the touchscreen on the machine itself. This machine has a manual mode where when you, I'll put it on here so you can see it down here. When I turn the machine on like this, the machine just goes. Okay, so I have to keep up with it and manage and balance the speed of the machine with my hand motion like that. We also have regulated mode, which basically means you set the machine to wherever you want it to be, 10 stitches per inch, 11 stitches per inch, whatever. And no matter how fast or slow you move your fabric, it's going to keep up and maintain that stitch regulation. So it's gonna, I can go, let's see, I'm set at 12 stitches per inch right now. And you can see I'm going super slow and it's still giving me 12 stitches per inch. And then if I pick up the pace, it's going to continue giving me that nice even 12 stitches per inch. So you don't have to worry about trying to keep up with the motor, or especially if you're, if you're feeling like any lack of confidence or anything, you don't really have to worry about that. All the stitch regulation is built into the machine, which is really nice. We also have another mode on this machine where when I start stitching, oops, I'm in the wrong mode. Hold tight. Okay, when I turn the machine on and I start stitching, I got stitch regulation going, as you can see. And then when I stop, the needle continues to take a little jogging stitch. Makes it super nice if you want to do points. Gives you a nice, even, crisp area. So if you're doing something really precise, or you're doing ruler work or something like that, where you absolutely want your points to land in a certain spot, you can stop moving and allow the needle to drop down exactly where you want it to be. So it's just two different modes of stitch regulation, which are really nice. Give you some option and flexibility on what you're doing. I always tell people when I'm teaching classes on this particular machine is in terms of what mode do you want to be in, because people ask me that. It's really a matter of what you're most comfortable with. So what feels good to you is the right mode. We also have a basting stitch. So when you work on a sit-down machine of any type, whether you're a domestic machine or a long arm sit-down like this, you do have to baste your quilt sandwich together. So it is nice that you have the option on the machine to do your basting. So you can actually put your 3 layers together of your sandwich or your quilt, and you could do something like roll it up on pool noodles, and you could put one pool noodle underneath and one in front, and then you've got everything held nice and tight. And then you can, let's see here, I'm gonna do the basting stitch here. Hold on, let me go in the right direction. So it's really nice. You can whip through that really quickly. It runs much smoother when the operator is working on it a little bit better, to be honest with you. But it does have that really nice ability, so you don't have to necessarily lay your quilt on the floor and do all your pins. You can do it that way if you want to, but you do have the option to baste your quilt on this machine and then use the machine to quilt it, which is super nice. There are some other nice features where you can go in and you can control the lighting. I'm going to show you. Let's see. Can I show the lighting on this, or is it going to mess up the video? Okay. Right now, I only have one of the lights turned on because it was messing with the video. So I'm going to turn all the lights off so you can see what it looks like normally by itself. And then I've got the light just under the needle bar, and then I've got the surrounding light. So I just want you guys to see, if you can tell, hopefully, how much lighting that you have on this machine. It's absolutely amazing. So not only can you see what you're doing right here around the needle, which of course you want to be able to see that, but you can also see what's going on behind it and side to side as well, which is super handy when you're stitching along and you're doing feathers or whatever and you're backtracking, you want to make sure you're filling in all of the areas. You can see what you're doing without having to get additional lighting to go over the table. I know that when I had my sit-down machine, I did not have this option, and I was always struggling for extra light. So, for instance, if I'm going to do feathers, let's say, I want to be able to see where I'm going and kind of follow along my spine, which is going to be my basted line. So it's nice having a really nice clear view. The area around the needle as well as where the foot is. It's just really, really open and wide. So visibility is fantastic on this machine as well. So I'm going to go back into manual mode because show you how easy it is to flip back and forth. And let's say I've done my feather and now I want to go in and fill in with some bubbles. I like to do bubbles in manual mode because I find it personally a little smoother, just my own personal preference. Again, you could do whatever you want, but just wanted to show you how easy it is to go back and forth between your different modes. Okay, now I'm going to go back into regulated mode because now I'm going to do something that I want to kind of follow along and echo what I've done, and I don't have as much control with manual. Clearly, I have a little too much fun playing with this machine. Looking to see here, let me refresh my memory. So you also can control the speed of the speed of the needle. So if you're in manual mode, I'm going to go back to that. You saw it before, but I'm going to turn the speed way up. So again, you can hear the beeping. That's the touch screen that but you can see I've turned the speed up now. So I can go much faster. If I want to slow it down, just a couple little ticks on the screen and off I go. The same is true in this mode that I told you about. It's kind of like a cruise mode where when you stop moving the fabric, the needle continues to take a jogging stitch up and down. You also can control the speed of that jogging stitch. So I'm moving the fabric now. And when I stop, you can see the needles going. So I'm going to slow that down because I don't like it going that fast personally. So again, it's super easy. Everything is right within your reach. I do recommend if you're going to free motion quilt like this that you either use gloves like the machine girl's gloves or the palm paddles or the Martelli rings, something that gives you some grip on your fabric so that you're not kind of fighting with it and having it slip around. I did forget to grab mine before I sat down, so it's I'm a little bit jerkier with the machine than I normally am. There's also, in the machine, you've got an alarm on here. You've got a stitch counter, which is kind of nice. You can keep track of either like how many stitches since your last service or how many stitches in a particular project. I like to track that every now and again just because it's kind of fun. You also have a built-in calculator, which is nice. There is a bobbin sensor that will give you an indication when you're getting low on your bobbin. So if you're in the middle of doing something and you're working on a specific motif or something, and you know your bobbin's getting really low, hey, I'm going to stop it right now and pull my thread up and bury it and put my new bobbin in. So it's nice to have that as an optional information that the machine gives you. It's got like I said, it's got a timer on here as well as an alarm. So you can set it for however many minutes you're working for the alarm to go off, as well as timing, how long the machine is actually running. So the timer will go as the motor is going, versus like if you set a timer on your watch or on your phone or whatever, it continues going. The timer on this measures the actual usage time, which is really nice, particularly you still get the exact same stitch regulation, which is super nice, because there are certainly times that I know exactly what I'm doing and I just want to whip through it, but I want the same stitch quality at all times. So I like having the option to not really have to worry about keeping up with the motor itself. I do want to show you, I'm going to pull my bobbin thread up. Get this out of the way. If you can see this here. In case you were wondering how the stitch regulation works, there's actually these two eyes on either side of the needle attached to the table itself. And this is what actually reads the fabric. So as you're moving, and let's say you're set at 8 stitches per, or at 8 stitches per inch, it knows that every 1/8 of an inch it needs to drop the needle. So that's how how it's getting its reading. I know back in the day, when I first had my sit down, I had an attachment stitch regulation that I had to put onto the fabric and kind of drag it along with me, which I found it to be super clunky and all that, so I didn't ever use it. So I love the fact that this is built into the table like this. You never have to worry about your stitch regulation. It's right there. As long as you keep your hands on there, which is where your hands are supposed to be anyway, it gets a nice read on the fabric, and it keeps that stitch quality super even and attractive. So you can see a touch of the button. I can pull my bobbin back up again. I'm going to drop the needle down and then put my foot on the foot pedal again, and I'm going to go into precision mode this time. And then I'm off and running again. So I'm kind of bouncing around so that you guys can see how easy it is to utilize the features of the machine, and to jump back and forth if you're going to do that between your different modes of stitching. You don't have to reach over, you don't have to do anything fantastic. It's all right here on the touchscreen right in front of you. Again, super big, easy buttons where you're not having to kind of hunt around for what you're needing. Are there any questions, Roger, that you've seen pop up?
No.
Okay, somebody's got to throw me a question.
What about maintenance and oiling?
Oh, the oiling is super easy. You have easy access to the bobbin area. I had showed you, let's see what I'm doing. So the needle plate is right here underneath the needle. You just unscrew that, and you can access the whole area. Easy to clean, just use a lint brush or like a pipe cleaner or something that gathers the dust. Oiling, it's a drop of oil on the hook, and I like to put a drop of oil definitely at the beginning of every day. And certainly with every couple bobbin changes, if I'm using a really 100% cotton, thick cotton bobbin that produces a lot of lint, I might put a drop of oil in there a little more often. Usually you can hear on any of the machines, you can hear for sure when it wants a drop of oil. It starts getting a little bit louder, and it's like, okay, might be trying to put some oil on there. But it's super, super easy. It takes about 2 seconds to clean the machine. Easy access. You can reach the hook area, the bobbin area underneath the table, just by reaching under, and then, or you could take the throat plate off, or the needle plate off, excuse me, and you can reach it that way. So really easy to do, and it is something that should be part of your regular quilting, just like it should be part of your regular use with your domestic machines. Although I know a lot of people are guilty of not cleaning their machines nearly as often as they should. You definitely want to with a long arm machine, any long arm, doesn't matter which one it is. They're high speed, they build up lint really easily, and so it's just, you know, you want to take good care of it. But this particular machine is super, super hardy. It's a workhorse. You really, I can't think of what you can do to destroy it, to be honest with you. Very, very sturdy. I love this. I love this machine. Like I said, I was super happy when they decided to put this into the table as a sit-down machine, because I know a lot of people were really requesting that. So very exciting about that.
There's a two-part question.
Okay.
What type of bobbin, where is it located? And then can you adjust the table up and down if they don't feel like standing there?
Yeah, so the bobbin that you're going to use is an M class, M as in Mary, class bobbin. It's bigger than anything you're going to find on your domestic machines. It's the same bobbin that you use in any of the machines. The bobbin area, I don't know if you can see, well, you can't, you're not going to be able to see under the table, but it's basically, my hand is now on the bobbin area. So I don't know if you could see what I'm doing, but it's just a couple, 4 inches underneath here. So I don't know if you can hear me tapping it, but there it is. It uses a standard long arm bobbin case, just like all of the other machines. There's nothing, you know, specific to this particular brand. And then in terms of the table height, you can adjust it. I'm going to let Blaine talk about the actual specifications, because I will reverse the numbers and give you the wrong information for sure. But you most anyway, I think, are we ready to go to Blaine, or you want to see a little more demoing?
Oh, no, we're back. So we lost signal really quick.
Oh,
And then,
okay.
But we're back now.
So we threw Blaine into the abyss for a little bit, apparently.
Yeah, we lost you just for a second there, but hey, we got you back. But guys, great job, Carrie. Thank you so much for coming in today and doing that. And you know, everybody loves this table, and I know you love it. And I'm going to tell everybody a little bit about this table, because we're extremely proud of this. And guys, this thing, we, you know, like I said, we tested this for 2 years before we launched it, and we feel like we have a one of the best ones on the market. This is the King Quilter 2 sit down with the Quilt Vision table. Guys, we have an unbelievable price on this, $5,995, and we're going to throw in 2 free table extensions. And if you look on the screen, you see the machine, you see the little small picture, that is one of the extension tables. Those are 2 18-inch tables. So with that 36-inch width, you're going to get another 36 inches. So you're going to have a 6-foot table if you roll up your extension. So we're going to throw those in absolutely free. And we do also have the optional casters that you can put on it if you want to make it move around. And there's an optional enlarged foot pedal if you wanted to use a foot pedal. So again, guys, there's so many things that you can do with this. And I tell you, it is a great machine. It's extremely smooth. And, you know, a lot of things too, you know, some people say, well, can I, you know, invest in this and get a sit down version? And later on, how about if I wanted to, you know, put it on a frame? Is that possible? 100% it is. You can actually, we can get this converted for you, put some handlebars on it, get it on a big frame, and you put it on a 10 or 12 foot frame later on if you decide you have room. So this is a great sit down quilting machine. It is 18 inches deep. It has an 8-inch tall opening. That's 4 times the quilting space of the average home sewing machine. Including an exclusive this Quilt Vision table. It has the electric eyes built right in on the table, right beside the needle plate on each side. So it's going to, get when you're quilting, it's going to, catch that speed of how fast you're pushing, the fabric, and it's going to adjust to it. Like I said, that table is 36 inches wide. It's 32 inches deep. And so guys, it's not going to take up a very big footprint at all. And then the free extension tables we're giving you, they're going to go on each side. They can fold down or fold up. So you can go from 36 inches to 6 feet with just folding them up. Again, it does adjustable height. So that's one of the great things about this too. And I think Carrie made a great point. You don't want to be sitting there all day or standing all day. So when you have the flexibility that you can, change the height of the table, you can custom, make the height so it's comfortable for you if you're standing up. But you can raise this from 25.5 inches all the way up to 39.5 inches. And then the speed. I can't tell you how fast this thing is enough. It is super, super fast. This thing is 2,200 stitches per minute, which that is screaming. It is really fast. You can go to 4 to 22 precision stitches per inches. It's 2 modes of stitch regulation. You can do that precise mode or that cruise mode. It has the basting stitch mode with 5 settings, manual unregulated stitch mode. It has that easy to use 3.5-inch high resolution touch screen on it, needle up and down control, responsive foot pedal, easy needle changes. The bobbin is extremely easy to change too, guys. I think Carrie was showing you it's right in the front of the machine. And one thing about it is if you do have it in stand-up mode where you've got it lifted up and you could just sit down in your chair. If you're like me, don't like to bend over, you could just sit back down in your chair and probably stare that bobbin case right in the eye when you take it out. So it makes it extremely easy to change the bobbins. And so again, guys, can't say enough about this. And the price we have on it is unbelievable, $59.95 with the 2 free extension tables come with it. We're going to ship it free nationwide right to your doorstep. And again, guys, we have 0% interest financing for you for 60 months. It's going to put those payments just under $100 a month. And if you've been thinking about getting a, sit-down quilting machine, think no further. This is a awesome, offering we have today for you, the King Quilter 2 sit-down. And, and its big brother, the King Quilter 2 long arm that we have is a great machine as well. And that thing, we've had it on the market for 4 years, and it is a rock star. And this is its little sister, and we're going to have a lot of people happy with this because we have been selling these things pretty well since the launch and 0 problems. So that's one of the things you love to hear. Our service techs don't get the chance to work on these at all. So if y'all have any questions, make sure you give us a call right now at 800-401-8151. And, they can answer the questions for you because everybody in our call center, guys, they are all quilting experts. We sell more quilting machines and than anybody in the country by far. And they're going to know all the different brands and all the things more than anybody else. And they can all attest to you that how great the King Quilter is. And they can answer any questions you have about that or any other ones. And then again, if you're on the web page, you just go to smplive.tv. Look at that King Quilter sit-down product. You can click on it. It takes you right to the product page, and you can read for yourself all the different specs and things that comes with it and see all the accessories and things. So it is a great, great package, and we're happy to offer it to you today for the price, which is an incredible price on it, and the great bundle that we're throwing in with it as well, those 2 free extension tables. All right, guys, guess what? It's the time of the day. It's the end of the day. And we have made it through day 3. And guys, we are so happy that you've stuck around. Right now, if you've been here since Monday, every single hour of each day, put a number 1 in the chat right now. I'm anxious to see how many people's been sitting here with me for 3 days now. And we're so happy that you have. And hey, tell your friends about it. If you've got some friends that don't know about Sew Fest yet, tell them to come on over here and check it out. And it'll be a lot of fun. So guys, it is giveaway time. And everybody always says, well, how do I win? Well, I'm going to tell you right now, if you're late getting in here to the game, if the way you can win, there's a lot of different ways. The biggest thing is right now, if you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel, go subscribe right now. You'll see a thumbs up on there. Hit that thumbs up, hit that bell notification. And what that does is anytime we put new content up, it's going to notify you we have a new video. And we have videos every single day of the week that we put up on YouTube and Facebook. If you haven't liked our Facebook page, go like our Facebook page. We don't care which one you watch on. You can watch on YouTube or Facebook, but go like them both. And then you can share the video to your page, and that's all going to help you chances of win. And then last but not least, just make comments. Make questions or ask questions, make comments, and that enters you to win. So you can think of it like a lottery ticket. You get more tickets to throw in the hat, the more things you do. And so we just want you to participate. And so anyway, we're going to pick our third finalist today after we do some other giveaways. And we're going to give that $27,000 Dream Studio package away. And guys, the total amount of Quilt Fest, I think Kyle told me, was $68,000. Is that right? Total? $68,000, the whole prizes that we're giving away for Sew Fest. And so $68,000 worth, and $27,000 of that is going to go to one person. So with that Dream Studio package. So it's a great way to win some free stuff. So guys, speaking of free stuff, we're going to go ahead and give some stuff away right now. The first thing we're going to do, we're going to give some of those quilt blocks away. And again, y'all saw those earlier. These are those quilt blocks that you can put them on your table, and it keeps your quilt from sliding off. And Kyle, are you ready to do this? Let's spin that wheel. Alpha
5243.
So Alpha 5243 is watching today from YouTube. So Alpha, congratulations on winning the quilt blocks. What we need you to do to go to SMPLive.tv and scroll down to where you said claim your prize on that page, and then just fill out the information, hit submit, and then we'll send those quilt blocks out to you as soon as we get the information. All right, we're going to give another set of those away, Kyle. So let's spin that wheel again.
Spinning the wheel. Here we go. They come in 3 different colors as well.
Okay.
Gray, white, and teak.
Diane Russell King.
Diane Russell King.
She is watching from Facebook. So congratulations, Diane. And so again, Diane, we want you to go to smplive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of the page when you get there where it says claim my prize. Fill out the information, hit submit, and we'll handle the rest. All right, next up, we are going to give a spring encore thread kit. And guys, this is our own thread kit that we put together. Inside of that, what is it, the exquisite thread, Kyle?
Yeah, this is Floriani.
It's Floriani. Okay, so it's Floriani thread inside this. So you know it's a great, I see it on the screen there now. Floriani spread, encore thread kit. This is a great kit. And guys, we're going to give that away to one lucky viewer. So Kyle, are you ready to spin that wheel?
I am ready.
Let's do it.
The lucky winner is Chris Vick.
That's twice today.
So Chris Vick.
Did he win?
Yeah.
Congratulations. Chris is watching from YouTube today. So Chris, we needed to go to the smplive.tv. Scroll down to the very bottom of the page, and where it says claim your prize, and put your information in there, hit submit, and we'll get your thread kit out to you as soon as we get your information. All right, the big boys are coming up next, guys. So next up is the Cutie frame from Grace. And guys, this is a awesome frame. This is the one that goes on your tabletop. It's easy to store. You can put any domestic machine you have at home will fit on this, and you can turn that domestic machine into a long arm quilting machine. This is a fantastic giveaway, and we're going to give one of these away. So Kyle, spin that wheel.
Here we go. Judy Racconi.
Judy Racconi is our winner. Judy is watching from YouTube today. So congratulations, Judy. So Judy, go to our SMPLive.tv website. Go there, scroll down to the bottom of the page, and you'll see Claim My Prize. Just go in and fill out the information, hit submit, and we'll get your cutie frame out to you. All right, next up, this is the biggie. It is the Burnett 05 Crafter sewing machine. And that is a good looking machine, Kyle.
That is a nice looking
I do like that. All right, Kyle, let's spin that wheel.
Here we go.
And we're going to see who's going to win this Burnett 05 Crafter sewing machine.
The lucky winner, Kathy Bierbauer.
So Kathy Bierbauer, she is the winner. She's watching today from YouTube. So Kathy, congratulations. Go to smplive.tv and scroll down to the bottom of that page, and where it says Claim a Prize, fill out the information, hit submit, and we'll get your prize right out to you. All right, so next up, guys, we are going to pick our day 3 finalists. So day 1 was Wendy Shimbori, was our finalist. Day 2 was Miss Zana W., one of the Wolfpack members. She was our finalist for day 2. And day 3, we're getting ready to draw. But look at that Dream Studio up there. Did you see all that? Look at that. Look at all the things you're getting. You're getting Pockets, the mascot from Arrow. You're getting the software bundle. You're getting a Jazz 2 from Baby Lock with that trolley. You're getting the Dixie table, hydraulic chair, the handy Quilter Capri sit-down quilting machine, the CuniQ 15 Pro with the queen frame long arm machine. You're getting the quilt block. You're getting 100 spools of thread. I mean, look at all that. That is a big bundle, guys. We're valued at $27,000. This could be yours. And so, Kyle, let's spin that wheel and find out who our 3rd day finalist is.
Here we go.
Y'all all cross your fingers.
Woo. Pamela Mason.
Pamela Mason, congratulations. You are our 3rd day finalist. So now we can add you to the list of finalists, and she's watching today from YouTube. And so that is awesome. So we'll have another finalist we'll draw out tomorrow. And guys, it is going to be day 4 starting tomorrow. This thing is already flying by, and we have more specials to show you, more education classes. So we got a great show still in store for you. So we hope that you'll get to join us tomorrow and Friday. And we hope you tell your friends about it, get them to come and join in as well. And again, if you haven't liked our Facebook page, go like it. If you haven't subscribed to our YouTube page, go do that as well, because that's going to help your chances. And guys, we are on track right now. We want to hit, 30,000 subscribers on our YouTube channel. We got a long ways to go, so we need your help. And we also want to grow that Facebook page as well. And guys, remember, every day of the week, SMP is the place to be at 10 a.m. because we have something on YouTube and Facebook every day, 10 a.m. Pacific time, 12 p.m. Central time. And we've got 5 shows a week that we're doing. And we love to have you on board anytime you can come. We invite you to come. So guys, from Roger, Kennedy, and Kyle, we sure do appreciate it. We appreciate Deb and Candace and their chat team over there. And I hope they're answering your questions. And we will see you first thing in the morning, right back here, same time. I'll be on here about 8:10 a.m. Pacific time. We'll start the stream about 8 a.m. and we hope to see y'all there. Y'all have a great rest of your night.